Welcome, everybody. Welcome to today's episode of the Law of Self-Defense. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes late, and I'm hearing noises in court already. We are here, of course, to talk about the fifth day of the Hannah Gutierrez trial. Looks like the court's muted itself. I am, of course, attorney Andrew Branca for Law of Self-Defense. Thank you for being here. Probably going to be another full day of court covering this trial. I'll see if I can't get through a quick review of what happened yesterday before court starts up for today. So I had made some notes to myself. We had 5 witnesses yesterday. 5 witnesses. And that brings us up to 17 state witnesses so far this trial. The witnesses yesterday were, that's not what I wanted. That's my full day notes. This is what I want. Were Heather Gerald, the medical examiner, Deputy Stephen Orr from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, Byron French, a digital forensics examiner, Luke Haig, or Haag, a firearms reconstructionist, and the last witness of the day who will continue today, start the morning, Detective Alexandra Hancock, who conducted the interrogations, the lead investigator on this case. So let me make sure everything is streaming the way it's supposed to be streaming. YouTube looks okay. Twitter looks okay. Where am I? Here am I? All right. Law of Self-Defense member dashboard. Looks okay. And finally, hopefully we have Rumble working from the start today. You never really know with Rumble. I can't tell. Rumble, did you let me down? Well, it looks like it's doing something. Nope. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. All right. Very good. Very pleased to hear it. Welcome, Law of Self-Defense members in the comments. All right. So 5 witnesses yesterday. The first was the medical examiner. About 25 minutes on direct, 7 minutes on cross. Direct by lead prosecutor Kerry Bowles, cross by Kerry Morrissey, cross by lead defense counsel Jason Bowles. Not much to say here. Very straightforward. Halyna Hutchins was shot in the right armpit. It broke her spine, went out her back. None of the autopsy photos were shown by order of the court. On cross by the defense, they tried to suggest that because this has been characterized as cause of death, gunshot wound, manner of death by the medical examiner, she classified it as an accident, meaning it was unintentional. That's a medical finding, not a legal finding. The defense tried to make a big deal about this on cross, saying, hey, accident, that can't be a crime. Well, from a legal perspective, an accident by definition is not a crime. Accident means nobody has responsibility. It's just an act of God. But unintentional killings can still be crimes if they were reckless, criminally negligent. And of course, that's what's being argued here in the involuntary manslaughter charge. No one believes that Alec Baldwin intentionally killed Halyna Hutchins. That doesn't mean it's not involuntary manslaughter. And the medical examiner saying accident doesn't change that. On redirect by Morrissey, by the way, she pointed out that the shooting was on October 21st, 2021. The autopsy was the next day when the medical examiner wrote down this finding. So she had, very incomplete information when she came to her accident finding. In any case, it's not legally binding on anybody. Second witness was Deputy Stephen Orr, Santa Fe Sheriff's Office. He's the guy who cleared the jammed 45 caliber round out of the 4440 lever action rifle back at the police station. Really not much to say about it, except just observing that someone had put the wrong caliber round into the rifle in the first place. Who knows? I guess it may go more to, if we presume it was Hannah Gutierrez, more to her, I don't know, incompetence, but frankly, incompetence helps the defense, I think. So that was a very short witness, only 13 minutes for both direct and cross. Then we had Byron French, digital forensic examiner. This is the guy who extracted the data from the Gutierrez cell phone. Just want to make sure I'm not missing court. Okay. And his extraction was used in his testimony, his direct testimony, mostly to show a bunch of text messages involving the bag of white powder. So you'll remember after Gutierrez's initial interrogation by the police, she went back to her hotel. One of her crewmates came to comfort her over this terrible tragedy that happened. And Gutierrez handed her crewmate a plastic bag of white powder and asked her to take it. The crewmate took it, didn't think about it for a moment. Out in the hallway of the hotel, she thought, wow, this looks like cocaine. I don't want to be caught with this. And she dumped it. This was not known to the prosecution for weeks afterwards, by the way. What's interesting is we don't know what the white powder is, right? We're the state's arguing we should infer that it was cocaine, but it could have been confectionery sugar. I mean, it wasn't tested. The authorities never had it in their possession. But Kerry Morrissey is arguing that we can make a reasonable inference that it was cocaine, not just because there was other drug use happening on the set, well, off the set, I guess, in the evenings, but because of the efforts that Gutierrez made to recover this bag of white powder. So she sent a series of text messages to this crewmate afterwards, or to the crewmate's sister when she was unable to contact the crewmate, trying to recover this bag of white powder. On October 23rd, 2 days after the shooting, Gutierrez sent 3 text messages. Again, on October 24th, she reached out November 7th, November 8th, November 13th, November 22nd. This, the state argues, is a lot of effort to recover a bag of confectionery sugar. Now, the reason this is important is because not only is Gutierrez charged with involuntary manslaughter, but after the authorities learned of this bag of white powder being transferred to a crewmate and the efforts Gutierrez made to recover it afterwards, they also charged her with tampering with evidence. If it had been cocaine, for example, if we can infer it was cocaine, this might go to Gutierrez being under the influence while she was conducting her armorer's duties, which led to this tragedy. And she was tampering with evidence by trying to cover up the presence of the cocaine. By the way, the tampering with evidence charge, so the involuntary manslaughter charge, the most time that Gutierrez is looking at is 18 months, believe it or not. 18 months for involuntary manslaughter under New Mexico law. The penalty she's looking at for the tampering charge is also 18 months. Now, if she's convicted of both, she'd serve them concurrently, almost certainly. So it's still an 18-month sentence. But it's possible the jury could acquit her on the manslaughter charge, maybe out of sympathy for her age, for her powerlessness on the set, for the chaotic nature of the set, and still convict her of the tampering charge. Now, you might think, well, how can it be tampering with evidence if there was no underlying crime? But in fact, it can be. So we might end up with a compromise verdict where they acquit Gutierrez on the manslaughter out of sympathy, and as a compromise among the jurors, decide to convict her of the tampering with evidence charge. Cross-examination was by the new female defense attorney, Monica Barreras, who was brought on, I guess, to replace Todd Bullion. Apparently, defendant Gutierrez refused to talk to co-counsel Todd Bullion, who I thought was doing a pretty good job on the defense, on the cross I saw, and he asked to be withdrawn from the case. The judge said no, but he's not in court anymore, or at least he's not at the defense table. And now this new female lawyer is there, and she's totally unimpressive to my mind. She asked if this same digital forensic examiner, Byron French, had been asked to extract Seth Kenney's phone, and he said no. But the investigators are saying Seth Kenney was never a suspect in any of this. He wasn't on set. He was never on set until after the event. So there was no reason to consider him a suspect, even though later they got a search warrant for his warehouse to look at things there. And he asked if the defense asked if he had been asked to extract the Alec Baldwin phone, and he said no. But on redirect, Morrissey comes back and says, isn't it true Baldwin's phone was extracted in New York where he lives, and that data was sent to us? And he said, yes, it was. The next witness was much better. So the forensic digital examiner was only 22 minutes for direct, cross, and redirect. Very short witness. Seems to be the state's pattern, by the way. A series of relatively short witnesses and then a big one after around lunch and after lunch in the afternoon. So then we had Luke Haig. He's a firearms reconstructionist. So he spent a lot of time talking about Baldwin's pistol and a little bit of time talking about the ammo. So he was eminently qualified, been doing this for 57 years. He's 83 years old on the stand. He affirmed the revolver was in working condition when it arrived at the FBI. He explained it had all the normal operation. The hammer could be all the way down at rest. It could be at quarter safety cock. It could be at half cock, which is the loading position, or at full cock. All of that worked. We know it worked because the FBI test fired the gun and it operated normally. It was only later that they subjected it to shock test with the mallet and managed to break parts of the gun. And I have some images I can share here. So these were the parts broken off the gun. I added these circles. This is the trigger on the bottom. The very tip at the top here is where the sear is supposed to be, and it's missing. It's broken off. This is the cylinder lock, sometimes called the bolt. It's what either locks the cylinder in place for firing or allows it to spin freely for loading when the hammer's at half cock. And then if you look at the hammer here, the bottom left, there's a hole, and there's supposed to be a little ledge there. That's the full cock position, and it's rounded off. It's broken off. It's not correct, and I'll show you more pictures about that in just a moment. So we have another image here. Here's the trigger from the Baldwin gun at top and a normal trigger to bottom. And you see on the right-hand side, there's supposed to be a sear, a tip there that's broken off the Baldwin hammer. And let's see what else was there. Yeah, so here's another image of the hammer. It's a little hard to see. Let me shrink myself so I can expand the image. So these are 3 good hammers on the left, and the one on the right is from the Baldwin gun. And you see these good hammers inside this red square. That's the full cock notch. That's where the sear is supposed to go. And you can see it's almost as robust as the half cock and the quarter cock notches, except on the Baldwin gun. It's rounded off. There's really nothing to catch the sear there. In this condition, the hammer will not stay in full cock. If you pull it all the way back to full cock, even without the trigger depressed, the hammer will move forward, will release forward. And of course, one of the theories of the defense could be that, hey, Baldwin never touched the trigger. He pulled the hammer back, thinking it would catch at full cock, but because it was broken, it just slipped forward, and that's what discharged the gun. But this was a great witness for the state because he completely gutted any such claim. First of all, there's no reason to believe this was rounded in the Baldwin gun. There's reason to believe this was broken in the FBI gun by the shock test. But even if it had been rounded off in the Baldwin gun, if he'd pulled it back all the way and released the hammer without depressing the trigger, the hammer would still have been caught on the half cock notch or the quarter cock notch. It would not have slammed into the cartridge. The only way for even with this rounded hammer to slam into the cartridge would have been if the trigger was depressed. And in any case, we know that it wasn't rounded in the Baldwin gun because when the FBI test fired the gun, they had no trouble getting it to stay in the full cock position. They also had Lucian look at some ammo. One of the potential questions in this case is whether the live ammo could have come from PDQ. They did find some live rounds at PDQ, the prop company, when they executed the search warrant. Could that have been the source of the live rounds on the Rust set? And they had Lucian look at ammo from PDQ, 45 long Colt, and ammo from Rust. But it's quite different, in fact. On the left is the PDQ ammo. We can see it's a semi-wad cutter round with red lube, and the gunpowder is of a type that has it's a disc with a little perforation in the middle. The live rounds found that Rust were round flat nose bullets with blue lube, and the gunpowder is quite different. Much smaller discs, no perforation. So these are clearly distinguishable from each other. What else did he talk about? On cross-examination another thing. So he also made clear that so they recovered the fired cartridge from the revolver, the cartridge that killed Halyna Hutchins, fired the bullet that killed Halyna Hutchins. And he looked at the depth of the primer impact, the primer depression, the primer strike. And as you might imagine, the depth of that strike, that dimple in the primer, is greater depending on how much energy the hammer brought down, meaning more energy if the hammer was fully cocked than if it had been, for example, slipped from under the thumb, half cocked. And measuring that depression, it was clear this could only have been a full hammer cock strike, not half cock, not quarter cock, because those others would have left a much smaller, less deep impression in the primer. Cross was pretty ineffectual against this guy. Jason Bowles did cross. he asked, "Isn't it true you didn't think the FBI should have done this shock test with the mallet that broke the gun?" And he agreed. Luke Hague agreed it shouldn't have been done. Why? Not because there's anything evil with the FBI, but because that's a test you typically do, like a drop test, if there's evidence that an impact is what might have made the gun go off, or that the gun was dropped and that's how it went off. There's no case in here of any shock to the hammer, so there's really no point to doing the shock test as far as Luke Hague was concerned. And they did go over the rules of gun safety with Luke Hague. That, I think that was a good move, because this begins to point the finger more towards Baldwin, right? Don't point guns at people. Never have your finger on the trigger if you're not ready to shoot. Assume all guns are loaded. That kind of stuff. By the way, all this testimony is really of this Luke Hague firearms reconstructionist is really far more relevant to Baldwin than it is to Gutierrez. But nevertheless, it was great testimony. And then we moved the final witness of the day, and the Luke Hague testimony was about an hour and a half. Then we moved to the final witness of the day shortly after lunch, Detective Alexandra Hancock. She conducted the interrogations in the police station there. She was the lead detective on this case. At least, I think initially there was a different detective in charge, but he very quickly handed the case over to Alexandra Hancock. She's been in the courtroom. So unlike the other expert witnesses and the other regular witnesses who are not allowed to be in the courtroom and watch other testimony of witnesses, she's been allowed to be in the courtroom. And her testimony is primarily to talk through the videos of the interrogations. It provides an excuse. Well, it provides a foundation, I should say, for the prosecution to play these very lengthy interviews in front of the jury. And that's what they've done. So they've already played the first interview, which is about a little over an hour long. This is the day of the shooting. And in this one, Gutierrez still has the yellow and purple hair, for example. Then they came back, I think, a couple weeks later and did a follow-up interview, which by itself is a couple hours long. And Gutierrez has already cleaned herself up. She's dressed much more conservatively. She doesn't have the color in her hair. Now, Jason Bowles was not present for the first hour-long interview. He was present for this follow-up interview, and we're in the midst of that now. So when we come back this morning, we'll be back in that. That's how we ended the day yesterday in that second interrogation. But he's pretty much completely passive. He has no control over this interrogation at all. He's not guiding his client. She's just jabbering away. A lot of what she's saying, I think, is helpful for the defense narrative, that she was naive, powerless, the least powerful person on the set. The set was chaotic. She was set up for failure. They ignored her concerns about safety. There was a lot of that in there that I think are building blocks that could be effective for the defense if they're smart enough to do that. Haven't been impressed with her smarts so far. But of course, she also said things that hurt herself in this free flow, hours long interrogations of her just a Mississippi River of her talking. Bad things are going to come out, things that can be used by the prosecution. And Special Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey is not going to miss any of that. And she's not. She's pausing the interrogation and basically asking the detective on the witness stand, did she just say this harmful thing to her defense? And the detective goes, yeah, she did, to make sure that the jury's not going to miss any of that. All right, so that's about where we are. That's about where we are at the moment. Let's see. Let me take a look at the Law Self-Defense member chat. Well, we got a lot of people in already. Still waiting for court to start, folks. I'm keeping an eye on it. Let's see. Law Self-Defense member Zakuza says, looks like Branko will be covering the Kansas City Chiefs shooting because both suspects are claiming self-defense. Yeah, I guess I will be covering it. Yep. Just because a lot of other people were shot doesn't mean it wasn't self-defense, folks. Could still be self-defense. Let's see. Everyone's saying good morning. Good morning. Full cock notch. Sounds like a porno. Full cock notch, full load. Yeah, Paul says, for all the good Jason Balls did in the police interview, he may as well not have gone at all. Yeah, I concur. I don't see what value he added there. It's almost like he was, I don't know, they invited the janitor in to experience what an interrogation looks like. It was really weird. The max Baldwin would get is also 18 months. Same involuntary manslaughter charge. Different factual basis for it, but it's the same charge, same sentence. 4th-degree felony. Is my tie messed up? Oh, it is a little messed up. What happened? What happened? It's a little crooked. I might have to retie it. Maybe if I get a break. Yeah, it is messed up. That's not like me. Thank you, Miles Dog. I will. I'll retie it as soon as I get a break. Let me see if that makes it look a little better. Yeah. The cord for my fancy new headphones were interfering. All right. So today, like yesterday, folks, I will put, normally we only answer questions from our Law of Self-Defense members. The good news is it's dirt cheap to be a Law of Self-Defense member. For 2-week trial membership, it's only 99 cents. 99 cents. That'll cover you for this whole trial. And you can put your questions and comments into the member chat on the member live stream. You'll be emailed directions for how to access that. And that's where I definitely answer all those questions and comments for free at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. You can sign up for that membership. After the membership, it's still dirt cheap. It's only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month, folks, to get all your questions for the month answered for free. Or because of the high profile nature of this case, I am taking super chats. They need to be $10 on YouTube, $10 minimum, and I will address those questions on YouTube. I don't know why you would do that. If you want a question answered for 99 cents, you could sign up at lawofselfdefense.com/trial and get all your questions answered at no additional cost. But if you insist on sending super chats to YouTube, I guess I'll have to do that. So $10 minimum super chat on YouTube. I'll keep my eye on those when we get breaks and such and see what comes in. Nothing new since yesterday. No surprise since we just started. And while we're waiting for court to start, I'll mention as well, today's show is brought to you by our sponsor, CCW Safe, a provider of legal service memberships, what many people mistakenly call self-defense insurance. There's a number of companies out there that offer this kind of service. They promise to pay your legal expenses, give you civil liability coverage if you're a member and you're involved in a use of force event. CCW Safe does much more than that. They have their national trial counsel, Don West, to help guide your defense. One of the best criminal defense lawyers in the country. He was one of George Zimmerman's lawyers. They have a full investigative team of experienced homicide detectives who come to the scene to be your detectives, and much, much more. This is the company I trust for this kind of coverage. I'm personally a member. My wife, Emily, is personally a member. If you'd like to learn why they're the best fit for me and perhaps the best fit for you, take a look at lawofselfdefense.com/trust and learn why I trust CCW Safe. I have a 2 or 3 minute video there that explains in more detail. And you'll also get a discount code for 10% off your membership when you join me as a CCW Safe member. Be careful about some of those other offerings out there, folks. Some of them are garbage and some of them are worse than garbage. So learn why I trust CCW Safe at lawofselfdefense.com/trust. All right. Still waiting for court. I have to say this judge has been in very solid control of her courtroom. She hasn't had to correct much. There's not a lot of speaking objections. She pretty much pulls people up to the bench right away. No one's trying to pull any nonsense. They come across as very congenial in court, the state and the defense, but they were very snarky with each other in pretrial motions. I've read some of those in the course of the trial. So I like the judge. I feel like I should Amazon her a hairbrush, but otherwise she seems to be quite good. Very good in her motions too, her orders as well. Very sensible. Carrie Morrissey is, as usual, excellent. She was excellent in the Dean Cummings trial as a defense attorney, and she's doing an excellent job here as special prosecutor prosecuting this case. Her co-counsel, Jason Lewis, he did a good, I've read some of his motions pre-trial. He does a good job writing those. I presume he wrote them. He signed them. Less impressed with him as a court lawyer. Not a particularly good speaker, not particularly incisive. Doesn't seem as well intellectually organized as Carrie Morrissey, but not doing anything bad. On the defense, Jason Bowles, I'm thoroughly unimpressed. When the trial started, some lawyers are low key by nature, low energy. Doesn't mean they're bad lawyers, but it's not usually consistent with being a good lawyer. It's usually a contraindication, and he's not striking me as a very good lawyer, I have to say. Even in these interrogations, when he's present, he doesn't seem to be doing much. His opening statement, I think, wasn't particularly compelling. And he needs to pull his shit together, because there is an argument to be made for the defense. I already mentioned it. It's largely an emotional argument, but it's one that can be effective with the jury. And that is that we can't really hold Hannah Gutierrez responsible for what happened because of her youth, inexperience, naivete, powerlessness. When she did raise concerns about safety and having more time to do her armorer jobs as opposed to the props jobs, she was, basically told to sit down and shut up. That said, she was doing things that were clearly unsafe. She was leaving guns around. She was carrying rifles like cordwood in her arms. She allowed herself to be pushed around. I think you can make an argument she was manipulated into that position, that she was basically in this overall, everyone, the cameramen, grips, everyone who's been interviewed said this was a unusually, exceptionally chaotic, disorganized, underfunded, overambitious film project, to the point where the cameramen all quit the day before the shooting. So it was chaos on set. And you can draft a narrative for the jury, a story to tell the jury about how, listen, it wasn't really Hannah Gutierrez that made this happen. It was the set in its entirety, the chaos of the set. And that was really the responsibility of all the people above. And everyone was above Hannah Gutierrez in terms of authority, responsibility for how things were run, including her own job. She didn't want to be armorer and props. That was imposed upon her. So I think there's an argument to be made there, but he better start pulling his shit together, because that, as near as I can see, that's the only argument. And Carrie Morrissey knows it's coming. And at closing, remember, state gets to close, and then the defense gets to close, and then the state gets to rebut. So the last words the jury are going to hear will be from the state. And I expect Carrie will rebut that narrative. So we'll have to see. It's Carrie Morrissey is a very capable opponent, and I'm not seeing anything like that degree of competence from Jason Bowles. So, or his new co-counsel, Monica Barreras. Todd Bullion, I thought, was pretty good, but he's gone now from the defense table, so I'm not sure what's happening there. Let's see. Mark, law self-defense member Mark asked, question for Andrew: do you think changing lawyers mid-trial will hurt any ineffective assistance appeal? Ineffective assistance, it's such a low bar for a lawyer to meet that it almost never works as an appellate argument. But there are things happening here that don't have, because lawyers are always facing choices, right? They can make argument A or argument B, but not both, because they're logically inconsistent. So they choose one, and then the client gets convicted, and the client says, well, they screwed up. They should have chosen the other one. But the appellate courts look at that and they say, listen, that was a strategic choice by the lawyer. And effective assistance of counsel doesn't mean you get an acquittal. It just means you had a reasonable lawyer making reasonable arguments. But some of the stuff happening here is just unreasonable on its face, like the defense failure to secure their own armorer expert witness to testify counter to the tremendously positive for the state testimony of Luke Hague yesterday. They just screwed up. They screwed up the timing. They screwed up the scheduling, and they waited too late. And finally, the judge said, you waited too late. They finally proposed someone a week before the trial. It's too late. So those kinds of mistakes, I don't understand how you could argue that's effective assistance of counsel. But as I always say, appeals are for losers, right? First of all, it means you lost a trial. If you won a trial, you wouldn't be appealing. But also, the prospects of meaningful relief on appeal are less than 1% of appeals. And meaningful relief could just be a sentence reduction. It could be a new trial, but then you're just going through a new trial again. So do you have more resources for the second trial than you had for the first trial? Probably not. And resources matter, folks. All right. I think I saw the court pop up. So I don't hear any audio yet. I don't really need a new motorcycle.
All right, you may be seated. Good morning, jurors. All right, you're still under oath.
Everybody can hear it. Okay, so we'll be continuing with Detective Alexandra Hancock, working through the second.
Okay, we'll go ahead and resume the video at 1 hour and 5 minutes.
The second interrogation of Gutierrez, where she's more conservatively dressed.
Past the bathrooms, and I was like, oh my god, that's gonna hurt somebody. I love horses, but I don't like horses because of westerns. Westerns have made me not like horses. Horses and guns just suck.
Hannah, are you a certified firearms instructor?
I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever taken like any courses
She doesn't know.
or anything to become an instructor?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if that's required for this.
Yeah, and it might not be, but more just, you know, your back. And I'm sorry, Corporal. I myself couldn't hear what kind of an instructor you were asking her about. Can you summarize that?
Yeah, so I had asked her if she was a certified firearms instructor.
Okay, thank you. Background and
Yeah,
your
totally.
interest in this kind of stuff.
I'm going to pause just a moment, folks. That's about the lowest threshold you could possibly ask someone to bring to an armorer's job, that they're at least an NRA certified instructor in pistol. I mean, you can do that in a weekend. So the fact that she's not is not even that is crazy.
Yeah, no, mostly just trained with my dad. My dad like probably wouldn't send me to go train with someone else exactly, you know.
Makes sense.
Yeah, he is kind of the industry.
So as far as the accidental discharges on set,
Can I just ask?
Okay, so I think when
Are we good on hearing? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
October 17th, they both occurred within 10 minutes of each other.
So they were on the same day?
They were on the same day, and it was chaotic for
Okay.
that little bit. But anyway, so I go to the bathroom. It's the first time I've been able to step off of set. I think it's like 4 or 2, maybe 3 o'clock. Finally get to step off set. I'm on the toilet, and all of a sudden I hear some screaming in my earpiece. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? And then I hear Dave say, it's okay, everyone, it's just a misfire. And I like go, what the fuck? So I run out of the bathroom with my pants halfway down. I'm running to set, trying to figure out what happened. And I walk up to set, and Sarah's like loading the guns. And I'm like, hey, like, how's it going? And she's all like, oh, good. I was like, what happened? She's like, nothing really. Can you load the one in there? And I say, okay, I'll go in there and I'll load that one, because I had been loading that Henry with that stuntman for quite some time now, probably like most of the day. So I go in there and I load it with him. I load that one with him and I tell him, all right. So I said, all right, you got about 13 quarter or half loads in there. I can't really remember what it was for that particular scene. That might have been, the actors were outside, so those were probably quarters. So I tell him you have about 13 quarter loads in there. And he said, is there one in the chamber? And I said, yes. And he said, okay. And I said, okay. So don't touch the trigger. And he was like, okay. And I walk out. And then I go up to Sarah and I said, hey, what happened? And she was like, I heard there was like a misfire, which is like the wrong terminology for it even. That's an accidental discharge. So I was like, I heard there was like a misfire or something. And she was like, yeah, I was loading it. And she's like, and it just went off. And I said, because I had to train her how to put them in and make sure that the hammer goes down gently enough because I asked her if she knew how to do that from Seth, and she's like, yeah, but let me just do it again a couple of times in front of you. And I saw her do it, and I was like, no. I was like, put your thumb all the way over the trigger. I mean, not the trigger, the hammer. Otherwise, you know, if you don't put it all the way over, your hands will be sweaty sometimes, and it'll slip. And so she was loading it, and I'm not exactly sure what happened. Like I said, I was in the bathroom, but guns don't just go off like that. And if you're loading it, it's most likely that you made a mistake just loading it, and that the hammer came down too quick.
Okay.
And, you know, when you're in a rush, that can happen. It hasn't happened to me, but I can understand it happening. And then as soon as that had happened and I walked outside and I was asking her about that, next thing I know, boom, inside of the fucking thing. And I already told him this gun was hot. I know for a fact I did, and we were doing that scene all day. So this man knows this gun is hot. And then I go in there and I said, what the fuck are you doing in here? And he tells me, he's like, I don't know, it just went off. And I was like, well, it's a lever action rifle, and that's not really how that works, bud. You know? So, pissed him off a little bit, but I said, all right, be careful in here. Thankfully, we were doing that scene pretty much all day, so I think a lot of camera had their earplugs in, but
It was inside when it went off then?
it was inside of this, little shack that they were in, and most of the camera crew was in there at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, so that one was inside, and then there was also a popper misfire with special effects.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was the day that we first started shooting and everything. We had pretty good luck with that. Every time, you know, we got done with the scene, I count all the shots, so I know if there's still a hot gun on set. So I was looking for that, and most of the time I would just run to the actor and be like, don't touch it, it's hot still.
Okay.
Yeah.
As far as when Sarah's gun went off, is that possible if you like drop the hammer too quickly that it can discharge?
Yeah, totally. And
Without
it was,
pulling the trigger?
yeah, no, that happens.
Okay.
Well, see, that's the thing. No, so you have to pull the trigger in order to bring that hammer all the way down, you know? So you have your finger on the hammer, and in order to get the hammer to release back to a position where the person could grab it and do the scene, you have to touch the trigger and slowly lower the hammer down. If you touch the trigger, it'll just send the hammer down. So if your finger isn't there to stop it while you're loading it, it's going to come down and shoot it.
So now I understand why that can
That can-
everybody has said
so-
that it happens often, of this kind of stuff. So I would
That
assume it was-
totally can happen often, and it's just because ultimately you do have to lower down that hammer again in order to start the scene. You can't like give it to the actor like cocked back and everything, you know. So yeah, and it's the same with a lot of like even my 22, I have to do that as well. You know, like I'll bring it back. There's like a little piece that stays back, and unless I hold that and slowly release it while holding my trigger, that would go off too.
Interesting.
So even my
I don't
Walther
know
P,
a lot about revolvers.
and that's just my Walther P22. That's not a revolver. Like that's just a regular like magazine.
In order to load these, does the hammer have to be back?
It has to be half cocked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So yeah, and then you have to bring it back all the way, or like kind of you can bring it back from a half cock, kind of, but it helps to bring it back all the way and just bring it down slowly.
Okay. After both of those accidental discharges, what happened?
So this day is kind of when Sarah and I butt heads. Because ultimately, like after hers, I was livid. And then after that one, I was like furious. And so I tell her, I was like, no, dude, I was like, what just happened? And like, I'm getting heckled by the fucking stuntman at this point. I said, no, dude, that like wasn't okay. We need to talk to production about this because a lot of people are probably pissed about that because it happened within 10 minutes of each other, two of them. And I was like, oh my God, I literally screamed out, what the fuck is happening? But so I told Sarah, I was like, hey, we should probably talk to production about that. And like, Sarah is embarrassed at this point. She's shaking. Her face is like pretty mad. And she's not really responding to me too much. I I said, well, like, you know, you did that while loading it. And I was like, so I'm not sure if people are going to want you loading the guns anymore. And she was like, well, yours just went off in there after you loaded it. And I said, yeah, well, I can't be responsible for every dickhead fucking stunt guy that gets a hold of the gun and doesn't understand the concept that it's hot.
Right.
You know? And she was like, all right, well, so we'll go ahead. I was like, we need to talk to production. I'll let you talk to them. I'm not trying to get us in trouble here. I'm just saying, like, we need to mind this because a lot of people are probably pissed. And the next thing I know, I get a text from Seth. So she was there. She was, like, mad, angry texting. And I thought she was probably talking to the producers. And the next thing I know, I get a text from Seth. And Seth tells me, Sarah told me about her accidental discharge. It was an accident. Accidents happen. You need to get over it. And I said, get over it. I was like, what are you talking about? I said, I'm not making a big deal about this. I was like, I'm not going to production to rat on her. I don't know what the fuck you're going on about.
So there was nobody from production in the area.
I think there was people from production in the area. I think there were like two, the regular chubby producer, he was there, and I think Nathan might have even been there.
And nobody.
They were there a lot. No one said anything. Sarah apologized on the spot, I guess. I didn't really apologize for that because I'm just trying to figure it out at this point, and I don't know what that guy did.
Who was the stuntman?
I don't even know his name. I think his name was Blake. Yeah, they also didn't have me train him at all with the gun, and he's Alex's stunt double, mind you. So, you know, Alex is stunt double. So he probably should have at least been trained, but also Alan, the stunt coordinator, was like,
The irony. I don't think I'd heard that before. So the stunt double, the second negligent discharge on set was by the stunt double, and it was Alec Baldwin's stunt double who had discharged the round into Halyna Hutchins. Talk about foreshadowing. If this was a movie of a movie.
all my guys know what the fuck they're doing, so don't worry about them. So yeah, didn't get to work with that guy. And back to like the set thing, I went up to Sarah about it and I was like, hey, I texted her and I was like, I'm sorry if you thought I was trying to start problems about this. I was just trying to say that we should tell production because I wouldn't be surprised if we both got fired for that. I wouldn't, like, you know, we need to make sure that everyone still feels comfortable after that. And she said, right. She said, no, I understand. I contacted Gabby and Ro about it. And I went ahead and told Seth, and I apologized to everyone on the spot, and I think they're going to just move past this and move by it. And I was like, okay, cool, as long as you contacted the producers.
Okay. But
Other than that,
didn't ever see her actually contact them.
No, I didn't. And also, at that point, I had already pissed her off, and she went to Seth about it, so I wasn't going to fuck with that anymore, and I just let her handle it. Because ultimately,
yourself.
No, because she was my boss and already was yeah.
Okay. To your knowledge, do you know of any reports being made about those?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I have been wondering recently if she did talk to them, and no one from production talked to us about it, which I thought was pretty weird. You know, like no one even said like, all right, guys, like, you know, get your shit together. Like no one said anything to us, at least to me directly.
Was, so when Sarah's went off, what happened? Did you take the gun after that, or what happened with it after?
After that, you know, we just had to keep loading it for the stunt guys, and ultimately, after hers went off, I didn't exactly have the option. We had 3 people that needed to be loaded right then.
Okay.
So I didn't exactly have the option to take Sarah off of guns that day. And also, she is my boss, so I'm not allowed to take her off of guns. Yeah, she does continue to load.
Okay. Even after that?
Yeah.
After her discharging. Who unloaded them that day?
Unloaded them from the blanks?
Yeah.
Both of us.
Okay.
Yeah, and we unload them as we get them in from the actor as soon as they're done doing the scene.
You and Sarah, though?
Yeah. Pretty much any big gun battle in this entire thing, we were both loading and unloading the guns.
What about that, the special effects, that squib or whatever that went off?
It was like a popper. I'm not sure if they had a squib go off. I never saw that. It's like a popper. It's like a thing that hangs from the ceiling, and it's filled with like little debris and things like that. But they were all supposed to go off for a scene, and one didn't go off. And then like maybe 2 minutes after the scene, it just like randomly went off, and people were like, "Oh shit!" But we were outside, so it wasn't too bad, you know.
Were you present in, so you weren't present when it went off?
The popper? Yeah, I was present.
Okay.
I was outside, and I was a little, like maybe 20 feet away from it.
Okay.
I wasn't directly on the porch, so a lot of people on the porch were obviously freaked out, but I was pretty far away.
Okay. Do you know if any reports were made for that one?
For that popper? Oh, I have no idea. I don't, especially if it's not my department, I wouldn't really know about it. I didn't make any reports.
And I just want you to confirm, were guns ever taken out after hours, on lunch, on days off?
These guns absolutely were locked up every single moment that me and Sarah were not there, to my knowledge.
Going
And
back,
including lunch every day.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then going back to that, accidental discharge of Sarah, I know you said that you weren't there, you were in the bathroom.
Yes,
Um,
I was there for the second one
okay.
with
Is
the
it,
stuntman.
and is it okay for you to walk off when they have?
It's
like,
okay.
news?
Sometimes, you know, like I said, we were doing a lot of gun battles that whole entire day, and ultimately there was only 2 people shooting at the time, and I told Sarah, I was like, I need to use the bathroom right now or I'm literally going to piss my pants. And I told Dave that I was going to the bathroom too. So if I tell them I step off, and they know that.
Okay.
Because ultimately, you know, you can't hold it sometimes.
Right.
Yeah. And it really sucked that day too, because the bathrooms were like far as shit.
All right, we're gonna go, to the incident, okay?
Okay.
So the box of ammo that you pulled from that day,
Yeah. Box of dummies.
right, where did you pull that box from?
So that box, it was kind of peculiar actually. Now that I've thought about it a little more, because we had been looking for the 45 long Colt dummies, and we hadn't had a lot of them because, like I said, we used up a lot of mine at the beginning, if not all of them. And so we had to order some 4440s, which are kind of a similar size. And then we did get some 45 long Colts a little before that, probably before that weekend. And we put pretty much all of that entire box in Travis Fennell's gun belt.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, so this box, I hadn't been aware of any more long Colt boxes and everything. And this box was kind of just sitting right next to my safe on like this kind of extra bag that I bring to carry guns in.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I thought it was kind of weird. Looking back at it now, it was kind of just like sitting on top of my stuff. And considering the prop truck got moved over the weekend, I don't know like how easily that would have stayed up there.
And this box was there in the morning. Can you elaborate on that when you get there? Because I think it's a significant issue.
Right.
Yeah.
So this wasn't one of the original boxes that were provided though?
No, and it was weird. I think it just said dummies on it. Like
Okay.
nothing else. I saw just the word dummies on it from what I could remember, which is not the regular font I'm used to seeing on it either.
And it's propped up in your bag.
Yeah. It's propped up in my bag, you know, just like sitting on top of stuff, like not falling over in the bag, you know, because it was on top of something. So like, it seems weird that it wouldn't have fallen over while moving.
Do you remember which bag it was?
It was like, it was either above a Smith & Wesson bag. I don't know if you guys saw that. It's like it says Smith & Wesson, and I marked it out with Sharpie so that way people wouldn't rob my car. And then there's another black bag that I had too. They were both like there were 2 black bags kind of usually stacked on top of each other.
Okay, so the box that you pulled out of that day though was on that bag?
Yeah.
Okay,
It was just kind of sitting up there, and I remember I was like looking for, you know, blanks to pull, dummies to pull, and I saw that box, and I was like exclaimed, and I was like, where the fuck did this like box of dummies come from? I was like, have we had this the entire time? I was like, we've been needing these. Yeah, Nicole just laughed, and I don't really remember if Sarah was there or not, but I said like, oh, well, whatever, at least we have them now. Put them on the card.
Big question here. The surprise box of dummies. Did you shake every one? Did you look for holes in every one? Did you look for missing primers in any one? Did you confirm every round in that box was, in fact, a confirmable dummy as opposed to a live round?
And they went out with us.
Okay.
And as I picked them up, they were jingling. So that indicates that they were dummies.
Okay. Had you seen the box prior to that point?
I hadn't really noticed that box prior to that point, but I think I had noticed a box that looked similar to it that we had gotten those newer ones from. And I think I remembered like a box similar to that. And it might have been the same box even.
Okay.
This was maybe, because we didn't put those dummies back in there though, but that's the only other box that looked like that box. Was one of those newer boxes that we got. And I think it just said like just dummies on it.
Corporal, based on your understanding of dummy rounds and how an armorer would check dummy rounds, based on your investigation, is it possible to determine that every round in a box is a dummy round if you just shake the entire box?
No.
Because if you just shake the box, how can you tell?
I mean, yeah, you could more than likely hear some of them jingling, but it wouldn't be, feasible to point out that every single one of those had BBs in it.
So, based on your interaction with Ms. Gutierrez during this part of the interview, I just want to be clear. Was it your impression that she claimed that this was a box she'd never seen before?
Yeah, that's what she stated.
So it was a box she'd never seen before and she just decided to grab it and start loading guns with it
Yes.
after shaking the entire box?
Yes.
Not each round, the box itself.
Correct. Just the box.
No lettering, anything of the sort? No lettering or anything like that. I think I just saw the word dummies.
It doesn't say caliber on it?
I don't believe it did. It might have said long quote on the other side. I don't really remember.
Okay.
LC, maybe.
All right.
I don't know.
So, at the beginning of the day, before lunch, how many guns were pulled out?
Okay. Can I have like a piece of paper or something? Just because like there's a lot of people in this, you know.
Yeah, I have some, probably a few.
There we go.
I'm like, I feel like you're running out of paper.
All right, so, you know, there's Alec Baldwin's character, this is Russ. Jensen's character, Wood, Drum, and we have a Miller over here. And so these are the ones that were being used today. And also, I think Boone was coming in later that day, but I don't think we pulled his gun. So check this out. Miller has 2 pistols and a long rifle. There we go. Russ has a pistol, a long barrel one, different than everyone else's really. Long barrel. And he also has a Henry rifle. So at this point, that's, that's like 3 guns, 4, 5. And then Wood has a gun, and he also has a long gun. So that's another pistol and another rifle. Oh wait, he has a shotgun, my bad. And the Drum also has a shotgun and a pistol.
Okay. And those were all prior to lunch?
These are all prior to lunch, yes. So I think that's a total of 1, 2, 3, 5 pistols and 4 long guns, 2 shotguns.
Okay.
And if you would like, that's yours.
You might need that.
Okay.
Well, we can illustrate a little more, so keep it.
Cool.
Were they loaded?
Prior to lunch?
Yeah.
So what you have to understand about before lunch is that we were at another location for half of the day before lunch. And then we had gotten done with that location and we moved up to the church,
Okay.
right? So during the day, at the beginning of the day, none of those were dummied up at all because the shot was so wide. You just like wouldn't see it.
So there was nothing in these.
There was nothing in these until we got to the church.
Okay. Which
Yeah.
is, but still prior to breaking for lunch.
Yes, still prior to breaking to lunch. So if you had to break up the day like that, you could split like before lunch into two things. One where we were somewhere else entirely and nothing was dummied up, and after that, we were in the church and things started to get dummied up, but weren't dummied up right away.
Okay. So then which ones of these were loaded
With
prior
dummies.
to lunch? Yes.
Okay. Wood dummies prior to lunch, wood and drums pistols were dummied up. Sarah helped me dummy those up.
Okay.
And a little later on, the camera started getting in on Russ, and so Russ got his dummied up, maybe an hour and a half before lunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything with Miller?
Miller was not in there.
Okay.
Yeah, so Miller's character was coming later in the day. Yeah, so he wasn't in the church at all. So honestly, I'm pretty sure that we put away his two pistols and his long rifle for a good proportion before lunch because we always try to put them away as we're not using them and lock them up.
Okay. So the only ones dummied up though are the pistols.
Yeah, 3 pistols. And they should have both been used at the time of the incident. Like they were both, all 3 of those were out there.
Okay. So who loaded what gun?
Sarah and I loaded woods and drums. I don't really remember who they are, identical guns, so you wouldn't really know.
Okay.
And then Rust, I dummied that one up.
Okay.
Yeah,
And all with dummy rounds.
all the dummy rounds, yeah. And we were shaking them and checking them as we did it, yeah. And then some of them didn't have to be shaked, but yeah.
And why didn't they have to be?
They didn't have primer caps on them. And sometimes I accidentally still like shake the ones with holes in them, just thinking that they're gonna shake, and then I like realize. Yeah, that's the only time where I've ever like thought there was a bad one is like when I shake it and I don't hear anything, and then I realize I'm like, oh, it's the ones that don't shake.
Can you recall when you loaded, whichever ones you loaded, what specific rounds you put in them?
Yes, okay. So for the Rust pistol, the wooden drum, I don't exactly remember those, you know. I think most of those, not exactly sure what was up with those. But for the Rust one, I remember I had 4 of them without primer caps because I always try to use those ones ultimately. I have 4 of them without primer caps, and then I grabbed some dummies from that box and I like brought them in there, and I was walking in with his belt right here, and I'm walking in holding the 4 no primer cap ones and some extra ones too. And there were 2 that like could have been shaken, so I'm shaking them both as I walk in, and I put the 4 no primers in there. And then I like look at my hand and I notice there's one with a hole in the side. So I use that one next. And then I try to put one of the ones that shook in there, but it won't go in. And so at that point, I show Dave, I leave that one out because I noticed like that needs to be cleaned. So I leave it out. I move the cylinder to a location.
Corporal, when you were in the room interviewing Ms. Gutierrez, did she physically demonstrate that she was shaking 2 dummies at one time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Where you wouldn't
Oops.
notice that one isn't in there. Yeah. So I move it to where you wouldn't be able to see that, and then I go ahead, I show Dave, he watched me do it too that time. This is before lunch, and I walk out after handing it and showing it to Alec too.
Okay. So before breaking for lunch, there was only 5 rounds in that gun.
Yeah. And then I proceeded from that one that wouldn't go in. I just set it on the cart after that.
Okay. The 4 that you got without the primer,
Yeah.
where were those pulled from?
Those were pulled from my pocket.
From your pocket?
Yeah.
Okay. So the other 2 were pulled from that box.
Corporal, when you interviewed Ms. Gutierrez on October 21st, she had some dummy rounds in her pocket, correct?
Yes, she did.
Do you remember how many she had?
She had 5, I believe.
And do you recall how many of those didn't have primer caps?
I believe 4 of them had the holes, but I don't remember how many didn't have primer caps.
Okay. I may ask you on a break to go back and review that, or I'll try to find it for you. Is it your understanding on October 21st, when you interviewed her, that the dummy rounds that she pulled out of her pocket were rounds that she had taken out of the gun?
No.
All right. So in addition to what she is describing to you now, apparently she had 5 additional dummy rounds in her pocket.
Yes, she did.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you remember about what time you loaded these guns?
Not exactly. I would maybe guess like 10:30 for Russ, maybe 10. And then for the other 2, they were loaded like maybe 30 minutes before that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So fairly early.
Yeah, pretty early in the day. Starts super early.
When you broke for lunch, none of the rounds were taken out of any of these guns.
No, none of those were taken out. We just put them in the socks and we brought them to the truck. And from there, we put them into the safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the safe loaded with him.
With the dummies, yeah.
Yeah.
Still
Yeah,
dummies.
that's what I mean, but.
Yeah. Just so we're clear, yeah, just with the dummies.
And the other 2 guns were full.
Yeah, the other 2 guns still were dummied up, yeah.
Okay. So who physically put these back in the safe?
You know, I'm pretty sure Sarah was doing it at the time, and I was kind of just down on the ground, like handing them up to the prop truck because I had a really bad headache.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't try to climb up there or anything because my head was like pounding.
And did you guys,
Hung over?
take them to the truck with cart, or did you just carry them?
We just carried them.
Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she was, on October 21st, her head was pounding?
Yes.
She indicates she had a headache?
Yes, she did.
And just to be clear, the interview that we're watching right now, this interview was done less than 3 weeks after Ms. Hutchins died.
Yeah, this one was on November 9th.
Thank you.
We left the cart there at lunch.
And was all the ammo in that cart?
Yeah.
And was there some in the truck still?
Yeah, there's always gonna still be like blanks in the truck because we wouldn't ever need to bring all of them out,
Okay.
you know.
How many boxes do you think are left on that cart?
On the cart, I would guess like maybe, I had some shotguns, I would guess maybe 10 boxes
All on the bottom or?
on the bottom. On the bottom, and then there was, you know, the dummies on the top that we were taking from.
Okay, so just 1 box on the top.
I think just 1 box on the top. I might have been preparing some things beforehand and dumped some quarter loads into my fanny pack or whatever and left a box up there that was empty.
All right, so after lunch, who took the guns out of the safe?
After lunch, not really sure. Don't really remember that too much.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been
One of
you
the,
or Sarah, right?
yeah, me or Sarah. Yeah, like I said, I kind of had a headache and I was like getting over it, so.
And they were all still in the socks?
They were all still in socks, yes.
How do you know which ones to pull? If they're all
We leave the handles out.
of the guns?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then also I set them, so normally like there's a bulk of them up on the very top. I'll kind of set them on like the sides where the rifles like heads go if I need to access them quickly. And then there's, if you saw the gun safe, there's also like holsters on the side. So we would usually put Jensen and Swin wooden drums guns over there because they're the two sheriffs and they go together.
Okay.
And then we would just put Russ gun like kind of below all the other guns too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you pulled them back out, did you guys check the rounds in them?
We didn't, we brought them to set as,
Okay.
as they were in the socks still.
Okay. Were they ever reopened?
The guns?
Mhm.
I'm not too sure. I reopened the Russ gun. I'm not sure about the wooden drum.
Okay.
Sarah was mostly working on propping those guys up. The Russ gun, I opened up after lunch because I remembered that it was dirty, and I remembered that I was like, all right, we're about to start shooting out of it. So I go and I put the little cleaning guy that I have, I open it up, put the cleaning guy through, take one out of the box, shake it. And at this point, after I had put the cleaning guy through, Dave's in my ear and he's like, hey, we need the gun in here. And I'm like, okay. So I start to bring the gun in there, shake it, put it in as I'm walking in, and then I bring it to Dave. I show Dave like all of the cylinder, and then I tell him it's dummied up. And I say, all right. Oh yeah, and he's like, it's okay. It's just, he's like getting talked to at this point, by the way, too, by Halyna and Joel, and he's sitting there and he's like, can you just hand me the gun because I'm gonna sit in with it? And I said, okay, and I showed him it, and then I walked out after showing it to him and handing it to him. So he was just supposed to be sitting in with it.
Okay. So you clean it, but then grab another round from that box.
Yeah,
You didn't pull one because you said that you had put it on the cart.
yeah, I didn't pull that same one.
Okay. Any issues when you put that round in that time?
No.
Okay.
And I think it's because it was clean.
So would you say it's your responsibility to check the guns after they come back out?
They come back out.
Like when they were brought back out from lunch?
Yeah, it's my responsibility to check them into the actor as they go out to the actor.
So not to check the rounds again?
I wouldn't really check it unless it was going to set.
But it did go to set.
Yeah, it went to set and I checked it with Dave.
Okay. Did you do any other, I know that you have different processes for checking these guns. Did you do any other check on that gun?
I did some barrel obstruction check too, also, because, while that round was in there, you're able to pull the hammer back slightly, look down the barrel and see if there's anything in the barrel for that. So I did a barrel check on that gun.
And did you see anything at that point?
No.
Okay.
I can't believe this dummy of a lawyer is just sitting there. Oh my Lord, this is damaging.
That round that you pulled out of the box.
Corporal, do you understand the description that Ms. Gutierrez gave of how she was able to do a barrel check?
That she pulled the hammer back a little bit to check it.
Did she indicate, and I'm sorry, if you recall, did she indicate whether or not there was a dummy or whether it was, the cylinder was loaded with dummies?
She didn't indicate at that point.
Okay. If a revolver cylinder is loaded with anything, can you see down the barrel?
I'm not too sure.
Okay.
Last time that you loaded,
Yeah.
what did that look like?
It looked like the dummies that don't have the hole in the side or anything.
Okay. Did you notice anything different about any of the rounds that went in?
No.
Because you said that you spun it with Dave, right?
Yeah, I spun it with Dave.
Okay. And you didn't notice anything different?
No, I didn't notice anything different.
And 4 out of those.
I was also getting talked at with Dave and everything, and I'm just mostly trying to show it to Dave.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
while also looking at it, yeah.
makes sense. But the 4 of them still have the depressed primers?
Yes.
Okay. and then the two didn't.
Yeah.
How do you think someone would potentially put live ammo in?
Corporal, what's your understanding of, after the incident, where the gun was unloaded?
So in Hannah's interview, she said that Dave Halls had brought that revolver over to her, and she had checked and unloaded that weapon over the prop cart.
And have you seen photos of those rounds that were taken from the prop cart?
Yes,
Do you know, are there 4 dummy rounds with depressed primers?
I believe there was.
Thanks.
I mean, the same way you would put the dummies or the blanks in there, opening it up and putting it in there.
Okay. And you're talking about the dummy boxes?
What? Yeah.
The box from that morning?
What do you? So I'm saying, like, you would, if you wanted to load this with a live, potentially, you would just pull it back half cock and put it in there.
I don't know if you
But-
understood her question.
I don't think I am.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so, but you said that you loaded each and every one of those rounds. So
Yeah.
how would you say that a live round got in this box that you pulled from?
I'm not entirely sure if someone put a live round into that box or not. I checked those to the best of my abilities. I was walking in, shaking it in my ear, and I thought I heard it shake for sure.
When do you think somebody would have had the opportunity to put a live round?
You know, it's hard to speculate on that exactly, but, you know, that gun, it was on Alex most of the day, and then also it was on top of our cart sometimes too, and there were times when I was gone to the bathroom, you know, and like I said, I got a key, you know. And I tell the girls to watch the cart and everything, but sometimes the girls get distracted by the actors.
Hey, we need to elaborate on the box, because you're missing that part of the question. of
Okay.
How that could have gotten in that box.
So, I mean, honestly, that box was sitting out all day. And when I picked up that box, I heard it jingle. Like, the whole box jingle. So that, to me, was saying, like, you know,
Oh no.
this is a box of dummies, you know. Still check everyone for the jingle. But, so definitely some of those were 100% dummies, you know, and I don't know, someone possibly could have done something at lunch. The box could have already had some live one in it in the morning, and you probably wouldn't have noticed, unless you picked it up. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure when that could have got in there, and honestly, it could have been in there from the beginning of it.
Okay. Where was the prop cart?
The prop cart, so that's another thing. The prop cart, like, moved significantly after the incident.
What, I mean, I'm not, everything.
Well, the statement that Ms. Gutierrez just made, that the prop cart had moved significantly after the incident, is that consistent with what she told you on October 21st?
No.
I moved after the incident. So
Yeah. Okay.
that's not really,
All right, cool.
you know, of a concern, but during lunch.
So during lunch, it was still in the same spot where I told you guys, you know, front of the church, the doorway here, your guys' squad car over here that I was sitting in, my little cart over here next to a black tent.
Make this easier for you.
Well,
Because I was actually gonna ask you to do that.
Kind of fun. Stop. Yeah, so about over here. And there also was a black truck there earlier that day.
Okay.
So I'm right by that black tent.
Okay.
A little behind it because I don't want people, you know, touching it.
Okay. So cart's there prior to you guys leaving for lunch, and it's in the same spot.
And Corporal, how about the detail about the black truck? Is that something that was pointed out to you on the 21st, or is that new?
That's new.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Where was the prop truck? Or is it that truck this way?
The prop truck, whew. The prop truck is, the prop truck's like all the way over here.
So down at like the end of the town.
Yeah, down at the end of the town, like way over there. Right when as soon as you get in those gates, next to the gallows, across from the gallows.
There's a couple more.
Okay, cool.
Might help, might not help, but
Yeah.
that's the search.
I was like, what the
Without
fuck
all
is
the
that?
Google Maps.
I was like, what the hell? Anyway,
So way down at the end.
yeah, it would be,
Corporal, do you recall what photograph you're handing her?
Yeah, so I'm not sure who took these photographs, but we were able to locate some aerial views online of the rust set, which is what I was showing her there.
Thank you.
that's why we kind of keep a lot of the stuff on us because they don't like to move the prop truck, especially closer to the stuff. So it was pretty far away. You remember where you took me to the bathroom?
Yeah,
Past that.
so at the like very.
Yeah, it was
end of town.
right like when you would maybe get pull up and like the vans are there to take people.
Yeah.
That's where the prop truck usually stays.
So you guys have to pull guns from way down there and then bring them all the way.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's like a pretty good distance.
It's a pretty good distance, and then that's why we also didn't want to bring the cart all the way back to the prop truck.
So it got left by that tent.
Yeah.
Nothing was too different about it after.
No, and we have done this a couple of times especially on like big shooting days and everything, just because we are out there like in the boonies with like sticks, snakes, all that crazy stuff, and big rocks. So yeah, a few times we just left it there during lunch.
Who all uses that cart?
Just me, Sarah, Nicole, props.
It though.
Yeah, that's it for the cart. Usually people will try to set their stuff on there and I quickly shoot them away. Some people still like to put their stuff on it to rile me. But yeah,
Is it more in a joking manner?
I don't know. They just like, they know I don't like them to do it and they still do it anyways, and you know, yeah.
So it's, I mean, it's common to leave it out
Yeah.
when you guys break for lunch.
Mhm.
I mean, what about at night?
At night, we bring the cart in at night.
Where does it go?
It goes in the truck.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this day, there's obviously ammo on it
Mhm.
when it was left out.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, after lunch, how many guns came back to set?
Okay. I'm pretty sure because we were getting into the nitty grits of it, you know, we were about to start shooting indoors and ultimately, we weren't going to be seeing the horses outside. So I didn't bring the two shotguns. I brought one of the shotguns of wooden drums. And so here's the thing about that day. I was bickering with the stunt coordinator all day because he wanted to shoot 2 pistols before every shot just to make smoke and everything in front of the camera. And I was like, no, that's just like extremely uncommon. And he's like, well, we did it on dead for $1. I was like, no, that we're not doing that. But I brought a shotgun in case, like, you know, we could just do one big one if the director really wanted it, but we weren't planning on really doing it. It was just more of Joel, like, pushed for it. So we only brought the rust pistol, the drum pistol, and the wood pistol, and then also a shotgun.
Okay, and you guys pulled all 4 of those out at the same time?
Yeah.
Did anybody have to go back for anything?
I know that I think I brought him there, and then I immediately went to the bathroom after before we started getting into stuff.
Okay.
So I brought them to the set, and then I immediately had to go pee.
Did you already give Dave the gun?
No. At this point, no one had asked for the guns yet, and they were just supposed to be on the cart.
Okay. Did
In the
anybody
socks.
stay with Cart?
I told Sarah and Nicole too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were they still there when?
Sarah was flirting with Jensen, and I don't really remember if Nicole was nearby, but Sarah was pretty close to the cart still. Yeah.
All right, so 3 pistols, 1 shotgun, nobody went back to the truck for anything.
I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I went back to the truck, and I don't think Sarah sent Nicole back to the truck. Like I said, I went to the bathroom, and I didn't really.
But no other guns were pulled out
No,
besides those 4.
they shouldn't have been pulled out. No.
What time did you come back from lunch?
I'm not entirely sure. Usually our lunch goes from 12:30 to like 1:30ish.
Okay. What time frame do you think there was between when you guys came back from lunch to you pulling the guns back out?
Coming back from lunch, we get in the vans from base camp. So we probably take 5 minutes getting from the base camp to the set. And then from that point, we hop right off of the thing, and we grab the guns and everything, and we go straight over.
Okay.
Especially because, you don't want to be late.
All right. So did you grab the cart, take it back to prop truck, or did you just carry the guns?
We just carried from when we came back from lunch. We just carried the guns to the cart.
Okay.
Yeah, because we brought them there from the cart, brought them back from the truck to the cart after lunch.
Okay. And then who carried what guns?
I'm not exactly sure. They were still in the socks,
You'd know if you carry a shotgun compared to a pistol, though, right?
Yeah, totally. Maybe Nicole was holding a shotgun and I had a pistol and Sarah had 2.
Okay.
Or maybe someone's holding, we all kind of just had to hold gun belts, props, not to mention badges and things like that. So we're just all trying to carry all the shit that we have to bring every time.
Okay. So how long would you say, so you guys went straight from the prop truck, took him to the cart,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then obviously you have to take all these socks and everything off these guns. Who took them off?
So like I said, I went to the bathroom at this point. I'm not really sure if Sarah had started doing anything else from that point. All I remember is that I remembered the rust gun was dirty, and so I grabbed the rust gun, took it out of the sock, and proceeded to do the whole cleaning thing I told you about.
Okay. All right.
Which I thought it was pretty weird that they immediately needed the gun in there that quickly after lunch. Usually things take a little while for camera to get set up and everything,
Okay. You cleaned the gun, put that last round in it, and then how long would you say that took?
I think 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where does the gun go after that?
Excuse me. So the gun after that walks in with me and goes to Dave. Try to show it to Dave. Dave's getting talked at.
Inside or outside of the church?
Inside. He's sitting in the pew, and I think he's supposed to be Russ or someone. And from what I understood, it was just supposed to be a shot where he's sitting there with the gun ready. And then also Dave was just sitting in with it, and then I was going to come back in whenever Alec got there. But Alec got there and no one called me in.
Okay.
So I wasn't able to do that last check before Alec got it because I had no idea that the gun had been handed off. And also the video village, due to the camera crew quitting that day, wasn't working. So I had no way to see in there.
Okay. So you opened the gun for Dave
Mm-hmm.
to do the check,
Mm-hmm.
inside or outside of the church?
Inside.
Okay.
It was open already because, I put it in there and I walked in putting it in and I just left it open.
That's good for the
And
defense.
What did that check consist
That last narrative.
The check consists of me spinning the cylinder for Dave and telling him that it was gummied up.
All right. Did that gun go to anyone else So, because obviously it's in the sock, did anybody else have a handle on that gun?
After lunch? Yeah, not that I could tell. Yeah.
Did Nicole ever handle the gun?
Mm,
Russ's gun?
she only handled it, the day before, just like brought it down to me from the cart.
Okay,
Yeah.
but not the day of the incident.
No.
All right. So you give it to Dave, and then where do you go at that point?
I give it to Dave and I step outside because we're about to start shooting and I was getting like all my stuff ready. And also he was
What do you
just,
mean by getting your stuff ready?
getting my fanny pack filled up and, getting my pockets like lined with different types of blanks and everything because I have a pocket system where all the halves go on one side, all the quarters go over here. This is my dummy pocket and yeah, these are my empty pockets, and sometimes I use my butt pockets if I need to. So, like, Sarah, usually I would just set my fanny pack up for her, even though I like to have both on me because Sarah doesn't understand the importance of pockets. But, so I would set that up for her, and I would start getting my pockets and everything ready.
So it's pretty common for you to put stuff in, like, your pants pocket, right? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Common to put mostly blanks in there, yeah. And then also some trash, like you can't exactly just throw trash around and you eat stuff, so just a lot of pockets. That's why I like those pants. You can, yeah.
So you hand the gun to Dave, and then did you see what he did with it at that point?
At that point, he was just sitting in with it and not moving it at all. Just holding it.
Okay.
And his finger wasn't in the trigger guard or anything.
Obviously this gun goes in Alec's bandolier, does cross draw with it.
Yeah. Which I was already worried about that because he hadn't really trained with that much.
Okay.
Yeah, I texted his assistant the night before and wanted to make sure that he was comfortable with that, but they said that he was fine and that, they were gonna figure it out and stuff, so.
Do you have that text message still?
Yeah,
We do have that.
Okay,
yeah.
awesome. So he was just sitting with it, obviously it's not in a holster.
No,
Did you see when he handed it to Alec?
no, I was outside.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't seem like that much time had gone by. I think I was outside for maybe like 10 minutes after I had handed it off to Dave.
That the incident happened?
Yeah,
Or,
before, yeah, and then the incident happened like 10-15 minutes.
okay. So you take it into the church and give it to Dave. Did you ever make an announcement about it being a Colt's gun or anything of the sort? What did you explain to Dave?
I told Dave, I said, the gun is dummied up.
Okay.
From lunch.
All right. Let's go back to this little guy right here. Where were you standing?
When it happened?
Yep.
I was at my cart.
You were at the car when it happened.
Yeah, I think we had moved it up ever so slightly from that point, a little closer, or maybe it was back there and that truck had just moved actually. I'm not really entirely sure. But yeah, I was right there and I was getting my stuff ready.
Was this scene eventually supposed to contain, and I'm gonna say live fire, and no it's not, but like blank fire?
The scene, what we had been doing all morning was supposed to lead up to the scene that we were supposed to be doing blank fire in, but this particular shot was not.
Okay. But eventually it would have gotten to that point pretty much.
Yeah.
All right. After the incident, I know that you had explained that you ran inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The incident occurred and I kind of didn't really flinch at it even. And Sarah said, "What was that?" And I said, "I don't know." And Sarah said, "Was that the gun?" And I said, "There's no way that could be the gun." And then, next thing you know, I hear in the earpiece, set medic emergency. And I'm like, oh, what the hell? And I thought it was like a popper that had blown someone's arm off or something. But I go over to the front of the church and I look in and I see people on the ground and I'm like, oh my God. And I said, was that the gun? And Dave said, yeah, it was the gun. And to which I go inside, scream, and then they yell at me. And then I walk back out. I ask for the gun. Dave brings me the gun.
When you were in there, did you see where the gun was?
No,
All right, sorry, go ahead.
no, it's fine.
Yeah,
So I'm, everyone's kind of staring and looking at me at this point. And walking in and seeing that was super fucking awful too. So I kind of come out here. I'm like over here at this point, kind of away from everything. Dave brought me the gun. I take all of them out. The first one I take out has been discharged. And it, like I told you, at first I thought it could be one of those old dummies. But it could have been a live round by all means. And once you showed me that, what they pulled out of Joel later, yeah, it kind of seemed more like that. But yeah, so I pull all of them out and the other 5 were still dummies, just fine.
okay. So Dave brings it out, hands it to you. Is it open or closed at this point?
It's closed.
Okay. Hands it to you. Where do you inspect it?
It was like still really a situation to me. So I was either right there or I was right there
When you opened it?
when I checked the gun. I'm pretty sure I got it here and like we had kind of walked away with it, Yeah,
So you said that you emptied the gun, right?
yeah.
Where did you empty it?
I took it out, put it in my hand, and then I handed them to Sarah, and I said, go check that fucking box. I got it from that box.
And what to say?
The dummies and everything, and shell
So everything that you
had in my hands went to Sarah.
just handed it to her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just handed it to her, and,
I'm sorry, Corporal, just a point of clarification. What is Ms. Gutierrez saying that she handed to Ms. Zachary?
That she handed the ammunition that she took out of the revolver to Sarah.
Is that consistent with what she told you on October 21st?
No.
I took the gun, and I kept it in my waistband after that.
Okay. You didn't go check the box?
No, I didn't go check the box. I was freaking out, and Brian, my boss, came over at that point, and Brian took me a little further away to, kind of relieve people looking at me.
And you told Sarah, I didn't want you to leave then after you told Sarah to check the button. What happened?
I said, check the box, and she comes over to me a little later, while I'm off to the side, and I said, did you check the box? And she said, and we also had collected the other guns, and Sarah took those as well. And then I was like, did you check the box? And she said, yeah, there were some bad ones in there. And I don't know really what that means. That's just what she said. And I thought that meant like 1 or 2.
Okay.
2 days later, Sarah came to my hotel room after Halyna Hutchins' one of her vigils. And she came up to my room and was checking on how I was doing. And I asked her, I was like, I can't believe somehow there were some bad ones in that box. And she said, Hannah, more than half of that box was bad ones.
And she didn't explain what she meant by bad ones?
She said more than half of that box were bad, which, I mean, it's safe to assume that live.
Okay.
At that point, yeah, it was safe to assume that those were live,
So
mixed in with dummies.
when you emptied out the gun, how many rounds were there?
There was 6.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 had been discharged.
And do we remember what that one looked like?
No, not really. I took it out at this point, like, still pretty shocked. I'm like shaking just thinking about everything. But so, I take it out and pull all the others out. I'm like showing them to Dave and I'm saying like, no, like the others are dummies. Like, what the fuck? How is that in there? And I just like look at Sarah and I like, after I said that, I was like, I don't know how that happened. They are all dummies except for one. And then I like looked at Sarah and I was like, go check that box right now. And I handed it to her. And so it was pretty quick. And I wasn't even like really looking at it. I was just more like looking at Dave and just.
Corporal, do you recall on October 21st what Ms. Gutierrez told you in terms of handing the box to Sarah and telling Sarah to check the box?
No, she didn't mention anything about telling Sarah to check it.
Okay. So is that different than what she told you on the 21st?
Yes.
Freaking out at that point.
How did you know that one wasn't a dummy?
I'm not sure that it wasn't a dummy still. I mean, now we know really that it could have been a live round, but in my head, I was thinking that might have been one of the old dummies that the primer cap can pop it out.
Okay.
Because those, I don't know, those still, I haven't heard a lot of reports of those, but I know that those did used to exist.
Okay. So after gun was emptied, I mean, how'd
Do
you
you mind if we take a break?
Yeah,
I'm like
we can do that.
getting
Sure.
a little flustered.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The restroom okay?
Yeah.
It's been a little.
Restroom right here. I know, what's this room? I'm like, you get a little stuffy. Totally.
Yeah.
Miss,
The bald lawyer was never
Just wonder-
fired.
I'm wondering if we should take our bathroom break.
Yeah, and, Your Honor, that's fine, and we weren't anticipating there being downtime, so we'll see if we need to move the video ahead.
Okay, all right, let's take our bath break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All right.
All right, these are normally supposed to be 10-minute breaks, but the court's not very good about it. Usually runs over. Let me fix that. Court in recess until I'll presume it's a 10-minute break. They didn't say. All right. So there was some good stuff in there for the defense and some bad stuff. The remarkable thing here to me is this defense attorney ought to know what the potential legal liability is here. Now, I don't believe Hannah's been charged yet with a particular charge, but the charge that would be brought is pretty obviously involuntary manslaughter. And this defense attorney should know what questions these investigators are likely to ask to pursue a charge of involuntary manslaughter and what statements his client might make that might be harmful or beneficial to her in the context of investigating a charge of involuntary manslaughter. And he should be managing this interrogation. She doesn't have to answer every question. And he's doing nothing. He's doing nothing. It's unbelievable. And she's saying things that are damaging to her. Now, he can't tell his client to lie. He's not supposed to tell his client to lie. But he can tell his client, listen, I want you to focus on this stuff and not talk about that stuff. And she doesn't have to, the defendant doesn't have to say, the suspect doesn't have to say, I don't want to talk about that stuff. He can just interrupt and say, I've instructed my client not to address those issues in this interrogation, in this interview. So it's on him that it's not being answered. It's not on her. So on the merits, as I said before, if she were a 35-year-old ex-cop, ex-military armorer with 50 shoots under her belt, had some kind of certifications, training, and just had a bad day, showed up hungover, dropped the ball, wasn't organized, that guy would be done. That guy would be done. Just strict liability for all practical purposes. But she's not any of those things. A guy with an established career, he can afford to walk off a low budget film and not have it destroy his career on the grounds of safety that he could clearly articulate safety concerns. But that's not Hannah Gutierrez. 24, least powerful person on the set. Only her second job as head armor, and frankly, obviously incompetent to do the job unless circumstances are perfect. And these circumstances are obviously not perfect. Not really allowed to do her job. Stopped when she tries to do her job. Prevented from training people. Preventing from spending the time she thought necessary to her armorer duties. Not really being paid attention to. And again, if this were a mature, experienced armorer, none of this would be an excuse. That person's responsibility would say, listen, if I got to take the hit to my reputation of walking off the set, I'm walking off the set. This is dangerous. Somebody could get killed. And he would know that. But I'm not sure Hannah Gutierrez really believes any of that. I think she's seen her dad do this 1,000 times and just assumes it always goes right. That bad things can't happen as long as you follow at least a superficial process for ensuring safety. So listen, I'm not a champion of Hannah Gutierrez. If she gets convicted, it's no sweat off my brow, and I don't think it would be undeserved. But there is an argument to be made to the jury in her defense. Let me take a quick look. Let's see some questions here. Yeah, I just don't understand what this attorney's doing. I saw someone in the comments here. I can't remember what it is. They said a law self-defense member said, yeah, screw it. I'm a lawyer now. I can do that job. If all the job requires is sitting at a table and being quiet. Let's see. Yeah, she's stupid. She's stupid. I mean, you could do worse than opening up your closing argument for the defense by saying, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you've seen, my client's an idiot. An idiot. And she was exploited. Her idiocy was exploited by these far more powerful people. She should never have had that job. And they should have told her she wasn't capable of that job. But they were looking to save money. They needed a rubber stamp armorer on set for insurance reasons. And they just exploited her. And in doing that, they risked everyone's life on that set, including Halyna Hutchins. Law self-defense member Phillips says, I guess I must have misunderstood the purpose of having an attorney. I always thought they were supposed to represent their client's interests. Yeah. Oh, someone mentions the bump stock case has been submitted to the U.S. Supreme Court. Yeah, that could have far-reaching implications, far beyond guns. Because it's simply a ATF regulatory rule. It's not any kind of statute. And if the courts say you can't pass a regulatory rule that infringes the Second Amendment, that would have implications for thousands of regulatory rules. Law self-defense member Zakuza says, I done seen on the moving picture box, lawyers always be saying, my client isn't going to answer that. Yep. Joe says, this would have been a tough case to prosecute if she would have just stayed silent. You know, I don't know about that. There is kind of it's not technically strict liability, but it's pretty close to strict liability. You're the armorer. Someone gets shot on set. The guns and ammo are your responsibility. You need to explain how that happened, or that you didn't do anything that contributed to that. Because thousands and thousands and thousands of films and TV shows with guns are shot all the time and nobody dies. This time somebody died. How the F did that happen? And it's your job to prevent that from happening. You're handing the gun to the actor. I mean, not in this particular case. It's going to Dave Halls and from him to the actor. But nevertheless, there should have been zero possibility of a live round in there. And if you did something stupid, like shook, 2 rounds at the same time and heard a rattle and presumed that meant they were both dummies, I think she would have had a much better chance if these interviews had been managed by her attorney as opposed to this, free flowing Niagara Falls exposition of everything having to do with the event. I don't know. A pocket system. Zuguza says, I have a pocket system where I have random types of bullets all over me. Oh my God. Let's see. Lou from New York, Western New York says, when I drive fire practice, I mix up a few live rounds from one of my pockets just to keep it interesting. I call it the Hannah method, the Hannah drill. Oh my gosh. Charged the lawyer with theft and collusion with the prosecution. She was clearly completely incompetent to do this job, which requires a high degree of responsibility. Jeffrey says, oh my God, if you told me I'd be watching a video of a person committing freedom and career suicide with their lawyer present, I'd call you a liar. Yeah. And I've said this before, folks. You often hear, don't talk to the police without your lawyer present. My position is don't talk to the police with your lawyer present either. Let your lawyer do the talking. And if he's going to have you doing any talking, that what you're supposed to say should be very rigidly defined. The pocket system. Lou from Western New York says, when I'm training new CCW holders how to deploy and secure their firearm, I either take the slide off my own pistol, so you just have the frame, then obviously inoperable without a slide and a barrel, or I use a blue gun. Yep, blue guns are good. I like blue guns. Even then, when I used to do that kind of teaching, if I had a blue gun on my hand, I would hold it up and say, everyone can see this is a blue gun, right? Just plastic, not a real gun. Just to make sure people aren't startled. All right. Let me see if I have any super chats. That was all the member comments up to this point. And it looks like not. Which makes sense. Yeah, folks, I wouldn't want you to need to take care of a little administrative issue here. Hold on. My own little backup recording of today's proceedings. It's a good point to do that at the morning break. But you can certainly tell how much weight the prosecution's putting on the importance of these interrogations because she's playing them in their entirety, hours of it. And the witness on the stand isn't contributing all that much, just highlighting individual points, really. Yep. So I can assure you, or I should say, my expectation is that we will see much better legal defense in the Alec Baldwin trial. And he's going to need it. He is going to need it because the case against him is almost incontrovertible. There really is no defense. So it'll be interesting to see. I bet you they won't forget to get their expert witnesses lined up on time. I bet you they won't forget that. Of course, Alec Baldwin has presumably a lot more resources to hire legal counsel than did Hannah Gutierrez. And we'd all like to think we live in a world where the amount of resources you have doesn't matter, but I can assure you, folks, that it does. Of course, if you're a Law Self-Defense Platinum member, you don't need a ton of resources to get the best self-defense legal consult available anywhere. in the U.S. or its territories, and that is through our Platinum Protection Program at Law of Self-Defense. Platinum members are the only people on earth who are eligible for our legal consult. We don't take outside consults anymore. When we used to, it was a minimum of $10,000, but our Platinum members get that consult for free. And you can be a Platinum member for only 82 cents a day. 82 cents a day gets you 5 years of Platinum protection coverage, my guaranteed legal consult at no additional cost over the 82 cents a day if you're involved in a use of force event for 5 years, and thousands of dollars of our educational content, our books, our courses, our live classes, much more. Learn all about it at lawofselfdefense.com/82 cents. 82 cents, folks, to make sure that your defense counsel isn't allowed to do what's happening here with Hannah Gutierrez. Because if your defense counsel was that bad and you're a Platinum member, I guarantee you I would let you know that I had serious concerns about this person's capabilities in representing you in a serious felony defense case. Absolutely awful. So check it out, folks. Maybe over lunch, maybe the remainder of this break, just click over, open another tab in your browser, lawofselfdefense.com/82 cents. I know everybody is 82 cents, even in today's economy. All right, let's see what we have here. Check. Yeah. My fancy microphone is working much differently than it used to since I reset my soundboard. If I move even like an extra 2 inches away from the microphone, it cuts out completely, which should help with the train noise. I can't keep you from Q Baldo, and I can't keep you from keeping him if you like him. You have to pick your own lawyer, but you'll be making an informed decision. Yes, there are trains. We have trains by my office here. Only a few more months. I think another 4 or 5 months in this office, and I'll finally. We have trains 2 blocks away and a fire station a block away, and it's terrible. Terrible. Yeah, I'm not getting you off that way. By the way, folks, it's so you're a Platinum member, 82 cents a day. Great bargain. The reason we include those thousands of dollars of educational materials in there is because any lawyer, me too, is essentially stuck with the facts you give us. Even Jason Bowles, defense lawyer here, is stuck with the facts that Hannah Gutierrez gives him. If you give your lawyer bad facts, if you actually did it wrong, it makes for a much more difficult legal defense. If you give your lawyer good facts, you have made yourself genuinely hard to convict, and you've made your defense lawyer's job a lot easier. And that's what all those educational materials, our books, our courses are designed to do. Teach you what you need to know in plain English so that you end up giving your lawyer good facts. Because your lawyer doesn't have a time machine. He can't go back in time and change what you did. And if you violated one of those 5 elements of self-defense and gutted your self-defense legal defense, made it easy for a prosecutor to overcome, made yourself an easy target for prosecution and conviction, that's on you. Your lawyer can't really fix that. So you need to do it right the first time. And if you do it right, you're really hard to convict. Because if you do it right, if these elements are present, the state has the burden to disprove that beyond a reasonable doubt, the highest standard we have in the law. And if you did it right, that's often very hard to do. No, my book does not teach the pocket system. So that's part of this 82 cents. Not only 5 years of platinum coverage, but we give you all the thousands of dollars of educational materials and access, all in plain English, that you need to know to make sure that you're making yourself an unattractive target for prosecution, someone who's genuinely hard to convict. And if you look hard to convict, you're much less likely to get prosecuted in the first place. Prosecutors don't like to bring hard cases to trial. Prosecutors typically have conviction rates at the federal level, it's in excess of 95%, 98%, at the local level, like 90%. And it's not just because prosecutors are great lawyers, although some of them are. Kerry Morrissey is being a great prosecutor here. But because they get to choose which cases they take to trial. They don't have to take every case to trial. And they like to keep their winning percentage high. So they're incentivized to bring the easy convictions to trial. And that deprioritizes the hard cases. So if you look like a hard case, you're much less likely to be targeted for prosecution in the first place. Very common. Most of most of the cases we consult on, we don't go to trial. We get the charges dismissed, or at least the client put into a deferral program before trial, because the prosecutor can see from the expert report I provide as part of this platinum consult that it's going to be a hard case to win. Yes, as we say here at Law of Self-Defense, get hard to convict. By the way, you can get this hardcover version of our book at lawofselfdefense.com/get hard. Make great gifts, by the way. They're beautiful books, if I do say so myself. Alec, let's see. With Baldwin, you'd think he'd be one actor that would check his own gun. You know, and this is not a break for him, but maybe he would normally. I don't know what he does normally. But he's got himself involved with this Rush production that's on an simply unrealistic tight schedule. 21 days to shoot, and it's, you'd think by what everyone on the set has said in interviews, it's a 30-day movie. And they're trying to do it in 21 days. And they're poorly organized. So there's a lot of wasted time. So everyone's rushing. Everyone's rushing. When the video they showed, I think yesterday or the day before, in court, just before the shots fired, he's in costume. He's got the gun in the holster. He's getting instructions, and everything's happening. You can tell everyone's talking fast. Everyone's rushing. Everyone's kind of hectic. They know they don't have enough time. And so he probably feels like, well, I don't have enough time. I don't have enough time to check. Everything's going fast. And so he didn't check. He just presumed that the people who handed them the gun had checked. But being short on time is not a good reason to point what you know to be a real gun at another human being without checking to make sure there's no live rounds in the gun. Especially when we know it's obvious from the circumstantial evidence that he had to have pulled the trigger. It's the only way this gun could have discharged. So he pointed a real gun, what he knew to be a real gun, at another person with his finger on the trigger and shot her. There can't be any excuse when you're dealing with guns. It's almost impossible to unintentionally shoot someone with a gun and not have it be manslaughter. Because almost always it's the person holding the gun that manipulates the trigger to discharge the gun. The gun doesn't go off by itself. Are there weird circumstances? You're walking through the woods with a gun in your hand, you're hunting or something, and a tree falls on you, or you're walking, I don't know, you're home, have your gun in your hand, and you're just about to put in your safe, and a plane crashes into your house and induces you to pull the trigger. I mean, or you're hit by a car and your gun goes flying out of the holster and hits the ground and discharges. I mean, that's the kind of thing it would take to have a genuine accident with a firearm. But in the normal course of events, if you have a gun in your hand and it discharges because you've depressed the trigger and there was ammo in the gun. And if it hits a person, it's because the muzzle was aligned with a person. And you're responsible for all of that. You're responsible for your finger being on the trigger. You're responsible for ammo being in the gun. And you're responsible for where that muzzle is pointed. Period. And that's never going to be an accident. That's because guns are inherently dangerous instruments. Everyone knows guns are deadly. There's no ambiguity about that. If you know you're holding a real gun, right? Which Alec Baldwin, did here. So, yeah, it's almost impossible. And I mean, when I first covered this event, I did my first blog post on it the day after the shooting. I considered the possibility it could be an accident because we didn't know many facts at the time. Maybe a piece of the set had fallen on Alec Baldwin. Maybe the gun had been knocked out of his hand and had discharged when it hit the ground. I mean, those would be genuine accidents for which he wouldn't have legal or civil responsibility. I mean, the protection might if the set fell on him, then something was wrong with the set, presumably. But that's not what happened. What happened was he had the gun in his hand. He pointed it at Halyna Hutchins with his finger on the trigger and shot her. Not on purpose, but without ensuring there was not live ammo in the gun. Yeah, guns are dangerous, folks. I've mentioned this before. There's like 5 or 6 people in the world that I'm comfortable with, being next to on a live range. That's it. And I've done years, 15 years of very, very active USPSA and IDPA shooting, mostly IDPA shooting. But when you're shooting an IDPA match, it's supposed to be only the person who's about to shoot that stage is loaded up hot and only at the direction of a safety officer. So you walk up with a cold gun, no mag, no round in it, and you're told, if you're ready, load and get ready. Stand by, beep. And on the beep, you shoot the stage. When you're done shooting the stage, you unload and show clear. Take the magazine out of the gun, cycle the slide, eject any live round. Give the SO an opportunity to look into the gun, magwell and chamber, slide forward, and then you pull the trigger with the muzzle pointed downrange, just in case there could be a live round in there. It would discharge safely into the berm. Very rarely happens. So you pull the trigger, goes click, and now we know for sure the gun's cold. Goes back in the holster. And it doesn't go hot again until it's your next time to shoot a stage and you're under the direction of an SO again. And we are back. No sound yet. The Detective Hancock at lip fillers. Is that what's going on there? Please don't do that, ladies. Law Self-Defense member Jeffrey says, hopefully the defense has very good witnesses on their list for her sake. Well, they don't have an armor expert witness. We know that. All right, there's audio. We're back with Carrie Morrissey. Yeah, so the court, 15 minutes longer than planned for the break. All right, here we go.
Okay, we are resuming the video at 2:09:08, which is the end of the break of the people on the camera.
Good.
Oh, good.
It's fine, I just.
Yeah.
I was
Like your poor dog. Oh, I know, right?
I don't think we changed anything. My guess is that when they stop laughing, it's gonna go back to normal audio. Can we just try it and see?
Sure, just a little bit.
Okay.
They're okay, they're outside, but they can handle it.
They can
Yeah.
Oh, mine stay outside.
Okay, great.
So I'm not there. I have a 8-month-old German Shepherd who
Oh, how
is,
cute.
oh no, he's
Oh,
very
terror.
cute right now.
Absolute hell.
Terror, yeah.
He's pretty horrid right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
shoot, that's sorry.
Mine I had a German Shepherd, like a young one, a few years ago, and like she totally like chewed up all my panties and fucking trashed all my plants.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't let him inside like at all. He used crate trains in the beginning because I just wasn't gonna deal with that.
Yeah.
I normally don't crate train my dogs, but I've only had huskies, and so this was the first different one that I had, and he's like the most intelligent thing ever, but he is like reckless, like he's insane. Like,
Oh, man.
but I got him because I wanted to breed.
Oh, well, yeah. Those huskies are pretty.
Oh yeah.
The huskies.
I love calling German Shepherds. I like calling them Herman Shepherds. I think it's fun.
Alright.
Yeah.
7th inning stretch.
I know, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
I literally stretched
Yeah.
in here. You'll see it. You'll see it.
Just wait for the 18-month stretch.
Yeah, I totally had you and Alex mixed up in my head. That's so funny.
I am not.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I had you guys like, I thought she was Alec, and I talked to her like most of the time. Didn't even realize.
No, that's Samantha.
Yep, that's Samantha.
Do you want another water?
Corporal, who's the gentleman that just entered the room?
That is Detective Joel Cano.
Thank you.
All right, let's get this thing done.
Okay.
All right, so going back to those loose rounds that were in your pocket. It's common for you to carry them in your pocket.
Yeah.
Um,
My dad
something
usually carries a couple of like his favorite dummies, you know, like good night safe ones in his pocket, and I do the same. But we had 3 guns dummied up that day, so I used a couple of them on other guns.
Okay, is that why you keep them in your pocket? Is that why you?
Yeah, because just in case, and then also I have another in the bag, on the bottom of it, you'll probably realize that there's also some dummies in those pockets down there too. I try to keep like at least a good 12 dummies ready in situations.
Those are, but you're talking about the, like, bags, though, right? I'm talking
Yeah.
about your pants.
Yeah, I'm talking about my pants. Yeah, okay, yeah, I always try to keep like at least 5 or 6 in there.
Do you remember where you pulled those from?
Those I came out of one of my old boxes, and we had been using them from the weekend previous, and those were the ones with no primer caps.
So did you have those in your pocket prior to going to lunch?
No, those should have been in the gun already.
No, I'm talking about the ones that were in your pocket, so.
Yeah, the four without primer caps.
I think you pulled 6 rounds, 6 or 7 out of your pocket.
No, I'm pretty sure I pulled the 4 out of there, and then I got the other 2 from the box and shook them as I walked.
No, I'm talking, so the night that you came in for an interview.
Oh yeah, I had some extras in there. I think I found some more, and I was like, I'll put some more in there just in case.
But do you remember when you put those in your pocket?
No, not exactly.
Before or after lunch?
I don't really remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So then how come you didn't pull from your pockets to load that gun?
Well, I like I told you, I pulled those out earlier, and I totally forgot that there were more in there.
More in where?
More dummies in my pocket.
Okay.
Yeah, I just had forgotten that they were there.
That one last one that you pulled to load the gun, do you remember checking that round?
Yeah.
And what do you remember about it?
Seemed fine to me, and Dave was just kind of in my ear, and so I was shaking it, walking in, and putting it in there.
Okay. But
I just want to follow up on a few things. Over the break, did you have an opportunity to review some of the evidence photos?
Yes.
And did those refresh your memory?
Yes.
The rounds that were found on the top of the prop cart, and I'm not asking about blanks, how many dummy rounds were found on the top of the prop cart, assuming we've gotten the true story that the gun was unloaded at the prop cart?
There were 3 dummy rounds on the top of the prop cart.
And how many live rounds were on the top of the prop cart?
2.
And of the 3 dummy rounds that were on the top of the prop cart, did any of them appear to have depressed primers?
One looked like it had like a semi-depressed primer.
And what about the others?
That they did have primers.
That did not appear depressed.
Correct.
And obviously the live rounds did not have depressed primers.
Right.
Were you also able to, were you also able to refresh your memory as to the dummy rounds that Ms. Gutierrez had in her pocket on October 21st during your interview?
Yes.
And how many dummy rounds, if you recall, did she pull out of her pocket to show you during the interview?
She had 6 total.
And of those 6, how many of those had no primer cap at all?
5 of them had no primers, and then one of them was one that she demonstrated the rattled, so the one with the BBs in it.
So you are now familiar with all the different types of dummy rounds that were on that movie set, correct?
Yes.
So if Ms. Gutierrez loaded the gun with dummies and then spun the cylinder for Mr. Halls, would spinning the cylinder enable him to know whether they're dummies or not?
The only way that he would be able to tell just by spinning the cylinder would be with the ones that did not have the primer caps on them. Other than that, if they had a primer cap, he would not be able to tell if they were dummies.
And none of the rounds on the cart were missing primer caps,
Correct.
but she had 5 of them in her pocket
Yes.
that presumably she did not use to load that gun with.
Correct. She did state that she did not pull any rounds out of her pocket to load that gun.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
No, he was in my ear, like, and.
Oh, your radio.
Yeah,
Got it.
there's always a fuck ton of people in my ears. It's not the voices.
I'm up here walking.
It's not the voices. It's a ton of people, and you'll see me a lot of the times on set, just take that thing out and throw it as far as I can.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you don't remember when
that's
those
how I
were-
knew when he was telling me. Yeah, I don't remember exactly when those were in my pockets, and honestly, they might have been in my pockets, in a spot where they aren't normally, you know.
All right, so I have some questions regarding like media statements that you guys have put out.
Okay, yeah.
And
Just so you know, like, one of them with Bob got a little crazy, and Bob.
The fence doesn't want this coming in. I wonder what kind of media statements Jason Bowles, world-class defense attorney, has put out that could be damaging to his client. The girl at the defense table, Clay says, must know she's on national TV because she's toned down the look from the first day. Don't mix her up with the new female defense counsel, Monica, whatever. Herrera? Not Herrera. Monica Barreras. The law office of Monica Barreras. Albuquerque, New York. BarrerasLaw.com. No bar number. Monica's pretty mid. But the other girl, I think she's some kind of paralegal or something for the defense team, is crazy looking. Oh, looks like we're coming. No, not yet. Monica Barrera walked away from the bench. Now everyone's breaking up.
and we're not sure how, trial's fluid, okay? So we're going to take a break, and you'll have to wait in the deliberation room. Don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
Another break
And,
already.
when we think we're ready for you again, we'll tell the bailiffs. Okay? Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I guess the judge said you got to cut that stuff out. The press announcements. Doesn't want the jury to see that. Hearsay. Maybe not actually Hannah's own statements, other people's statements other people are making that may or may not be correct. They're not on the witness stand. I don't remember seeing any press statements, but I wasn't following Hannah that closely at the time. I was mostly focused on Alec. Yeah, the witness, Hancock, of course, she was in the interview, and now she has to watch the video of it. I'm sure she's watched this many times. Kevin says Monica is a stone fox, but my standards are low. She's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with her. Most people are average. At least she owns a hairbrush, which is more than I can say for some of these people. Judge, for God's sakes. Judge Mary Marlowe Summer. Now what do we have? We have Jason Bowles, Jason Lewis, one of the prosecutors, and this dude in the middle with the white shirt. Wonder if he's an IT guy. So that's why the last break ran 15 minutes long, was because there were very specific questions that Carrie Morrissey expected the detective to answer in a certain way, and she answered, "I don't recall." So they took time to have her review some other documents to refresh her recollection. No indication of when they said they're going to come back. Is Seth Kenny on the witness list? Yes. I'm pretty sure he is. Let me take a look. He sure is. He's on the state's witness list. Now, the state's witness list has about 50 names, 42 names, and they've been going through like 5 a day. So that's, 8 days worth of witnesses right there. Now, some of them are only half an hour. Some of them are 2 hours, an hour and a half. So it varies, but on average, we're in the 5th day of the trial now. As of yesterday, we had 17 over 4 days. So averaging 4 a day. So that's 10 days of trial right there. Okay, it looks like we've gone straight back to the court seal. All right, I'm going to take that down. Take this opportunity to do a little of my own video maintenance here. A lot of testimony. We're still on direct. We're going to end up having spent many hours with Detective Hancock and all these interviews. That's for sure. All right. Let's see. Comments. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, I don't think they changed from the circus person to Monica. I think the circus person is still around. They got rid of Todd Bullion, the male defense lawyer with the beard. Apparently, Hannah decided she just didn't want to work with him. We covered that yesterday. So she asked that he be withdrawn from the case and replaced with Monica Barrera, the stone cold fox, as Clay says. The judge had ordered that he would not be allowed to withdraw, that he had to sit at the defense table, but he would not interact directly with Gutierrez as per her request. And also that Monica Barrera would be allowed to join the defense team. But ever since Monday, I haven't seen Don Bullion. Someone told me he was in the courtroom on Monday, but just not at the defense table. So maybe that's the compromise. Let's see. Yeah, I had once in my life, I had a, have to call it a negligent discharge. The very first semi-automatic pistol I ever owned, that I'd ever bought myself as an adult. And I was down in my basement. I had a little reloading room in the basement. It was a completely in-ground basement, so not a walkout. So all the walls are, cement block, and there's earth on the other side. And I'm handling my brand new Smith & Wesson 40-06, 40 caliber, very heavy, slide mounted safety, really an awful gun. Terrible, very poor choice, but I didn't know any better. So I'm handling it in my little basement reloading room, and I knew two things for sure. I knew the gun wasn't loaded, and I knew my finger wasn't on the trigger. But I had the gun pointed in a safe direction, and suddenly there was a loud bang, and my world went black, completely black. And for a second there, I thought I'd killed myself. What actually happened was of course, my finger was on the trigger, and the gun was loaded, and I fired a round unintentionally, and the round hit an outlet box, smashed the outlet box, shorted out the circuit, so all the lights flipped off. And in the basement, there was no other source of light. Last time that ever happened, that was 35 years ago, more. And I fired many, 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 many tens of thousands of rounds since then. It's usually with responsible people. Hopefully you never have one, but if you have one should be enough. Let's see. I'm going to pull up my little platinum flyer again. As long as we're waiting. Become a Law Self-Defense Platinum member, folks. The only way to be guaranteed to have my legal consult if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, or property against criminal predation. If you like the coverage and analysis you're watching here, maybe you'd want me to be part of your legal team should the worst happen and you find yourself charged with a felony for having defended yourself. And you can get that legal consult for free, at least no additional cost, for only 82 cents a day, and thousands of dollars of our books, courses, live classes, and much more. Check it out at lawselfdefense.com/82 cents. I can tell you one thing, you wouldn't be stuck with a defense lawyer like this, or at least you wouldn't have to be. You'd know what you were dealing with, which I'm sure Hannah Gutierrez doesn't, because that first couple days of trial, I really thought Todd Bullion did a far better job than James Bowles. And Todd Bullion is the one that Hannah got rid of. Let's see. Kyle says, I heard a rumor that for the price of one super chat, you can get a month's worth of questions answered for free. That's true. That's true. You can become a Law of Self-Defense member. A standard member, not a platinum member, is only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month. And you get all your questions and comments addressed for free in the member chat on the live stream and a Law of Self-Defense member dashboard. But you can at least try it out for 2 weeks for just 99 cents. Gets you a 2-week trial, unlimited access. And if you stay a member after the 2 weeks, and just about everybody does, then you convert to a standard membership, 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month. Try out the trial membership for 2 weeks. I know you have 99 cents at lawselfdefense.com/99 cents. Sorry. lawselfdefense.com/trial for the trial membership. And let's see how people have been hitting the likes. Have people been hitting the likes? Let me see. What do we got? Just over 1,000 people watching, and only a third of you had hit that like thumbs up button. Hey, folks, subscribe. I'm really close to 60,000 subscribers. That would be fun to hit. 59,319. If you're not a subscriber, why not? It's free. Hit that button. You can always unsubscribe, or half the time YouTube unsubscribes you without you even knowing. But hit that subscribe button. Hit that thumbs up like button. If you don't like what you're seeing, I don't know why you're here. So hit that thumbs up button. I think that's the most important parameter that Twitter uses actually for making this content more publicly available when they're not giving me, age restrictions and just demonetizing me completely. Let's see. Thank you, everybody. The likes are going up. I appreciate that. We got 1,000 of you here. If I just get like 680 more of you to subscribe, I'll hit 60,000 subscribers. That would be pretty cool. I don't really consider myself a YouTube content creator. Our business is providing legal consults and educational materials and legal analysis and blog posts and stuff like that. But it doesn't hurt to have more subscribers. Let's see. The trial's distracting from work. Women with hyphenated last names. Women are high risk no matter what, folks. No offense, ladies. You know it's true. Let me see. Hey, yeah, law self-defense members. Of course, the members are on the live stream, so they can participate in the members-only chat, get their comments and questions answered. But if any of you want to pop over to YouTube just for a moment to hit that like, thumbs up, or even subscribe, that would be appreciated. Yeah, accidental discharge is not a good thing. Let's see. I'd forgotten that James Yeager had passed. James Yeager, rest in peace. This is from Jeffrey, on law self-defense member. Said he had 2 negligent discharges, both with 22, so he refused to shoot 22s again. Well, by the way, folks, that's part of the beauty of the gun safety rules, is that they're redundant, right? So keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot. If you screw that up, make sure the gun's unloaded. And if you screw that one up too, make sure the gun's pointed in a safe direction. That's what saved me, was the gun was pointed in a safe direction. You really have to screw all of them up for something terrible to happen, right? So that's the beauty of Cooper's gun safety rules. And of course, when shooting, certainly recreationally, know your target and what's behind your target. I've seen people do that. I've seen people hang like a can in a tree and shoot at the can and give no thought to what's downrange of that can. And even 22 rounds will travel a long way, folks. They're just being fired into the air with no berm. Paul says, I've worked my way up the ladder, started watching Law of Self-Defense on YouTube, then subscribed, then joined Basic, and now Platinum. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I'm doing a consult on a Platinum member case right now. I've mentioned it yesterday. It's the guy is pretty lucky. He got involved in a use of force event just earlier this month. Got arrested, charged with 2 felonies, and called our hotline as a Platinum member. And we checked, because sometimes people become a Platinum member after their use of force event, and then we just have to give them their money back. So, because it doesn't work retroactively. And this guy had become a Platinum member just 2 months before, in November. So 3 months before. In November of last year, he became a Platinum member. And thank goodness he did. If he thought about it for another 3 months before joining, he would have been out of luck. But yeah, I'm working with his lawyer and his legal counsel right now. So you can delay if you want, folks. It's no skin off of my back, but You don't get to choose the time, place, and manner of your attack, right? The bad guy does that. You don't know when it's going to happen. You just have to be ready. You don't buy a gun after the attack. You need the gun when the attack is taking place. You need to have trained with the gun before the attack takes place. All that has to be in place before you're surprised, ambushed by a criminal attack. The same is true for the legal fight. You need to have everything in place. Your education, your legal consult as a platinum member, all that has to be in place before the attack, and you don't know when the attack is going to happen. So I would suggest that you put all that stuff in place today. Today at lawselfdefense.com/82 cents. Let's see. Court's on a break again. Whoop, that's not what I wanted. Let me fix this banner. Not sure how long. All right. Yeah, production assistant would be nice to have. So I can just do the talking about the stuff I know about and not all the production IT stuff. Let's see. Yeah, James was a James Yeager did not hold anything back. he was a man of strong opinions and not shy about sharing them. So how are we doing on YouTube now? That's better. 500 likes. It's still only half the people watching, but and what about my subscriber numbers? From 59,319. I don't know how quickly I don't know if this updates in real time. Yeah, we picked up about 15 new subscribers. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Less than 1%. About 1% of the people watching decided to subscribe. It's interesting. Let's see. One of our members says, I had my first negligent discharge last year with the Smith & Wesson bodyguard. It wasn't the bodyguard's fault, but I got rid of it anyhow. The trigger pull was so long, my wife thought it was empty. So she handed it to me. I got lazy and didn't slide check. Yeah, safety rule number 5, don't aim at the wall outlet if you're in a basement. It got dark pretty quick. I learned another lesson too. I learned it was possible for me to change an electrical outlet before my wife got back from the grocery store, and I'd have to explain what happened. Yeah. I've certainly seen negligent discharges. It's why I generally don't like being around other people who have hot guns. Even at the ranges, at least the modern ranges today, they generally have some kind of bulletproof material between the shooting positions. Even better if it's a transparent material so you can see. But in the 90s, I stopped going to ranges because their partitions were often like 1/4-inch plywood or cardboard. And you take a step back from the line for a second and you see the guy next to you was trying to clear a malfunction in his gun with the muzzle pointed right where you were just standing. I was like, no, I don't want to do that. I was very lucky. For most of my competitive shooting career, I was living in Massachusetts, but 15 minutes from my house, my home range was a very active USPSA, IDPA, and later cowboy action shooting range. Had lots of berms, 3-sided berms for action shooting. And like a gym, during the weekends it was busy, but during the week there was nobody there. There was always a free berm. You just have a whole berm to yourself, set up your targets, practice. I used to practice every day like that, every lunch. It was fantastic. Is Hannah's dad on the witness list? I don't see him on the witness list for the state. I'm not sure why he wouldn't be. There's no privilege there. But maybe they know the defense is going to call him. And then they can I'm sure the state would rather cross-examine him than direct examine him. So if they're confident the defense is going to call him, then the defense will do direct questioning and the state can cross. Because on cross, you can do something you can't do on direct questioning, which is ask leading questions. I did have that happen to my Dillon press, my Dillon reloading press, my 650 XL. I hadn't used it in a long time, and I went to use it, and it was kind of sticky in operation, and I forced the handle, and I ignited a primer, and then that blew all the other primers in the primer tube, and so that was pretty loud. But you know what? I sent the whole press off to Dillon, and they did a complete rebuild on it. And it came back like brand new. It was great. They updated a lot of the parts. I can't remember if they even charged me for that. Yeah, so don't do that. If your press, if your progressive reloading press is not operating smoothly, whoops, looks like we're back. Don't force it. Loud things might happen. All right, everybody.
All right, you may be seated.
So it's 11 a.m. New Mexico time.
We apologize for the delay. We are resuming the video at 2:15:03 for the record.
So the first one was about training days. You made a statement about how you wanted training days.
Yeah,
Who did you express that to?
Gabrielle.
Okay.
Yeah, and I asked about it to Ro and Gabrielle. Right from the get-go, I tried to start getting actors and everything to start working with me. Kind of one a day would have been ideal. They told me, they were like, well, no one really needs to get trained. You know, these are all trained people. And I was like, okay, whatever. I thought that more actors were coming in later and I would train them as the show went on. But then Joel called me and Joel was like, no, we need to train like all the actors. They're going to be there that first week. And I said, okay. So yeah, they set up a training day, but I was trying to get them in from like the very get-go.
Okay.
Yeah,
But, I mean, the statement was that you fought for training days.
I did.
So,
Yeah, I was always pretty much arguing with Gabrielle and friggin', because at first I didn't even want to have the training day, you know. So
they're expecting people to just.
yeah, no, they literally did not want to have that training day at first, and they told me it wasn't necessary. And then after Joel called me, Joel told them like, no, don't be.
It's not us this time.
Just let me,
Okay.
Nobody's in that courtroom.
see what happens.
Typical courtroom AV nonsense. Just need another 667 subscribers, folks, to hit 60,000. Do the right thing. Maybe if I hit 60,000, I'll take my tie off. Oh, Law Self-Defense member Eric had received the RCBS reloading press from an uncle, I think yesterday, but it was all rusted up. And I suggested he contact RCBS and see if they would refurbish it. He says they don't do refurbs. They said, buy a new one. It's an old model. Fair enough. Yeah, I used to not frequently break parts on a Dillon, but I had it for 35 years. I loaded tens of thousands of rounds on it. Every once in a while, a little part would break. And I would just call them and they'd send me a replacement. So I always kept a spare kit. So I had a spare on hand, and then I'd ask them for a replacement and put the replacement back in the spare kit. They're a great company. Mike, of course, is gone. The founder and owner passed away a few years ago. But just a great organization. Made it possible for me to shoot a lot more ammo than I would have been able to without that reloading press. That's for sure. Probably 10 times as much. Maybe 20 times as much. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Who's whispering? The state's at their table. Looks like the fence is at their table. That's a pretty easy duty if you're a law enforcement officer. Work the court just like that, in the room. Wear a shirt and a tie. Flirt with the secretarial staff and the clerks. Yeah, I've loved my Dillons. I had a Dillon 550 for a year or two, and then I upgraded to a 650 XL, which is gives you more options, has more stations, and has a brass feeder. And the 650 was fantastic. At the time, the only step up from a 650 was a 1050, which was like a commercial grade reloader, which is a bit much for me. Well, my 650, I could load, I want to say it was 500 rounds an hour of like 45 ACP or 9mm, which maybe it was only 300, but it was no less than 300. Because I used to keep a bunch of primer tubes already filled, so they were ready to go. I'd have like 10 primer tubes filled up. Bought powder 8 pounds at a time. Primers by the thousand. I still have boxes of primers labeled $14.99 for 1,000 large pistol primers. I think it's over $100 now. Someone told me. Crazy. Philip says he's got 3 Dillons. They're great for production volume, but not so good for experimental series. Yeah, I mean, progressive presses are not ideal if you're fiddling around with different powder weights and bullet weights and stuff like that. But once you have a formula, and I had a good formula, once you have a formula, you just kind of lock it in and that's all you do. Take off your tie and give dating advice. I just describe reality and people get all upset. I don't know why. Yeah, I missed the competitive shooting. I thought I'd have even more opportunity to do that in Colorado than I had in Massachusetts, but it's been the reverse. Very few outdoor ranges here. I did join one, but it's like an hour and a half from my house, and I think I went twice in 3 years. It's just too far away. I don't have a 3-hour round trip available. I don't have that kind of time. Let's see. Any super chats? There are a couple. Let's see. Brian Mahoney. Oh, $2. Dude, $2. Got to be a minimum of 10 on the super chat. But he did $2 twice, so I appreciate that. Let's see. All right, well, we're still on break, effectively. Put that banner back up. See if anybody on YouTube has any funny questions. If they're exceptionally funny, I may not require the $10. Danny says, go hang out at ST's Park, the elk are tame, and wander around town. Yeah, I've been up there on my motorcycle, and you're absolutely right. There's a herd of elk like right in the middle of town square. Right in the middle of town square, just hanging out. Martin says, I just paid $120 for 1,000 CCI large pistol primers. Jeez. $120. Bob says, people get all upset because you can't handle the truth. Most people can't handle the truth. Most people live in very carefully crafted delusions, and then thin as an eggshell. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe when I move, it looks like we may be moving to Huntsville now instead of Orlando. When I get to Huntsville, I'll have to check out what the shooting scene is like. I honestly, I wish I could just, find or share. I was hoping I could, like, maybe me and a few guys could get like a 50-acre piece of land someplace and push up a berm, but it never came to be. Uh, Someone wrote Alec Baldwin is more than 50% to blame here. It doesn't work that way. The blame is not split between Gutierrez and Baldwin. They could each be 100% responsible. In theory, they could each be 0% responsible, but not really. Not Baldwin for sure. I mean, his facts are too clear. He pointed what he knew to be a real gun at a woman and certainly depressed the trigger and without checking to make sure it wasn't loaded and killed her. That's involuntary manslaughter every day of the week. Yeah, Dylan always used to have haters. I don't know why. I think they're great. My 650 has been awesome. And it was reasonably quick. Pretty good production volume. But I would usually just load up ammo like in the winter. So I'd have a summer's worth of supply. In Massachusetts and New England, there's not a lot of shooting in the winter. Once there's snow on the ground, very difficult to dig your brass out of that snow and melts into the snow and your fingers freeze. So it was a short shooting season compared to folks who live in better weather states. And there'd always be snowy winter days. You could, take a few hours, take half a day, reload a few thousand rounds. Snoop says, would you rather have a good lawyer or an honest lawyer? A good lawyer. I don't really care if the lawyer is honest or not, if he's good. And he's doing his job for his client. He's zealously advocating for his client. That's the criteria. That's the core. That has to be happening. And then if I have to choose between good and honest after that, I'll pick good every day of the week. Plus, defense lawyers get cut a lot more slack. The constraints I would put on a prosecutor for being honest are much stronger than I would put on the defense. The defense has a different job. The defense has to compel the state to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they can do that by playing fast and loose with the facts, that's fine with me. I don't have any objection. It's the state's job to overcome that defense. Salvador says, my dad had a gun get jammed. He moved his hand over the barrel to clear, and 1 second later, the jam resolved itself and fired. Missed his finger by a fraction of an inch. Yeah, no part of your body should ever go in front of the muzzle. Ever. I would be cautious about putting your hand over the ejection port. If there's something went weird, the gun didn't fire. Maybe it's a hang fire. Maybe it's thinking about it, and in a couple seconds, it's going to decide to discharge. The guns I shot in volume for competition were full size guns. So my competition gun was mostly 95% was a 5-inch 1911. So there's plenty of meat on the slide to grab without putting your hand over the ejection port. But I didn't have many malfunctions. I mean, the gun that was a Wilson combat gun. It ran beautifully, just beautifully. Once I had the in like 100,000 rounds, I had the ejector pins shear off the frame one time. That was probably 80,000 rounds through the gun at that point. And I sent the gun off to Wilson and they fixed it for free and sent it back. The only malfunctions I ever had were because of my own ammo, my reloaded ammo. Because you have enough rounds, sometimes a primer can go in backwards or the primer doesn't get pressed into the round, or weird things can happen occasionally. But I would shoot, of course, 1911, 5-inch barrel, 45 ACP. I would shoot 200 grain semi-wide cutter rounds. I'm blanking on the powder I used. It was like 4.5 grains or something. But it was a powder I used for many, many thousands of rounds. Very reliable. And that 1911 would eat those semi-wide cutter 200 grain rounds like just ran them like a sewing machine. Perfect. Yeah, Nick Ricade has been pretty sick the last few days. I hear he's getting better. I certainly hope he gets better quick. Nick's a great guy. I hope to be able to cover the Alec Baldwin trial with Nick, and that's scheduled to start August 6th. Kevin says, on law of self-defense, I never understood tap rack. Isn't that dangerous if you have a hang fire? Hang fires aren't very common. I've never had one. I've never had a hang fire in real life. Yeah, it could be bullseye. I did used to use bullseye. Richard from Wyoming says 4.5 grains and a 200 grain semi-wide cutter would be bullseye. That's probably what I had. They use bullseye for shotguns too? Vague recollection. I mean, when a round goes off outside the chamber, I mean, it's a little dangerous, but it's not like the bullet goes anywhere, right? A bullet flies out of a gun because the gun's much heavier than the bullet. So the gun moves a little bit, the bullet moves a lot. If you throw a live round like into a campfire, it'll eventually cook off. But the lead bullet doesn't go anywhere. It's the heavy part of that structure. The brass can fly out. The brass might hit you in the eye. That's why you wear eye protection. Tim, law self-defense member Tim asks, what's the most common mistake you see people make in self-defense cases you've consulted on? Well, there's 5 elements to a claim of self-defense, right? These are the building blocks of any claim of self-defense. By the way, if you'd like this little cheat sheet, you can get it for free. I'll put that banner up for a second. It's just a PDF download. We don't charge a penny for it. lawofselfdefense.com/elements. Here we go. lawofselfdefense.com/elements. If you don't know these 5 elements of self-defense, you have no idea how self-defense law works. But people often ask me, of these, innocence, imminence, proportionality, avoidance, and reasonableness, which one do people screw up the most? And the answer is they screw them all up. There's no one that's the most. Often they screw up a combination of them. If I had to answer the question, what's the most common mistake people make, is that they don't inform themselves ahead of time before they're in the fight about where the legal boundaries for defensive force actually are. They don't read the book. They don't take the courses. They don't sign up for this amazing deal for 82 cents a day. Get thousands of dollars of plain English, self-defense law, instruction, educational materials, books, courses, and platinum legal consult protection for 5 years at lawselfdefense.com/82 cents. And it looks like we are finally actually back. We'll see. Exactly 1,000 people watching. Folks, I am humbled. This is so great. I'm not sure I've ever had 1,000 people until this trial. We've peaked over 1,000 a few times.
Okay.
I remind you, subscribe if you're on YouTube. Hit the thumbs like up. All of those things are free. Or become a Law Self-Defense member for 99 cents at lawselfdefense.com/trial. Get all your comments and questions answered for free. This court just can't figure out what it wants to do. She's lucky she's in New Mexico, folks. New Mexico, involuntary manslaughter. If she's convicted and gets the maximum sentence, it's 18 months. And a lot of jurisdictions, involuntary manslaughter with a gun could be good for 10 to 20 years, especially with a firearm sentencing enhancement. Now, New Mexico also has a firearm sentencing enhancement that's good for, it would have added 5 years. I think 5 years mandatory to this sentence. But fortunately for both Alec Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez, that New Mexico firearm sentencing enhancement, 5-year mandatory, was passed, became law after October 21st, 2021, when Halyna Hutchins was shot. They did initially indict Alec Baldwin with that gun sentencing enhancement until his lawyers pointed out that you can't do that. Laws don't work retroactively. That was a pretty stupid oversight by the prosecutors on the case at that time, which was not Carrie Morrissey. But she's pretty lucky. So she's young. She's, what, 26, 27 now? Even if she has to do 18 months, bring a bunch of books, do your 18 months, you come back out, you start life over again. If you were looking at 10 to 20, that would be a very different proposition. Clay is saying, I'm betting guilty, but probation. I don't know. A woman died. You have to remember, when you get convicted, the judges go with the jury's finding. I mean, 99.999% of the time, you're guilty of involuntary manslaughter. Why should the judge give you a break? Law self-defense member Jeffrey says, LOL, body part in front of barrel equals self-amputation. Yeah, but people do it all the time. It's amazing. Just look at how people handle guns in a gun store at the counter. It's crazy. Paul asks, Huntsville, Alabama? Yes, we're looking at Huntsville. Clay says, just a warning, if you come to Houston during the winter, don't use the word ice. It shuts down the whole town. I'll be back in San Antonio next month. Or I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say, actually. For those who follow me, for the same reason I've been back in San Antonio the last few times. Clay says, anytime you come to Houston, range time is on me. During the week, there's usually only a couple of us old guys out there. Yeah. See, of course, I like shooting guns anytime, but when I was shooting competitively, I was very passionate about it. And I was easily fire 1,000 rounds a month, easily. And got pretty good. I was a master class competitive shooter in IDPA, in custom defensive pistol and stock service pistol. But I don't have any natural talent. So for me to stay competitive at that level, I have to practice all the time. And that means going to the range. Of course you can dry fire every day. And dry firing is most of it. But it's hard for me to imagine being competitive and really only live firing at the match. Brad asks, isn't there national forest land to shoot on? I think there is, but then there's other people randomly shooting there too. So that makes me nervous. I like a controlled range. Controlled by, I don't mean there's someone there controlling people. I mean, like when I used to shoot in Massachusetts at my home range, there's just action pistol shooting berms, 3-sided berms. So it's almost impossible to not be safe there. And you're the only person there in that berm. Yeah, I would definitely, if you're looking for a reloading press, I would recommend Dylan. Now, in fairness, that's the only reloading press I've ever used, but I've had a great experience. Tim asks if she's convicted on the tampering charge, is that still a felony? Yeah. So the way it works in New Mexico is your sentence liability for the tampering charge is a function of what the underlying crime was. And the sentence is basically the same as for the underlying crime. So the underlying crime is involuntary manslaughter, a 4th-degree felony, good for 18 months. So if she's convicted on the tampering, it's a 4th-degree felony, good for 18 months. If she were charged with murder, then the tampering sentence would be that whatever the murder sentence would be, something along those lines. It's a 4th-degree felony, the tampering, on the facts of this case. Brad says, I live within minutes of 2.2 million acres of national forest land, plenty of areas to shoot alone, get out on your bike and find a spot. Most of my riding is road riding. So, I ride through plenty of national forests. They're beautiful up here. I have to say, I've ridden all over the world, and the best riding I've ever had is in the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. It's just unbelievable. And a little bit of northern New Mexico, Carson National Forest, and then southern Utah is great. And I think I'm getting up to Montana this summer, Glacier National Park. I'm going to check that out, kind of the northern edges of the Rocky Mountains. If I can swing my British Columbia motorcycle trip this summer. But yeah, I've ridden the Swiss Alps and they're gorgeous. There's a lot more little villages and stuff in the Swiss Alps. The Rocky Mountains, much of it is basically unpopulated. So the Swiss Alps are different. Maybe I shouldn't say they're not as good. They're different, but other than the Alps, the Rocky Mountains are just fantastic. Oh, the fire station is going. Can you guys hear that? Can you hear the sirens? Does it come over the microphone? I mean, it's really loud to me coming through my office window. Monarch Pass is great. Yeah, all the passes are great. All the passes are great. Centennial Pass is great. Wolf Creek Pass is great. They're all amazing. And some of them are, plenty of 14,000 foot passes. There's not much oxygen up there. So stay on the bike. I only get up long enough to take a picture. Distance says definitely going to hit the Sun Road over the summer. But my advice, time it so it's not a busy time because that road can be a parking lot with tourist buses. I don't think I know the Sun Road. Oh, up by Glacier National Park. Yeah. Well, I can only go when I can go. I mean, I can go during the week. It's like here in Colorado, I stopped riding my motorcycle up in the mountains in the weekends. It just gets too crazy. The Sun Road. Yeah, I'll have to be sure to try that out. I would be up by Kalispell, and it's not far from Kalispell. I'll have to check that out. That looks beautiful. Yeah, so here in Colorado, if you're going to ride a motorcycle and you have the luxury of doing it during the week, I would do it during the week. There's hardly anybody on the roads during the week. In the weekends, it gets crazy. Yeah, Colorado is beautiful geographically, just like California is beautiful geographically. But when the progressives take over, you can stay or you can be free. You can't do both. Where is there we are. What are the odds that Hannah takes the stand? Well, I mean, yeah, that's so Paul responds that she pretty much already has. So often a big risk of your client taking the stand is you get a lot of stuff exposed that you'd rather was not exposed to the jury. But she did these multiple hours of interviews with the police and it's all being exposed. What her drug use? I mean, that's already going to be argued by the prosecution. So she could get up there and lie about the white powder being cocaine and then have to try to explain why she made all those text messages to recover a bag of confectionery sugar. So that's a risk. The trouble is that she doesn't have, I don't have any confidence that she's getting good legal advice, sound legal advice from her defense counsel is the big problem. And it's a very difficult judgment call. That needs to be very carefully well thought out by an attorney who understands how it could go wrong, what kind of questions the prosecution could ask. And I'm not sure this guy knows that, Jason Bowles. I didn't see any of that reflected in his counsel during these interrogations where he basically says nothing. Let's see. Yeah, so I've done 100 passes because I'm a member of the local little BMW motorcycle club and they have mugs they'll give you. So when you document you've done 50 passes, they don't give you a mug. They give you is it a mug? Yeah, it's a mug. They give you a mug with it says 50 on it, with a little cartoon. And then when you hit 100, you do 100 and you got to ride the pass. You get to the top of the pass, you have to take photos with your bike to prove you were there. and date and time and keep a log and stuff. And then you submit that to the dude who runs that little program, and you get a mug for it. So it's crazy. But yeah, so I've done 100 passes multiple times here in Colorado on different motorcycles. No, later. Thanks. Emily brought my lunch, but I'll wait until the court actually announces they're going to lunch, and then I'll play a little, maybe the Seth Kenny interrogation. Arches is, everyone should go to Arches once. I mean, it's nice. The rock formations are very interesting. It's a little park. There's not great riding there. I actually like Canyonland better than Arches. It's like the Grand Canyon, but less crowded. But there's a lot of great roads in southern Utah. So every year, the last few years, I've made a springtime ride out to Las Vegas and LA. So a buddy of mine got together in Las Vegas every year, and Bryce Canyon is great. Riding to and from Bryce Canyon is great. But I would ride out from Denver through the Rockies, through southern Utah, down into Las Vegas, where some buddies of mine would get together. I'd spend a couple days in Vegas, and then I'd go on to LA from there, where I have friends in LA, like the actor Alec Baldwin and Kurt Schlichter and some other friends of mine who live down there. And I'd visit with them for a couple days. The author Nick Cole, if you know who he is. If you don't know who he is, you should. And then I just make the same ride back the other way. And yeah, it was fantastic. Monument Valley, Grand Staircase, all that in southern Utah. Zion gets damn crowded, unfortunately, going from southern Utah into California. But it's pretty. Tends to be quite a bit of traffic. And they have at least one tunnel there that's one car wide. So you have, traffic has to take turns. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, I would not be carrying a firearm into Canada. It's not permitted. Take a look back at the YouTubes. Hold on a second, folks. The court's on break. All right. Monument Valley. It's just hard to go wrong. My buddy Will Parker, I don't know if he's in the chat. My buddy Will Parker is going to, he lives up in Kalispell. And sometime this spring, he bought a trailer from a trailer company in Castle Rock, Colorado, where I live. So he's going to truck down to pick it up, and he'll bring his motorcycle with him. And then he and I are going to spend 4 days riding around. I'll show him around Colorado on a 4-day trip. Probably do like Durango, Telluride, Glowwood Springs, that kind of thing. And then back to the Denver area. So someone asked, did a passion for shooting get you into self-defense law or vice versa? No, I was shooting since I was a kid. I shot small bore rifle competitively as a kid. Thank you. And then as an adult, I got into pistol shooting. But I was already pistol shooting. I already had a concealed carry permit when I attended Mas Ayoub's 40-hour LFI-1 course, what he now calls MAG 40. And that's really what got me into self-defense law. I was already a practicing attorney, but that Mas Ayoub course just blew my mind. Showed me the potential for self-defense law. And from that is what I do today. So guys like me stand on the shoulders of giants like Mas Ayoub, who's still out there teaching. Now he calls it MAG 40. So if you check out MasadAyoubGroup.com, you can learn more about Mas. He does great stuff. I strongly encourage you to take what he now calls his MAG 40, or at least a MAG 20 course. Snoop says, thank you for addressing the Hannah Sims that think because Alec Baldwin being guilty, that makes her innocent. That's not how it works. Now, I suspect, I don't know, I suspect that Alec Baldwin is spending quite a bit of money on a public relations campaign of some sophistication. So there's a lot of bot accounts out there saying things like that don't make any legal sense to try to influence the marketplace of ideas around this event. So he's getting a kind of PR defensive warfare arrangements that Hannah doesn't get. Yeah. So, yeah, yesterday the defense was kind of silly. So, one of the things I pointed out, let's see if I still have my image here. They've been trying to argue that the maybe the live ammo came from PDQ and from Seth Kenny PDQ and didn't come from Hannah through her dad. And they found live rounds of PDQ when they executed the search warrant, and they compared them to the live rounds found on the set. And they're different. And see if I can open up this picture here. So anyway, yesterday they had the state armorer expert witness on, and he pointed out that these were different. I'll pull that picture up again here. There it is. So on the left, we have ammo from PDQ, and it's got these flat discs with a perforation in the middle. And then it has a semi-wad cutter with red lube. And the live rounds found on Rust have flat discs, but much smaller with no perforation, and they have flat round nose bullets with a blue lube. These are different. And at one point on the cross of the armorer expert witness, the defense tried to suggest that, wait a minute, if you look at the Rust container, there's something there that looks like it has a flat disc with a hole in it. And here's that image. I don't know if I can make it bigger. That little thing there. And the defense attorney was trying to say, well, that looks like the gunpowder that was found at PDQ. Of course, it's nonsense. I mean, this is such a weak defense argument. What he's actually pointing at is just this little disc thing. It's just a part of the extrusion of the plastic lid or the plastic base of this container that the gunpowder is in. Just an incredibly ridiculous and weak argument. Shameful, and just absolutely not compelling. It's like trick testimony. It's obviously nonsense to anyone who's informed. You'd have to believe people were an idiot to buy that. And by the way, the armor expert witness just pointed out he does not consider that any kind of gunpowder. That little round thing in the image there. It's true that if either David Halls or Alec Baldwin had checked the gun themselves, Halyna Hutchins would be alive. And that's why they have liability. So David Halls has already pled to negligent handling of a deadly weapon and got a 6-month unsupervised probation, basically. Alec Baldwin, of course, is still coming up for trial on involuntary manslaughter charges and almost certainly guilty on the merits. That doesn't mean Hannah didn't recklessly contribute to Halyna Hutchins' death. And no one has to prove that Hannah put the round in the gun. The round could have come from anywhere. It doesn't matter. What matters is that however it got in there, it could have been detected by Hannah just as readily as by David Halls and by Alec Baldwin. And as armor, it was her responsibility to make sure that gun did not have a live round in it. That's why she's supposed to check. That's on her. Now, the only real defense I see here is kind of an emotional defense where you might say, well, the production made it impossible for her to do her job correctly. So maybe that should mitigate her liability. But again, if she were a 35-year-old male armorer, ex-military with 50 movies under his belt, no one would buy that excuse. So it's only sellable here because of how young, naive, and stupid she is. I mean, they can make, I'll wait to see if the defense is going to make an intervening cause argument. An intervening cause argument is where, yes, of course, I did something that contributed to the bad outcome. But between what I did and the bad outcome, there was some unforeseeable intervening cause that, but for that intervening cause, the bad result would not have happened. And here, that unforeseeable intervening event would be Alec Baldwin pointing a gun directly at Halyna Hutchins and putting his trigger on the finger in violation of all the SAG rules about this kind of thing. I don't know if I still have those open or not. So many tabs. I'd like to think I wouldn't have closed it, but maybe I did. But I've talked about them the last couple of shows that, oh, here it is. Make myself a little smaller. General safe use and handling of firearms. This is from SAG-AFTRA. These are the safety rules. Safety bulletin number 1. The most important safety bulletin covers firearms. Refrain from pointing a firearm at anyone, including yourself. Never place your finger on the trigger until you're ready to shoot. So that's where Alec Baldwin is. Not a great place to be. It doesn't really matter where the round came from. I mean, if you could show that it came from Hannah, that would just be another contributing act of recklessness. But it's enough that she picked up the gun, gave it to David Halls without ensuring there were no live rounds in the gun. That's enough for recklessness. Unless you're amenable to the argument that they made it impossible for her to do her job effectively. So maybe then they assume. Yeah, not the Film Actors Group Guild, folks. What was that? What was the name of that movie? Team America. That's what it was. In which Alec Baldwin also had a starring role, maybe not to his liking. Also, who's the other guy? Matt Damon. Matt Damon. That was such a funny movie. I will never die. I love these accounts. It was her job. It was her job. It was her job. You know what the industry says? SAG says, as an actor, you are ultimately responsible for your own safety and the safety of your fellow cast members. Safety is everybody's job. Everybody's job. Not just one person's job, and then everyone else can forget about safety. I don't understand how anyone could not know this, could be willing to like speak publicly on this case and not have bothered to educate themselves on this. It's crazy. People are funny. People are funny. Let's see. Lions Roar asked, did I ever do CAS shooting? So CAS is cowboy action shooting. And I did it exactly one time. And the circumstances are kind of remarkable. Maybe it's an interesting story. So back around, I think it was 1996, I took a multi-day defensive shooting course with Jeff Cooper. Now, Jeff Cooper was not with Gunsight anymore. He had sold Gunsight. So this was kind of an independent shooting class. And it was conducted at the NRA Whittington Center in New Mexico, which is about 3 hours from where I live now. At the time, I lived in Massachusetts, so I had to take a flight into Denver and then rent the car and ride down to the NRA Whittington Center. Fantastic facility, by the way. And so we're taking this course with Jeff Cooper, shooting 1911s, of course. And it was great. Jeff was great. Still a good shoot. He had recently broken his back, cracked a vertebrae. So he was getting old. But still a great instructor. His mind was all there. He could run that 1911 like nobody's business. Still, he was very, very good. And that was a great class. But while we were taking that class, a cowboy action shooting competition was taking place on the property of the NRA Whittington Center, which is many thousands of acres big. But it wasn't that far away. So during a break, I got my rental car and I drove up there, and I'm just walking around, and they're all dressed in their cowboy outfits and shooting the cowboy guns and various stages. And they were obviously extremely committed to this sport. And they spotted me watching them, and they were like, "Hey, do you want to shoot?" And before I knew it, I had a 6-gun on, I had a shotgun, I had a lever action pistol caliber rifle, and I shot a couple stages. It was fantastic. It was great. The single action revolvers were great. The shotgun, the double barrel shotguns were fun. The pistol caliber lever actions were fantastic. Fantastic. Now I own lever actions, but they're all rifle caliber. And frankly, they're not that much fun to shoot. Because they're pretty light rifles and they shoot pretty stout rounds. But the pistol caliber lever, you can run that gun as fast as you can work the lever. There's basically no recoil. You're shooting like 45 long Colts out of a, I don't know, 6-pound, 7-pound rifle. It was great. It was great fun. Now I never really got into it because I was already committed to IDPA, and I only have so much time. But the folks who were committed to it were certainly having a heck of a time, and they were very good shooters. Very good shooters. And eventually they did build out a cowboy action shooting area at my home range in Massachusetts. But I would go plink there during the week, but I never participated in actual matches. Let's see. Go back down to the bottom. Yeah, the disc we showed is the injection. That's what I was looking for. The injection mold port witness mark. That's all. Did I add the SAG rules to remember download? Barrett Kenner. Hey, Barrett. How you doing, man? I don't know that I did, Barrett. I don't know that I did. Let me make a note to myself to make sure I do that. You mean the whole safety bulletin number 1? I do have it somewhere. I'll have to look for it. I got it actually from Adam Baldwin. Was kind enough to send it to me. By the way, folks, I've written about this case many, many times. And these are all open access content because of the high profile nature of the case. And I've aggregated them all on one page. So if you'd like to see all the stuff I've done on this tragedy of a shooting, you can find it all at lawselfdefense.com/Baldwin. And one of those is a lengthy interview with the actor Adam Baldwin, not Alec, but Adam from Firefly and The Last Ship and Full Metal Jacket and Chuck and a whole bunch of other stuff. Great guy, good friend of mine, known him a long time. So you can check that out. Let's see. Let me make a note on my to-do list. Add SAG Safety Bulletin 1 or LSD members per Barrett Kendrick. All right, Barrett. So I should get to it sooner or later now that I've made that note to self. Kyle says, when my dad was highway patrol, he told of a training disaster. He didn't see it, but he read the report. The trainer was showing how a 1911 could be disabled by taking out a battery. When he demonstrated on a volunteer, he blew the spine out. Well, it won't fire out of battery, but if your hand slips and it goes back in the battery, It'll definitely fire for sure. I mean, that's not a plan. That's an act of desperation. Let's see. My Bodyguard, 1980, Adam Baldwin played Linderman. I believe that might have been his first movie. He had aspirations actually for professional hockey before he went into acting. But his family didn't have the financial means for the kind of training that you need to be competitive as a young man working your way up to. He's a big dude, man. I'm 6'1" and he's substantially taller than me. Let's see. Yeah, just look at the I mean, just look at my coverage at lawselfdefense.com/Baldwin. There's nothing in the New Mexico involuntary manslaughter statute that says unless you're an actor, unless you're on a movie set, you're still not allowed to recklessly kill people. Every time a gun comes into your hand, you should check it. You hand it to someone else, they should check it. They hand it right back to you, you check it again. The judge can't take it out of the jury and rule her guilty. That's not how the American legal system works. She has a jury trial. Only the jury can find her guilty. Now, the jury could find her guilty and the judge could issue an order notwithstanding the verdict, a directed verdict, and find her not guilty, but the judge can't find her guilty. And judges don't really do that. That's a 1 in a million event. I don't think the cocaine, the tampering, and the involuntary manslaughter would run consecutively. I don't see why that's not normally how it's done. Let's see. But did I have a cowboy hat? I don't think anyone gave me a cowboy hat. No, I didn't have a full costume. They put a a Western type holster on with the belt and all that, and the rest of it I was just dressed for my 1911 class with Jeff. Turkey shoots, I remember those. In fact, I remember when I was married to my ex-wife, I went to the local turkey shoot at my local club. This is a competitive match they put on around Thanksgiving, and if you win, you actually get a frozen turkey. That's the prize, and I won. And I came home with the frozen turkey, and my ex-wife was asking where the bullet holes were in the turkey. Yeah, you don't shoot the turkey, folks. Let's see. These tampering charges and like obstruction charges are weird because you'd think that you could only be charged with obstruction of justice for an underlying crime if there's an underlying crime, if you're found guilty of the underlying crime. But it's very common. It's routine for people to be convicted of obstructing an investigation even when they've been acquitted of the underlying crime. And I would expect the same with tampering. So they don't have to prove under the terms of the statute, the tampering statute, they don't have to prove that she had cocaine. In fact, let me see if I can pull up the indictment real quick so you can see the terms. Now I don't know where it is. I'd have to look for it, folks. I don't have it handy for some reason. Well, maybe I can find it here because they added the tampering very late. Sever charges. Um, there's a lot of motions filed in this case. A lot of amendment witness lists. Third amended criminal information. Maybe it's here. Yeah, tampering. So let me pull this up. See, check out the language of this tampering charge. Whoops. Tampering with evidence. That on or about October 21st, the above named defendant did transfer narcotics to another person with the intent to prevent the apprehension, prosecution, or conviction of herself. So, with the intent to prevent the apprehension, prosecution, or conviction, that's pretty broad. Now, did they transfer narcotics? Now you say, well, how will they prove that beyond a reasonable doubt? They didn't have the narcotics, the authorities. They didn't test it with chemicals to confirm it was a narcotic. The state's going to argue from the circumstantial evidence. Why would someone, if it wasn't narcotics, what could it be? What's the alternative scenario? The reasonable alternative scenario. What would someone spend multiple text messages over a period of weeks trying to recover a bag of white powder? That's what exactly? Flour? Confectionery sugar? Or is the only reasonable interpretation of that circumstantial evidence that it's an illicit substance, that it's a narcotic? And if you believe that, if that's the only reasonable conclusion you can come to based from the circumstantial evidence, then it's obviously she did it to prevent the apprehension, prosecution, or conviction of herself for the involuntary manslaughter. So that's where we are with that. Is the court still out, or am I screwing up? Oh, court is still. They went to lunch. They went to lunch without telling us. Is what I think happened. Those stinkers. Now I wonder. What should I pull up? What should I pull up? I think I had a list of interrogations. We went through a good part of I thought I had prepared a list. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Rust interrogations. How about we take a look at Seth Kenny? I can't remember now if we did all of David Hall's. Sorry, something came up with one of the kids. Let me take care of that. And then I'll send this. And I'll keep monitoring the court, but this way I can grab a little lunch for a few minutes. So this will be Seth Kenny. Let's see. Okay, Seth Kenny is the, I don't know if I need to do that. Let me try this. This is not doing what I wanted to do. There we go. I'll take off that banner. And let's see what Seth Kenny, owner of PDQ Arms and Props, boss of Sarah Zachary, who was the props manager on the set and the boss of Hannah Gutierrez for props purposes. Hannah Gutierrez's job roles were twofold. One was armorer. The other was basically assistant props. So here we go.
Why this thing stops rattling.
Is it an old one?
No, this is one of the 50 that I gave the show
All right,
with the nickel primers.
this is the box that was recovered.
Yeah, those are Swanson's. JS is Joe Swanson, and that's dummies. So I mean, that's definitely, it's not what I provided because mine was handwritten. But I mean, in the end, again, it doesn't matter because we have to assume everything is live on all the belts and everything that somebody has slipped in rounds. You know what I mean?
Right. So yeah. So here's like the side view. So some have holes, and then you have.
Yeah. So it's just a disaster. So this box is not indicative of anything. This might have come from the Nick Cage movie. I might have provided this previously on the Nick Cage movie. It's entirely possible. I don't remember because once it goes out of custody, though, what's what? I mean, you have no idea what it is. Yeah. So then.
So here's like a close up of just going up a little bit more.
Yeah. Now, I've got a funny weird. I've got an eye thing. I've got keratoconus, so like the light bounces around, so I can't really quite see. Okay, so we've got some punch primers in there, which again, unless they rattle, they're a problem. And it's the fact that they're all mixed up is just lack of organization, right? Normally, you definitely put the punched ones in a, like together. Yeah, and then, but these all look to be, well, there's one nickel one right there, right? And the rest of them, and the way these pockets are open is just weird too. If I saw them, but they look to me like, all right, let me go line by line. That's, okay. Starline, I see the arc there, arc.
I think they all had. I don't think there's any that didn't have.
They're all Starline? Okay, so I thought originally so there might have been some Winchesters in there.
Not in this box.
Oh, and some of the other ones. Okay, so yeah, and these, that's a sale thing. Some of his and the gun belts had that. I never do that. I never have those, and I don't think Billy Ray does either.
Okay. Yeah. So these two were on the top of the cart.
Okay.
Data suspected live.
Interesting. So they didn't shake, they didn't rattle. They look to be the same bullet. This taper looks different than this taper on these. Right. So the one thing is, this is very odd to have live ammo with the star line. Like, I don't know where you would even find this stuff, right? Okay, so that was the tell.
Yeah.
When you asked me, you know, and I said, no, Joe Swanson doesn't sell, you know, he doesn't
Live.
sell, yeah, he doesn't sell ammo. And it was something I thought about, and then it dawned on me something that happened 2 years ago. So that's what I wanted you to talk to the DA about, trying to keep.
Or whoever.
Yeah, I don't know. When I talked to him, in the back of his head, he goes, you know, I wondered what would the chances be? And I said, well, I said, do you have any load date on it? And he says, nope. And he goes, he told me what. I go, what powder you would have used? Trail, and he said Trail Boss and one other one. I wrote it down, and then I snapped a picture of it. So then I got thinking, well, I think I know where there is some still.
I believe Trail Boss was the powder. Let me pull up that image. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Okay. Now, yeah, so I guess I'm wrong about that. So I'm not familiar with these powders, folks. I have mostly familiar with bullseye powder, but I'm told that I believe it was testified, maybe someone can correct me, that the flat discs with the perforations were Trail Boss. And that would be the PDQ gunpowder. Clearly different than the gunpowder found on Rust.
And I called him up, and he goes, yeah, I have a box and a half.
Okay.
So if we back it up, again, it doesn't matter, even if you can't connect all these dots,
Right.
she still didn't do her job, and the AD still
Which she
totally
will be,
screwed
but
up.
yeah, I mean, at least I would answer the question of
Where did it come
where
from?
in the world.
Yeah, and bring a lot. I mean, I don't think there's anything such as closure. I mean, you know, as far as
That was the fire room.
that's the one. And that was the other thing I thought of as well, which was they never asked me for spent shells, right? Never. There was never an instance where they said, oh, we should probably have some spent shells as well.
And there's
So what is Seth Kenny's primary concern here? Justice, closure, or avoiding civil liability himself?
I asked him to split out spent shells
Mhm.
in her kit and stuff.
I think, I don't know if it was in the kit or the belts or all.
They were all over
It
the
might have
place.
been like in a bag, I don't.
Okay, so the reason why that is because her dad has drilled it into her, save all the shells for reloading. And there's a box. I have a box too. It's not really telling, you know, other than there's a whole bunch of coincidences. I'm like, all right, well, that connects to this connects to that. I found a live round in my van, which was weird, and I want to give it to you. It's not a period thing. It's the wicked hollow point from the 45 long Colt. And I was looking.
The trial's supposed to go on another week and a half is the schedule. So through next Thursday.
For my wallet. I'm like, where did I put my wallet? I couldn't find my wallet. So I started tearing through it. And on Dale's side of, you know, the news van, under a thing of motor oil, just in case, you know, you never know, right? And I look down there and I'm like, oh, there's a dummy round. And I pick it up and I look at it and I'm like, whoa, what is that? And it's, you know, like a self-defense whole thing. And I shake it immediately and I was like,
I'll put a banner up. It's Seth
You know,
Kenny.
like, dude, don't leave live rounds in my van, right? And that's what happens, the shit that happens. And so anyway, his DNA and fingerprints are going to be on that round and other stuff that I have. Now, he's not related to Hannah. He's her dad, but they're not related.
They aren't?
Mm-mm. No, he was off on a movie set and his wife went out on him. But he's always,
Oh,
he never questioned that, you know, she was ever, that's why they have
So it's
different
not
names.
his- Okay, but it's not his biological kid.
Yeah, so if you get DNA from one or the other, it's not gonna match.
Well, yeah, I know. So this was, and this is what was I saying that we need to.
women.
Yeah, there's no, I mean, that was the only thing. I was like, well, no, Joe doesn't sell, you know, there's just no way, like Billy Ray would have got or anything else.
That was on a belt that we had found.
That's weird. Does that say Hornady? It says 45.
Kind of a stepdad, I guess.
Have you identified it?
I'm sure.
Centuries? Does it say century? Spain? Oh, it's a plastic one.
That's plastic?
It's plastic.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That's junk. They don't rattle because they're just plastic.
They're like,
The
I
Denex
don't
round.
like. I don't know. Yeah, they might be cast. They might be cast. They're junk. It's
Denex from Spain.
Can I don't mind if I use my phone? Yeah. It's
like Den,
it's
Denta?
no, it's Dentex or hold on.
DNTX?
Yeah, let's see. Spain replicas. No, Spanish. Here we go. Denix. DENIX. Yeah, they're yeah. Okay. Accepting the cookie. Yeah, they're a Spanish maker. They do a bunch of stuff, historical weapons, and yeah,
It's totally fake.
totally fake. Yeah, there's no way it can never ever be loaded. I mean, you know, ghetto loaded, yeah, maybe, you know, let's see. And not only that, I mean, I could get you some if you wanted, because, let's see, catalog here. There's Western American. Yeah, that's nothing at all. And from talking to Sarah, that's it.
But,
Yeah, not anything.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it had like that line in.
Oh, it did. Yeah, like a forming or casting line or
Yeah.
something. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like them because, oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, you're right. Especially in the bullet too.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's not anything. That's weird. I don't remember ever seeing the indentation like that on them. Yeah, I could give you samples though. I mean, then the panic, they're not bad, but the fact that they don't rattle is unsettling. Yeah, it has to have a rattle. If it doesn't rattle, it's out. And even that, you like gotta test it.
Yeah, so that was the one, this one is the one that was.
It looks like that right there.
Yes.
So, you know, I mean, the
Like, there's just so many with like the nickel type, but I mean, some of them, like I said, like these ones, I believe, didn't have a rattle.
mm-hmm,
I think one on the belt didn't have a rattle,
mm-hmm.
and then.
Well, Sarah said she went through like half the box and she found, I don't know, maybe she was in a state of shock and panic, right? So, well, you know, this is the other thing too, is his name's already going to come out because of this, right? So it's not, you know, big deal if you load it. I mean, as a friend, you load ammo for a friend. It's not, there's no federal or state or local violation, so it's not that big a deal.
Right.
So, okay, big deal. He doesn't care. He's just like set to retire, and anyways, it's not going to make a difference to his business. I mean, he does great stuff, and he doesn't put live ammunition out on shows. Is it going to be as much as my name kind of be like, oh yeah, that's the guy? Yeah, it's like that. That's the dirty MRFer that how dare he do what he does and provide guns to movies and television shows. So, but that's the kind of, we're just in it. So it is what it is.
Oh, and that'll be the medium more than anything.
It will be. I mean, but a reporter asked me, she's like, how's your reputation? I'm like, thank you. That's exactly what I need to hear. My daughter's going, great dad. So I know most people just aren't aware of like the exacting nature of reloading and live rounds too.
Mhm.
And when you're talking about the weight of the type, like, there's like a million different gunpowders too?
No.
Okay, well there are. And some of them are very specific and they look completely different than other ones.
Okay.
So of the two types that Joe said he loaded 2 years ago, he goes, I would probably use Trail Boss and the other one is whatever. And I don't even know. And I said, okay, he goes, I go, well, what do they look like? Knowing that some of them are rods, some are flakes, some are balls. And he goes, well, this one looks like a donut and it's gray. It has a hole in the center. Right? Yeah. So it's the burn rates and there's a whole bunch of things that they do. And for reloading, big deal. It's just like, well, whatever you can get your hands on at the time. If you can get a bunch of Trail Boss, well, then you're going to burn that stuff up and save other powder for other purposes, right? So it would have been loaded to, historically, it's 28 grains for period-specific weapons, which 28 grains is like a fraction, not even, I mean, it's such a small amount weight-wise, and it wouldn't just been 28, it would have been 29.2, which 0.1 of a grain is so light that if you breathe on the scale, it'll register more than 0.1 of a grain. If fluorescent lights, will affect the weight of the scale.
Really?
Yeah, so if you have a box and a half that went from Joe Swanson to Thale to a sheriff, and then the other stuff went to a judge, it's a pretty good chain of custody, and it's going to be, and he knows confidently that, that's the stuff I got through Thale from Joe Swanson, and he has it, and he's not ditching it, right? Because nobody's like, if Hannah, the chain of custody is Hannah, then that's a problem. Or Thale, it's, and then, and if she was shooting, I don't know if you've actually been able to get any
We
statements
haven't
on.
had anyone come forward.
Really? Not even the Teamster?
Well, that has like confirmed that was actually happening.
So he's saying, I'll come in and talk, but he hasn't, or?
I know that there's a couple like of the camera crew members that were, but we have had like from everybody that we have interviewed, we have had no one that has confirmed that there was any target shooting or anything of the sort happening.
You're kidding me.
That's good to know.
I mean, big deal. Then she did it before. I mean, it still doesn't matter. She didn't do her job. So it's like, well, we're in for a penny and for a pound on this whole thing. Let's see. There you go. August starts here. Sunday, August 15th.
The truck door. Who is this from?
What do you think? Just keep reading.
And what is the trapdoor?
Trapdoor's a rifle.
Okay.
And that one was not a reproduction. It was an original pre-1900 gun.
Okay. This is back in August.
Right.
So she was trying to shoot.
She wanted to shoot live ammo out of the guns, the TV movie guns, and I said, no effing way, obviously.
Yeah.
And then she acknowledged, but and then down below, right, you did see where she said, okay, fine, I'm going to shoot him out of mine now.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Her,
yeah.
what does she own?
She owns a 45 Long Colt of a single action army. It's a reproduction.
But she owns it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, remember that in the interview, she said, oh, my dad gave me a something for Christmas.
Yeah. No, she hasn't talked about a gun that she, but she had said something about not really shooting 45.
Didn't you listen to the interview with her? The Western one?
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were talking about my interview.
No.
She didn't mention that in my interview.
No, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, she had talked about not really shooting 45, and that she
Bloody liar.
only really shoots 22.
Oh my God, just like, who are these people that have no sense of guilt over this shit? This is crazy.
So her dad.
She said she mostly
gave her
didn't shoot 45.
Yeah, she said
Not
that in the
never.
interview. I'll send it to you. It's painful to listen to. Let's see.
When was that interview done?
In the last couple of months.
Okay.
In between the Nick Cage movie and the start of the next one. What was that? I sent it to a few people. Who did I send it to? Who sent it to me? John Navarro.
That's interesting.
Yeah, here it is.
Does she typically carry that with her everywhere?
She's got a Walter P22 and some piece of crap Jensen nickel-plated thing that she bought, which is a total ghetto gun. I'm like, are you kidding me? Who was I with? I was with Peter, and I forced him to listen to it like three times in a row. Okay. Hold on, let me see. Oh, here it is. Talking about the Nick Cage movie. It goes on for an hour, but in this interview, she took. That's me.
Look at these old men flirting with the purple-haired girl. I'll show you my cannon, little girl. You don't know how dangerous she is. Seth is like flirting with this
All right.
detective. Yeah, I know Nick Cage. When I was talking to Nick Cage, he told me how to pleasure a woman for hours.
Okay, so she already said, let's back a little bit further. She doesn't do loading, she doesn't know. No.
I just hunt cinematographers
She talks about it.
indirectly. She's utterly unqualified to be an armorer. Not even a basic firearm training credential. Doesn't reload, doesn't hunt.
Voices of the West. So in there, she says, she's talking about getting a Ruger 9mm. And she says that she's got a Walter, and then their dad gave her a 45 long Colt for Christmas. And a bunch of other stuff that.
Clay, I haven't yet really seen any of the body cam from the Houston church shooting. I have some of it, but I haven't had an opportunity to watch it. Covering this trial is a 15-hour a day job, folks. So I don't have a lot of time, but maybe over the weekend I'll check it out.
You gotta listen to it. So I sent you the link. Yeah. So the only way I think we're gonna be able to, I don't know, I mean, depending on what comes back, if they test the live ones and the grain matches, the grain and the powder matches exactly, along with the bullet weight, then you've got something, especially if these things have got, one of them, the live one's got Sales prints on it or hers. I mean.
Yeah, and I don't think it's more determining because anybody could have touched these at this
True,
point. Like,
it's true.
it's not really, I don't think it's gonna hold that much weight doing that kind of stuff. It's just a matter of if these, do match the ones that he has, then at least, we can track back to where they came from. If
Exactly.
not, then.
Exactly. Well, then, then we know it went from Joe Swanson, Dale, to the sheriff, and then where it's not the same batch, you never find Starline brass with that specific powder, with that grain weight, is just the possibilities that they're out there.
So does he have?
The state itself has shown a box. HMS, I think, was the manufacturer. Small quantities of cowboy action ammo, 45 long Colt with Starline brass. I don't remember what powder was in it, but Trail Boss, I hear, is a pretty common powder for cowboy action shooting.
And he doesn't have the composition of what?
Well, the powder lots too should vary.
Mm-hmm.
Like the FBI, they should be able to say that comes from the same powder lot, because it's 2 years ago too. They might have changed it since then.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, who would have, call the guys at Starline and say, who's been loading your stuff with, who loads your stuff for live ammo? There's just no way. When you're talking about 1/10 of a grain and the powder and circumstantial, but still, it's pretty compelling.
Yeah.
Cause
I'm like, and then the thing with those is I'm like, even these have like hammer strikes on them.
yeah,
I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, so those are, dummies get used on set.
So they could.
Like what Alec Baldwin was doing.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but instead, ideally, she had this thing, you know, Sarah was like, what's the point of using fresh dummy rounds if they're going to be dropping the hammer on them? Because then you've got a dented primer, and then it's no longer as valuable as a round that's intact. Because this you can put in a cartridge belt, or you can show the actor loading it, or you could, you know, have him spinning the cylinder and then catching, you know, them going around. If they're punched, well, then that's just spent. But if they're punched, you know, and they have to have a rattle though too, even if they're punched,
Right.
because otherwise you might just have a, you know, a bad live round. And maybe it takes one more hit to initiate the primer. So
I guess my thing is he willing to at least let us take some of those?
you can have.
Starline only makes brass, but they sell brass to, you know, private individuals and to any company that wants to buy it. Now, the high volume ammo manufacturers make their own brass. But if you're a small quantity specialist cowboy action shooting ammo company, sure, why not use Starline? It's good brass.
The entire box and a half.
For comparison,
Yeah.
that
If
way.
if you had your boss call his boss, and you guys are happy with that, he's in Bullhead City, Arizona.
He's in Arizona.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you
Is that
just,
where all these are, like the, you know, where these are packaged? Is it in Arizona?
it's in Kingman, Joe Swanson's place. He's got a shop is an hour east of Kingman.
Okay.
So he works at his shop, brings everything back to his house, and then packages it up there.
Okay.
But
Does he
and
work
that's
for a company, or how do we get hold of him?
Joe Swanson is the guy. He probably won't. He'd be like, you know, he won't like want to talk to you guys. He'd be like, you know. And I don't think there's any. I mean, we could get him on the speakerphone, and that would probably be the way to do it. Is just to get him to talk with me on the phone with him.
Okay.
Because he'd be like,
I mean, it's more just saying like I said, I don't foresee coming back to him. It's more just figuring out like if these, or, you know.
he's not going to be able to. I mean, he just.
I think the only way that we can do that though is sending it to
get analyzed. Yeah, for sure.
Yep, for sure.
I mean, well,
Just don't
find
sue
out
me.
how you want to handle the rounds that the sheriff has.
that we have.
No, that the sheriff has in Arizona. The individual sheriff, not the department, the individual that has the same rounds that would have been this or any other Starline brass with that are loaded.
What sheriff?
The sheriff guy that got them from sale.
It's like listening to two retards have a
Sheriff
conversation.
individual.
Dear Lord.
How you want to secure those? I mean, you know, you don't want to have to like get a warrant. I mean, how
I think he just talked himself out of a
be
date.
happy with in the investigation to get a hold of them.
I mean, like I said, it's just, I mean, figuring out who to contact first and what they're gonna let us do.
Well, I mean, just as far as I mean, he's willing to give them up. He doesn't want. Hannah had a hand in this. It's like he arrested Dale's son for something, like felony arrest for something. He's like, you know, do bad, get in trouble. So it's the same thing. He's like, if I could help the investigation, absolutely.
The sheriff.
Yep.
What's it, you know?
Troy.
Troy what?
Troy. I think it's Troy DeFuzz Teskey, I think his last name is.
And he's in Arizona too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see.
So does he have them, or does?
He has them. He has a box and a half that came from the same batch.
Earlier, I mentioned that I thought maybe I had used Bullseye for my 45 ACB, but I see someone here, Richard from Wyoming, mentions Unique. I think my most common powder is Unique, actually. That rings a bell.
That Joe made 2 years ago.
I'm surprised he even still has them.
I know. Teskey.
Nice.
Call him. Troy DeFuzz Teskey.
And he's still currently sheriff. Do you know which department?
Bullhead City. Yeah. Wait, is he sure? think that's Sheriff's Department. Hey, buddy. You're on speaker with Alex from Santa Fe Sheriff's Department, the investigator. That, don't lawyer up on me, dude.
I'm at lunch with everybody right now.
Oh, whatever. Okay, buddy. Well, I'll talk to you later about it.
Are you
About that thing, we need to get that thing from you.
Are you with somebody?
Yeah, I'm with somebody.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, call me later. All right, thanks. All right, bye.
I'm at lunch.
With everybody, I'm like
Yeah.
probably the judge and somebody else in the background too. Even if Dale was there and his wife, it wouldn't matter. Troy would still give him up.
Yeah.
Like he's not gonna not.
Oh, I'm sure
Help.
he if he's in law enforcement, I'm sure he absolutely understands. But yeah, I think if we could at least send them out to get tested,
Yeah.
then at least that would solve the question of this. And if it wasn't putting blame on the camera crew that.
Oh, right. Yeah, like it's everybody else's fault? Wait, what are you saying?
Well, yeah, because, they had that camera crew that walked off the night before.
Mm-hmm.
So we can positively say, yeah, they didn't have possession of these or plant them.
Oh, somebody's offered that one up?
Yeah.
That's the thing. Nobody would ever be able to, I mean, they'd have to, right. Well, it doesn't matter. She still didn't do her job. You have to assume that people are going to plant stuff and things are going to get mixed in.
Right.
Okay.
As you
And
should, handling.
yeah. And the AD is not supposed to do what he did at all. People are horrified with what he did. Totally unacceptable. So it's like, tracking this stuff down. It's compelling. Yeah. And the fact that it's Starline brass, and I wasn't sure what you were asking me exactly. If you had said that this is the case that shot the bullet, right, this is the one, I would have gone, well, that's really odd.
Well, and that's the thing is, really right now we can't, it's suspected until it comes to the lab. So yeah,
Right.
As far as what we say, all right, well, this is obviously the only one on top of the cart that's missing its projectile, has a hammer strike.
Mm-hmm. And then, the residue is going to be in there because Joe, when he makes dummy rounds, they're brand new cases.
Mm-hmm.
And if it were a blank, if it were even just a prime case, that would be different too. Okay, there are prime cases, but interesting, there were prime cases with the dummy rounds, right? Prime cases are used when you just need a super small effect. You can put like flour, foot powder, anything in there and put a little piece of tape on it and stick it in the gun and use it. Like I could shoot between me and you and it would be, it's a little bit close, but you get the big puff of smoke, which is the right effect.
Mm-hmm.
So, and prime cases are good for rehearsals and stuff like that. We want to do that. Training too.
Is that different from a blank?
Yeah, because it's just the case and the primer, and there's no added gunpowder in there at all.
So it's just because of the
just the primer. Yep, the primer goes off, right? That normally it's the primer that initiates the gunpowder going off through the flash hole in there. So, but yeah, prime cases are like just a good training tool and things like that. So there were a number of prime cases that I gave to Sarah. And I'd be interested to see what color primers those have.
Okay.
Right? Because
and it would pretty much just look like this, though.
It would look just like that.
I don't remember any of those.
They were there. Unless they got used up.
Maybe.
They might have gotten used up, or they might have been 5-in-1 PC. If it were 5-in-1 PC, it wouldn't have been that, which is better for us. I'm like resolving this whole nightmare, right? So if that's the case, let me look. I can, without you even going into all your stuff. Sarah. 2. Blank ammunition, dummy round, got it right here. Oh, and I have a picture of it too. I have a picture of what I wrote down. Bummer, it does say 45 LCPC. That's a bummer. Yeah. 300 of them.
So it was fighting them.
But chances are that they'll all have the same color primer, and hopefully that's brass instead of nickel, right? Separate that between the two.
Yeah, I think we're definitely well over like 600 rounds at this point.
Yeah, easily, because easily I supplied 9, 3, 8, let's see, that's 2000, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 3,000 rounds at least,
Just to this production.
blanks. And then I think, yeah, no, that was it. Because I gave them an initial batch, and then they were shooting up. They wanted more half loads, instead of quarters for some reason. I forgot. I don't know what the justification was, like the reasoning. If you have horses or kids, use quarter loads nearby. And then if you're outside at daytime, use fulls. And then interior is typically quarters. So typically it's like quarters and fulls. For some reason they were going half, which is just, who knows what the distances and everything. So, all right, so circling back, and then the ballistics. So this would have modern. It's going to have this is. They're going to be able to definitively tell you that this is the round, absolutely, because it's not going to be just have primer residue in the case. Like, oh no, it's just one of the other prime cases that went off. The rest of these all have 777 powder, which is a black powder synthetic substitute, or they're black powder, right? This is going to be modern smokeless powder. So definitely, definitively, the FBI will be able to identify that as the round, without a doubt, and match that to whatever's in the barrel.
Sarah Zachary worked for Seth, so he was her boss. She was just basically contracted out to the set for props.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
And that's really what we have to wait for to make
Okay.
that call. But you know, as far as now, evidence believes that
yeah.
this was it.
But it just kind of helps you guys, like, at least focus on, I mean, it's just a matter of time.
Right. Well, and then if we figure out if this was the same, you know, if it was manufactured by
Joe.
and then, you know, it leads us away from the camera crew.
Yeah, that's what camera crews do.
They're the only ones that,
That's ridiculous.
you know, to this point have.
Absolutely ridiculous. I know you have to eliminate it, you know, but it's silly is what it is.
But of course, everybody's going to want.
I just don't know why she just doesn't come forward and say realistically and that nobody could disagree with her on the fact that working set is hell. Like, you know, it's high school all over again, with the stakes are much higher. There's just, and it sounds like that David Hall's guys was a real piece of work doing what he's doing, you know. Like it's all, you know, I mean, it's just, she could have gotten beat down. I mean, she really could have.
She's young. I mean.
Yeah. She could have got pushed around and just been like, that's why she wasn't even there at the cart. As I understand it, I keep reading like weird, I don't read everything, but the LA Times came out and said, had an article that she brought the gun into David Hall's. But I had read that there was an affidavit that he picked it up off the prop cart.
And I don't even think that that was mentioned in any affidavit.
Yeah, I mean, there's articles, it's all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't trust anything. So,
Yeah, it's hard if they're not like direct quoting what we actually put in the affidavit.
right, yeah, I mean, so I'm like, well, I don't know, I mean, I wanna help, you know. But I wish she would just come forward, she thinks she's gonna get away with this, and it's like, you guys are negligent, both of you. For different reasons.
I mean, and that's my thing is it, you know, if you're looking at this box
mhm,
and loading from this box, obviously, you know, if
yeah,
it came from there, I think it's pretty easy to see that the difference in color, but that would kind of be a
Right.
little bit of an alarm in my head.
right, so, well, that is making sense, so if that's, if we assume, okay, that's the one that went bang, then there's another one over here for the nickel primer. Yeah, and nothing about this, I don't like anything about this, like looking at it. The fact that, I mean, is that another nickel one right there? Were there two?
I think it was just, no, I
Just
think it was
that
just
one.
that one and then this is in there.
Okay. So, and then suspected non-rattling rounds found in other locations as well, like her kit and stuff. Oh yeah, that's that one.
Yeah,
Okay. So non-rattling rounds were found elsewhere.
right.
People keep mentioning powders, and I keep thinking it's a new one, but now I'm thinking it was Tight Group that I used. I'll check I'll check when I get home, and I'll let everyone know tomorrow what my dominant pistol powder was.
Okay.
But like I said, now knowing like this one obviously didn't run.
Right,
So
the-
trying
yeah,
to figure
the
out what
Denix-
that is.
The Denix
So it
one.
could be,
And the only way that this happens is if you're combing when your leather and you go out and you shoot and you, I mean, okay, if you weren't into 45 long Colt, would you have your own holster and leather thing that you did? Would you practice drawing if you weren't into it? Would there be videos of that? You didn't find any videos of her drawing?
I looked for like TikTok videos and
Have they not gotten back to you, like the Facebooks of the world with the information?
so they don't reach out to us. We would have to reach out. Do you have any of Hannah's social media?
No, I'm not on any of it. I don't.
So and then there's the other thing is that I'm not finding her social media.
Oh, really? Well, what do you have to hide? Why would you turn it off? Well, I'll tell you, there's all kinds of videos and stuff for this routine.
Yeah, I've seen like the photos and stuff.
One of
like
them, I think,
that.
is her gun.
But it's a matter, you know, if I don't.
She's gonna reach
have-
over and squeeze
or
his
if
bicep.
nobody knows of any of her social media.
Caress his shoulder.
platforms, you know, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok.
And you're not able just to, you're not able to get warrants for that information, for electronic information?
So I'd have to have her like user account.
Oh, you're kidding me. What a pain in the ass. No wonder she thinks she's gonna get away with it.
So I mean, if I had something that said like, this is her account, or somebody that says like, yeah, this was her Facebook. I mean, trust me, we've looked.
And you haven't been able to find it? Not even in, like, the history of,
So if she deletes the account,
really?
I can't.
Well, that's
If I
good to
can
know.
find a username, like an old username, like say if somebody screenshotted her like URL,
Mm-hmm.
you know, your URL is very specific to the person. The username is specific to you. But if I can't locate any of that, then it does me no good. And that's why I think I had searched for an Instagram and it was deleted.
Ouch, bow bow.
But,
What a dirtbag.
you know, with that being said,
Here we go. and you can't look it up on different email addresses and stuff like that. Troy to Fuzz.
Okay, looks like court's coming back.
Other stuff like with the knives and the knife holster and all this stuff. So it's just me running stuff on set with Nicole on a very prop heavy,
I think they're running the video interrogation in the background here.
just so you know. So we had a whole table scene that we had to do with just 2 people, which is manageable, but also like I was also training the actor with that gun while they're doing it, you know, like just the girl, she wasn't shooting it or anything, but they decided randomly that they wanted to have her have a gun. So I didn't get paid for armor that day either. I'm working 2 jobs, and I was supposed to give lessons to Alec that day, but ultimately could not because 1, he didn't show up, 2, the producers wouldn't let him, and then 3, I had to stay on set and work with the frickin' food.
Okay. But he had agreed to do that day with you, and then it was kind of shut down by others.
He said, I will see you tomorrow. And then I also, I think it was a little after that, a couple days after that, where I texted his assistant and I said, hey, you know, does he need any more work with this? Like, how is he feeling about that? And he's like, he hasn't expressed anything to me, but I'll let him know that you asked.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had tried to possibly work with Alec more after that.
Okay.
So those are like the training days I kind of fought for. After his assistant like didn't really talk to me back, you know, I'm not exactly gonna push for this really big actor to receive that training.
Okay. So in reviewing like first interview and then media statements, and now there's a little bit of inconsistency about when the gun was checked, or the
Okay.
rounds that were checked.
Okay.
You know, from my understanding, you checked them in the morning and then didn't take them out again after lunch.
Didn't take the rounds
rounds.
out of the gun after lunch? Well, you could
Like they weren't checked again.
you could see that there were no primer caps. I checked the one that I had put in there after that.
Okay. But you
Oh.
said only 4 of them had no primer caps and the other 2 did.
Yeah, and the other 2 did. Yeah, I pulled that other one out slightly and looked for the hole.
I mean, those holes are at the bottom though. You'd have to pull it out a pretty good ways.
I'm pretty sure it was like kind of midway up because yeah, I checked it when I put them in there, and then yeah,
Prior to lunch.
yeah, prior to lunch, and then yeah, afterwards opened it up, checked it, yeah,
But by check, you mean just
just
opening
pulled
it
that
and
one
then-
out, yeah, and also brushed it and put that other one in.
Okay. And I don't know if this is coming from you or if it was from him, this whole theory on somebody sabotaging the set.
Yeah, Jason kind of agrees with me on that. Well, you know, we've all kind of thought about what happened here, and a whole box with what Sarah said to be half live ammunition and half dummy ammunition, that doesn't happen. Like, you know, that's super weird that that would even be on set.
So who do you think would do that?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I will say right now that, you know, Seth supplies all the boxes. And then on top of that, I was beefing with Seth at the time. I don't really know. I don't want to speculate, but he's also been acting pretty weird towards me personally. And
So
then,
that was that come after the incident, right?
yeah, well, no, we had a whole ass argument and we weren't talking during this incident. Like, we were in a full fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you had said you haven't seen Seth since before.
Yeah, we were texting and I blew up on him over text messages.
Right, but I'm saying you stated you have not physically seen him.
I have not seen Seth, but like I said, Seth sends Sarah to set with things.
Okay.
And she was there first that morning.
Sarah?
Yeah,
Okay.
That's when that box came up for the first time.
yeah. Also, you know, it could have been there.
But
Over
you
the
had said that
weekend.
you'd seen it, because it was sitting on top of,
That morning, right?
Yeah, I saw it that morning
okay.
on top of all my stuff.
The mysterious
When
box.
she got there, it was interesting, 6:40-ish, and Sarah's already been there. That's the first time that box.
That I saw it, at least. And like I said, I thought it was weird that it wasn't hunched over on any side, considering the whole prop truck got moved.
Okay. And describe this box again to me, what it looks like?
It was the same white box. I think it just said dummies on it. I'm pretty sure.
Corporal,
I just want to, is, in this part of the interview, is Ms. Gutierrez insinuating to you that Sarah Zachary planted that box of ammunition? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Did you ever find any evidence to support that?
No.
Just said dummies on the sticker, and it was a sticker and a label, not like handwritten or anything. But it wasn't the same font that I'm used to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously everybody has said, no one ever suspected live rounds to be on the set.
Yeah,
That's a given. Live rounds aren't allowed.
absolutely not. And especially when it hadn't been brought to set or anything like that too either.
Right. So the thing is, there are other live rounds that were found in other various places,
Really?
not in that box.
Really? Where were they found?
I'll go through the pictures because I can't, there's like so many different areas, and I'm gonna go over that with you guys, okay?
Yeah, that's news to me. Wow.
So they weren't all in that box,
Okay.
okay?
Oh,
Do you have any speculation on that?
no.
Do you think anybody else manipulated that gun, Alec's gun?
I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, and I don't really care to speculate on it either.
Well, I mean, there's really not a lot of time between you pulling it out.
Well, there was time, in the morning before that even. Well, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
But in between the time that you had it, you checked around,
Yeah,
and then,
there's like 10, 15 minutes, yeah. I'm not sure if anyone else did, I wasn't in there.
and that's okay if you don't.
Yeah. Try to get
All right. Before we dive into the use real quick. So this is an example, okay?
Okay.
Remember how I was asking you if they had any safety bulletins or anything that they
Okay.
put out? So these are ones pertaining, to ammo, guns. Did you ever see anything like this, or was anything like this ever put out?
No.
And you can.
I definitely didn't see anything like this at all.
So they didn't put any protocols out for.
I don't believe so. If they did, it might have gotten lost in the email. Not really sure.
I'm gonna check through those and see.
Okay.
But yeah, so safety bulletins, firearms, live ammo, okay?
Okay.
Kind of something that's,
No.
that's fairly, standard on most productions.
Yeah, I didn't see those on my last one either, to be honest with you, or my last one. I think it's also an indie thing, maybe, even though this was, whatchamacallit. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
This is the box. Let me get these, 'cause I'm gonna need these.
All right.
This is the box that was on top of the cart.
I don't remember that being the box that was on top of the cart.
the one that was, or
Corporal, what photograph are you showing Ms. Gutierrez now?
So this photo was one that our crime scene technician had kind of put together of the box that Hannah had handed to Lieutenant Benavides on the day of the incident, saying that that was the box that she was using. So it's just different angles of that box of pictures that Marissa took.
And let me ask you, if are you showing her what we currently have entered in evidence as State's Exhibit 63? Can you see that?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
handed that you guys had said that you had pulled from?
I thought it just said dummies on it. Yeah, I don't remember this one being the one. I thought it was much cleaner than that.
Cleaner in what way?
Like, you know, just how this is kind of messed up right here. Like, these are all kind of dirty, and like the side right here is dirty. I thought it was pretty clean and new, the one that we were using.
Okay. Yeah, because this matches the photo that you showed me.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
And you guys found this on the cart, or?
Yeah, this is the one that was given to us that you guys had said that this is the box that you had pulled from. And this is the one that Sarah checked.
This is the one that Sarah checked. Okay, and she found multiple live ones in there. Just one?
Suspected. Until it goes to the lab, we can't confirm.
Okay. Yeah, she definitely said that there were multiple in there.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay. I don't know, I kind of think it's strange that these ones are missing out of here when I'm pretty sure like we had only really touched these first couple of rows there.
And then
What, this?
there's also a hole there.
Yeah, no, I think that's weird, I don't remember that.
Okay.
I don't know if maybe one was taken back to the truck or something.
What do you mean?
I don't know if Sarah went back to the truck at all with anything.
Okay. But you didn't?
No, I didn't. I was there with Brian the whole time. Sarah, I don't know exactly. I think she might have went back to the truck.
So these two were on the top of the cart.
Okay.
What are you showing her a photo of right now?
The two live rounds, well, suspected at the time, rounds that were on top of the cart.
And they were later confirmed to be live.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
That was the one that came out of the gut.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So I don't know if you noticed commonality between these, that we expect them to be live.
The silver? Okay. All right.
That didn't stick out to you when you loaded that gun?
No.
That the rest of them were not the same color?
No. What are we looking at here? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought that was messed up right there. I thought that was a different kind of loading gate. Okay, yeah.
Was this one pulled out after lunch?
I can't really tell if, is that it? I would have to see the bottom of it to really tell if this is Russ's gun or not. Other than that, the only other two, if this isn't Russ, they should have the two stars on them.
Okay, the Marshall one?
Yeah, the two Marshall ones that have been out there after lunch.
Okay.
So I'm not, is that the rust gun?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can't really tell unless I see the bottom of it.
You said it had like markings on the bottom,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Okay. This is your guys' prop truck, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Back of it.
Cool.
Okay. So there's 2 access points to this truck.
Yeah.
One is here on the side, it's on the passenger side,
Mhm.
and then this back gate, okay? This is how we found it.
Yeah.
Was that pretty common on how, obviously this is after the incident, so stuff is put away, but is this pretty common on how you guys stored that cart?
Yeah, we left it usually right there.
Okay. And that's safe?
Yeah.
So you're telling me, and, you know, I don't really know safe too much, but you tell me when you
Lock it, you
pull this handle,
100%.
it locks itself. You
Yeah.
don't have to like hit the pound key or,
No,
you know what I mean?
100%, you just lock it and it locks.
That's how mine said this too. You
Okay.
just do that, yeah.
Yeah,
And it,
every
locks.
single time it locks like that. Yeah.
okay. And this is where you kept the gun.
Mhm.
So this is the cart, this is how we found the cart the day of the incident.
Okay. So, I'm not really seeing the box on the top of it.
Corporal, can you just explain to us what's going on right now?
So showing Hannah these various photos that our crime scene technician Marissa Popple had taken. I'm wanting her to identify the items that we've looked at just to confirm that you know, that that's what she was using, that that's the cart that she was using, that that's the truck that they were storing their items in. With regards to the truck, you know, explaining obviously that there's only 2 access points on that truck. The reason behind me showing her the picture of the inside was because it was pretty disorganized. So I wanted her to confirm if that is how they kept that truck. Another thing that we had noticed on the truck was that there was a firearm outside of that safe. Even though they had claimed that they kept all the guns in the safe. And so that's why I'm having her essentially identify that those are the areas that they used.
Thank you.
So that's the thing, is that box was given
To us.
to us.
By who?
Sarah, I believe, but
Okay.
And going back to it, if Sarah gave them a box, are you convinced that's the box that you saw?
I don't remember that being the box.
that you were pulling from.
I don't recall that being the box that we were pulling from.
Okay.
Seems a little dingy, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. But here's my thing is that, you know,
Yeah, there's suspected live rounds in this box.
which this matches what you showed me,
Yeah.
what you brought.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, those are the ones I brought. I'm not sure if Steph has any like that.
Okay.
But also, I mean, a box is a box. You can put different trays in different boxes, you know?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So these 2, I think one of these was the one used. I think this one was a potential suspected live.
Okay.
You know, just, I would say that's, I think, a blank that we had put there.
Okay.
But this is, I mean, how the top of this looked.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Were these already on it, or were these on actors?
These were on actors. That one is Swoon, and this one's Jensen.
So did they just drop them on the cart after the incident?
They gave them back to Sarah.
Okay, and she put them there.
Yeah.
The salt was on that cart. Also suspected life.
Okay.
These were the ones on the side. 2 out of the 3 of these are suspected life. And this is on the top of the cart. So it's not like from a different area. These are on the top of the cart.
Okay, yeah.
It's both of them. This is Alec's belt.
Yeah.
Okay. Also suspected life. One of these 2. One of them rattles, one of them doesn't.
Okay.
Now, I think you explained this to me earlier. I was curious on what these horsey rounds were.
Yeah. What's up?
What are the horsey rounds?
Oh, the horsey rounds. Okay, yeah, I thought you were saying that there were live in those.
No, this box is empty.
Yeah,
but
no.
just
So those are like the 8 loads like I was telling you about. That's
Okay.
the one box that I contributed. Yeah.
Shoot around the horses or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The horsey rounds.
Yeah.
It had a little horseshoe. I thought it was cute.
this is another box.
Okay.
With 1 suspected life.
Okay. Copy that. Yeah, I'm not really sure about this box, the writing on it. I've definitely seen it before, but yeah, I'm not sure what the writing is, because
That came from Seth.
Okay.
He said that he marked stuff like that.
Okay.
Just as a point of clarification, what photo are you showing Ms. Gutierrez at this point?
So I'm showing her, again, it's different views of that box and I think inside the box, photos that our crime scene tech had taken of the other box of 45 long Colt dummy rounds. That's how it was labeled on the box. The difference with this label is it was the one with white tape and it was handwriting in blue Sharpie, which was identified to come from Seth Kenny. And then in that box, we did have 1 round that did not shake, which we sent to the FBI to be tested, as we had suspected that it may have been live as well. And it turns out that that round was in fact a dummy.
Are you showing Ms. Gutierrez the box that we have a photo of entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 48?
Yes, that's it.
Is it your understanding that that is the box of dummy rounds that was provided by Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that is the only box of dummy rounds that was provided by Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Thank you.
At least for 45 long Colt.
I appreciate the distinction. Thank you.
These were found.
Some other things from Seth that weren't marked like that, but.
Yeah, he said he does different kind of ways.
Things, yeah.
So these are loose rounds found in one of your bags.
Okay.
Okay. Just different calibers. The only thing that sticks out is that this.
Yeah, you always want to keep these on set. These are, basically you put those there in order to, like, if you have a gun scene, you know, and the person is reloading it, they would be, if they shot the gun off and everything, they would be dropping those up the cylinder. And so I have a couple of bags.
Okay, so that's why you keep
Yeah, you
ones
bring,
that don't have.
yeah, you bring those so that way, you know, you can litter the ground with shells to make it look like people have been shooting there.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah, you definitely always need to have like at least a couple of bags of ones that have no thing on them, yeah.
What do you know about the manufacturer of what you guys received?
I'm not entirely sure, are you saying like Joe Swanson? Because I don't know exactly where all these come from. Like I said, a lot of these came from Seth.
Do you know, okay, so brands, you know what a Winchester is. Everybody knows Winchester makes
Yeah,
live rounds.
yeah,
Okay, so one of these was a Winchester round.
a Winchester like live round?
Well, it was one of these, I think this
Like
one
a
was the
45?
Winchester.
Like
It's
a
not-
4440?
It's not live, obviously,
Okay,
but at one point it was.
Yeah.
okay.
I'm not saying for this set particularly, but Winchester doesn't make those. These, the manufacturer of these is Starline Brass.
Okay.
Okay, and this is just from doing research
Mhm.
and what I have found out.
Corporal, what are you showing her now, just so that we can follow along?
So the one picture is just a bunch of casings, but what I'm trying to show her is the different head stamps and how you could essentially tell the difference in the manufacturers on the head stamps.
And what are you comparing, Starline Brass and,
Just any of the other ones that we had found.
and are you showing photos of dummy rounds with different head stamps?
I believe the dummy rounds and then also that last picture that I was showing her were just the casings themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you can tell because it has a little star,
Yeah,
Oh,
an
sure.
arc, and then a star.
Yeah.
yeah,
So all these have different manufacturers. That's how you can tell where these come from.
okay.
Some of them have nothing.
Yeah.
Does she not know head stamps
Like I
either?
said, they all kind of vary a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Oh, the star, arc and star, yeah.
And I have someone that was discharged.
Yeah.
So here's my thing with this company is this company doesn't produce live ammo.
So what the fuck? That's insane.
Wow.
So how did that must have, is that one of those primer cap things I was talking about? Those older ones that like the primer
don't-
cap's still alive?
They
I don't know how
produce-
that happened then.
So this company, and you said it's a Stalin cap?
Starline.
Starline.
Oh my
Brass
God.
is the
Starline
company.
Brass.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they don't produce live rounds.
This is the first that Jason Bowles, the defense counsel, is learning about Starline and what they do. Has he seen no evidence? November 9th for this interview? Why would he go into this interrogation blind with his client? And if he is blind, why is he letting his client blather away? What the F exactly is going on with this defense lawyer? Holy cow. He's completely befuddled by this. Amazing.
So somebody's got to,
So this is used for movie sets
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they are.
totally. But this was from the,
Corporal, I'm going to interrupt real quick. Can you kind of describe for us what your impression was on November 9th about Starline Brass and reloads versus small manufacturers and whether or not you learned information after that?
Yeah, so at the time of this interview and various other interviews I had done along with my own research into Starline Brass, I had discovered that they don't make their own live ammunition, that they are an ammunition component company. So they would have sold essentially the casing, that brass part. So at the time of this interview, my understanding in doing this was that it potentially was just reloaded rounds. And so somebody, bought the components and then made the ammunition themselves. And later on, I had actually discovered that there could potentially be, maybe manufacturers elsewhere that use these components to make their own ammunition. Interestingly, one day during an interview or not an interview, but a meeting with the DA's office, I was looking at my own ammunition and it had the same head stamp for duty.
Thank you.
Top of the cart, right? Okay.
This was the round that,
For fire.
That should have been the one that I took out and gave to Sarah. That should be it.
right,
So like, what are you saying for that? Like, somehow that one that should have never been able to fire was able to fire?
Made it into a live round, or it just, I mean,
Are you
that's
serious?
speculation.
Oh my God.
because those, if they don't make live rounds, somebody had to convert it, or it was a dummy that just went haywire. Which more likely, somebody converted that to a live round.
Take a deep breath.
That's just,
Like I said, I want to be honest with you guys about,
I
yeah.
appreciate
know,
it a lot. I
about
appreciate that a lot.
where we're at.
It's a
and what
dummy
we
that went
found.
crazy.
Okay. Yeah, those are mine.
Okay,
Yeah.
ones that you keep for,
Mhm.
got it. And this is what I'm saying, so there's a bunch of random, you know,
Dummies that fly out of places and that are left places.
well, what's weird to me is all the different brands.
There's some, yeah, they're all like kind of a little different, like I told you. It's so
So
weird.
this is like a BHA, this is a S&B,
Ugh.
the rest of these are Starline.
Starline.
Yeah.
So,
My
I
thing is,
mostly have noticed the Starline ones. Yeah, I try to
do you
use
have
those
any
because
idea where those came from, the Starline?
I have no idea. I mean, like I've seen them a lot before. I
That's
had
the
some
norm.
on my last
Oh, that's
set. Yeah.
the one.
Yeah.
it's the normal of what is supplied,
Okay.
so, I don't know if you wanna go through those again.
Did they do gun residue did they find powder residue in that Starline
It
one?
takes a while for.
Okay, yeah. Do you guys have an idea of how long like the labs are going to take?
They actually take a while.
Yeah.
It
Oh
just
my
depends
God,
on-
That's why we
months?
utilize that.
Are we
Actually-
talking like months or like?
Actually, they use
a
the quickest way to do it. At the state level, it'll take 2 years, but the
Are
FBI,
you fucking kidding me?
the FBI doesn't do that, yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's why I brought the FBI.
Oh my God, 2 years?
No, but not for the FBI.
Oh, okay. I was
That's-
like, I can't fucking do this for 2 years, guys. Oh my God.
That's why I didn't utilize ours.
No, totally, thank God.
Well, it's been more than 2 years.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, honestly, depending on how many suspected lives are in here, considering with what Sarah told me, I would kind of consider that there's another box.
This is it, sir.
Well, just because she told me that more than half of the box she shook and was live.
We've
So-
processed.
So like,
The
where
ones
did
that
where did those go?
I don't,
I mean,
when you're doing things in a state of, you know, after a traumatic situation,
Totally.
what you perceive could not be what is. Okay, so we have the spent casing from Alec's gun.
Okay.
We have the one that was in that box,
yeah,
which we were told that you were that this was the box that you were pulling from.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. We have the two on the top of the cart.
Yeah.
Just the
So
ones
those
that
might
were,
have been from the box.
do you think she was getting them and then throwing them out on
No.
the cart? And she was checking.
Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't there.
One in the bandolier on the top of the cart,
right.
and one in Alec's bandolier,
Mm-hmm.
and then the one that's unsure that was in that blue Sharpie box.
And they, looks like they're all Starline. Yeah. They're all that type. Wow, that's crazy.
The thing
Crazy.
is, I mean, these boxes, obviously, I mean, you can just, even though these are dummy rounds,
Yeah.
you know, a majority of them, obviously, you
Yeah.
can see that they are different kinds of dummy rounds.
Totally.
So,
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Why would there be mixed boxes of this stuff?
So usually, like, the only thing that I try to keep consistent is if there's no primer caps or if there's primer caps. And so most of the time, just try to keep the primer caps, the ones without primer caps together, so that way I know where they are.
Okay. And then, this box is, why would there be live ammo on the set?
I have no idea. At this point, it's kind of seeming like somehow these were mixed in.
Okay. Did you ever do gun practice on this set?
Never, not once.
Never took the guns out for target practice, anything of the sort?
No, and I think there would be like videos, pictures of that or anything. Everyone would be pretty stoked if we were going shooting on set.
Okay.
Even
So-
on the weekends, there would at least be something.
You wouldn't suspect anyone to tell me that you were out there?
I don't know why people would say that.
Okay.
Because 100% I was not, and I guarantee you people would probably have pictures and be stoked about it.
Okay. Is there any reason that you can think of that your DNA or prints would come back on these?
Maybe picking them up, maybe moving them around, maybe not necessarily putting them in things, maybe not checking them because I'm not putting them in things.
Okay.
And, I did open the box as well. So, yeah, I opened it.
Okay.
I'm not sure, I still don't really remember this being the box, but, yeah. I'm pretty sure, I thought it just said dummies written on it. Did you find any box that just said, like, dummies on it?
So many boxes.
I'm just saying, like, if there was a box.
I'll look further into it. And,
Yeah, I'm just saying, if there was a box that, like, just said dummies straight across on it, you can switch boxes around, I don't really know. Yeah, and this was all found on the cart or was in the truck?
Yeah,
or-
these were on the cart,
Yeah,
on the top of the cart. This is one on top of the cart. Where did that shotgun go after?
the shotgun?
Yeah.
That should have been there.
Where?
That should have been probably on the bottom of the cart.
Okay. After
Yeah.
the incident?
Yeah, unless Sarah moved it.
What about those two other guns?
Those should have been on the cart, like I said, given to Sarah. I'm not sure if she put the guns away or something, just out of like,
Yeah, we'll
wanting to keep them
clarify
locked
that
up.
with her.
Because, yeah, I definitely didn't put anything away and I was with Brian the whole time, kind of freaking out. Right on the
And you
side.
didn't see where Sarah went. That's a
No,
long way to run with guns.
No, I didn't.
Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez indicate to you that she did see Ms. Zachary take some items and return them to the truck?
Yeah, so earlier in this interview, she does make a statement that she saw Sarah collecting the guns.
And did she indicate that she was taking them back to the truck? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay, thank you.
See where she went and she was gone for like 10, 15 minutes before you guys shut up.
Yeah, so that's where we're at.
Okay.
Every single one of those suspected live is Sterling Brass.
Okay.
That's fucking crazy.
That's crazy.
That's like literally insane.
He's as dumb as Hannah.
A lot to.
Yeah, I'd like to
Guess we'll never figure it out.
finish.
No, not really.
Okay.
You can always call me.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Good Lord.
I don't even know how he would do that.
It's all so crazy.
Okay, well, let's,
Defense lawyer Jason Bowles is a complete passive observer of events here. Ooh.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Sally. Nice to see you.
Corporal, I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 57 and for counsel, just so I don't have to connect and disconnect and do it the easy way. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are rounds that we had collected from Rust.
Are these rounds or casings?
Casings.
Okay. And at any point in time, and let's be clear, these casings in State's Exhibit 57, why are they noteworthy?
Because they contain the same head stamp and then same color primer as the live rounds on Rust.
And when you say that they're casings, they're spent casings, correct?
Yes.
So they're not dummies and they're not live rounds, they're just spent casings.
Yes.
And at any point in time were those spent casings sent to the FBI for fingerprint testing?
Yes, they were.
Who requested that?
You did.
And what were the results?
They had no yield on them.
Okay, predictably, right?
Correct.
Okay. I want to go back just briefly to, you remember Mr. Benavidez's body-worn camera footage?
Yes, I reviewed it quite a few times.
And do you remember Mr. Benavidez being asked some questions by defense counsel about why the prop truck was not enclosed in the crime scene tape?
Yes, I remember the questions.
And did Mr. Bowles point out a truck on the video?
Yes,
Have you been to this movie set?
I have.
And where was the prop truck located?
So the prop truck was actually at what would have been the northern end of the town. If you recall in my video, I took Ms. Gutierrez to the bathrooms, and that prop truck was actually even further from that.
So the truck that was outside the crime scene tape in Mr. Benavidez's video, based on your investigation, was that the prop truck?
No, it wasn't. In Hannah's interview, she actually said that the prop truck was at that other end of the movie town, and she specifically said, where you walked me to the bathrooms, it's further than that.
All right. Ms. Gutierrez indicated to you that she brought 2 boxes of dummies onto the set, correct?
Correct.
How many boxes of dummies from Ms. Gutierrez do you have in evidence?
We found 1.
Do you know what happened to the other one?
No.
And for completeness, did you ever find any evidence that Ms. Gutierrez was engaging in any kind of target practice or plinking, anything like that?
No.
Did you ever find any evidence that Mr. Kenny was the source of the live rounds on set?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Sarah Zachary was the source of the live rounds on set?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Hannah Gutierrez was the person who brought the live rounds on set?
I guess it'd be circumstantial.
What circumstantial evidence are you referring to?
So in her interview, I mean, there's a lot of things. So, that box she identified in her interview, and I asked her to show me what a box of hers would look like. She identified one on her phone. That picture on her phone matched exactly that box that we had. She was the one that handed that box to Lieutenant Benavides, stating that that was the box that she was pulling from, along with, the various bandoliers that we collected with that live ammunition. She identified as bringing from her previous set that she worked on. And the other box of dummies, just it didn't match the box that she had brought. It was identified as one brought by Seth Kenny. The rounds inside that box did not, even just the dummies themselves didn't match in the way they looked. So all of this in totality is what we used in our investigation.
Did you ever discover any evidence as to who loaded the live round in the gun?
In Hannah's interview, she told me that she was the one that loaded Alec's gun.
All right. I'll pass the witness. Thank you.
Oh, it's going to be a circus.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Corporal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bowles.
So, in your direct testimony, do I understand that you said you did not do the prop truck warrant until the 27th because, and I'm still going, because you did not have information from Ms. Gutierrez Reed about the prop truck?
If that's the statement that I made.
Okay, so you stated under oath just a little bit ago that the delay in the prop truck search warrant from the 21st to the 27th was because you didn't have information about the prop truck from Ms. Gutierrez Reed, correct?
So I wasn't even the case agent at that time.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, you just stated earlier in your testimony that you didn't have information about the prop truck from Ms. Gutierrez Reed, correct?
Maybe if that's what I said.
Okay, then I want to show you what I'm going to mark for identification as defendants O. And may I approach, Your Honor? Corporal, I'm going to show you what is marked as defendants O and ask you if you could review that and see if you identify it.
So your highlighted portion?
Just the document itself.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
So this is the search warrant that I wrote on October 27th to search the prop truck.
Your Honor, I'd move admission of defendants O.
I will have an obvious objection to pages and pages of inadmissible hearsay. Would you like to approach? Or?
Yes.
So, Corporal, do you recall that
he
you
got
were the
rejected
affiant for a search warrant for that prop truck?
Yes.
And when I say affiant, I mean that you swore under oath to the judge to get this search warrant that these statements you made were true, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you recall making a statement to this judge to get a search warrant for the prop truck, that due to the information received from Hannah, affiant would like approval of a search warrant for the prop truck on scene due to the statement received about firearms and ammunition being stored in the truck. Do you remember making that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also remember making the statement to the judge that after conducting an interview with Hannah Gutierrez Reed, she advised on the day of the incident that the crew broke for lunch, firearms were taken back and secured inside a safe on a prop truck? Recall making that statement?
Yes.
So this statement under oath, don't you agree with me that it conflicts with your statement you just made under oath in testimony?
In what way?
You told this jury earlier that you did not have information from Miss Gutierrez Reed about the prop truck. That's why there was a delay in doing this search warrant. But in fact, you told the judge you did have information from Miss Gutierrez Reed, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
So you're asking this jury to believe you today. Which of these statements were true? This statement or the one you told them just earlier in court?
I guess I did get a statement from her that stuff was stored on the prop truck.
Okay, will you agree with me then that the testimony you just gave under oath a little while ago was not true?
I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly what I said.
Okay. You also stated that you also made a statement that Miss Gutierrez Reed had unloaded that firearm, the Baldwin revolver, over the prop cart. You recall that statement?
Yes.
And in fact, you made that statement numerous times, as I recall. Do you recall making it at least once?
Yes, because that's what she had said in her first interview.
Can you point out to me, and I'm all ears if you can, because I didn't hear it. Can you point out the timestamp where she said that about loading it over the prop cart?
I don't have the timestamp.
Okay. Do you recall Miss Gutierrez Reed's exact words in that first interview about unloading that gun?
Verbatim, no.
Okay. If I played you a clip, would it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, do you want me to turn this down?
Well, I'm happy to look at what he's showing. I'm sorry, I'm happy to look at what he's showing, but I also think probably the better and more complete way of handling this is to review the transcript. And I think we have numerous copies of that. So I mean, I'm not going to tell Mr. Bowles how to do his job. So show me what you're going to show her.
Well, I'm refreshing recollection.
I know, but
Sure.
show
And
us.
you show me what you're going to refresh with.
This is a clip, and so if you want to play the actual video that was entered, we can do that too.
Well, you have it. She's your witness now. You do what you want to do.
Okay, if you don't want to help us out, is that what you're saying? You don't want to play?
Mr. Bowles,
Yeah,
you
no.
have it. You have computers. She's your witness.
Okay, then I'll play. Your Honor, chat's better
You're
at
going to
operating.
refresh her
I'll
memory.
I still don't know what he's going to play.
Okay, all right.
Wait a
I
second.
have no idea what
are you
he's
showing
doing.
her?
Yeah, I'm
Wait,
just
wait,
gonna
wait,
play
you're
the
not
clip.
listening to, what are you showing her?
I'm playing her a clip of that video that was entered into evidence.
Which one, the first one?
The first one,
So I
The
think.
first clip,
I think
which
this,
took 50 minutes?
but it's just a short clip. It's like 20 seconds.
so he needs to show it to me. Can we just step in the,
Yeah.
right
And
outside
then,
the
and then you don't
courtroom
want the
and he can show
jury
it
to
me?
hear it again because you're refreshing her her memory, not,
It's a-
not
it's already-
re,
Judge, it's entered into evidence. We
that's
can hear
not, that's not true. You're refreshing her memory.
it. No, but I could play it as if it's in evidence already, so
Then play the exhibit.
they've heard it. Can we approach for a moment, just to
Yes.
clarify this?
So what he's saying is I've taken a short clip from that first interrogation, but that's his short clip is not evidence. The evidence is the entire video. Now, if he wants to go to a portion of that video that was introduced in evidence, he's free to do that. He's not free to introduce another video that purports to be an excerpt from the video actually introduced in evidence. What he's got in his hand is not in evidence. It's like if you took a photo of a photo. The first photo was introduced into evidence, but your photo of that photo is not evidence. This is amateur hour. Unbelievable. But Bowles doesn't have the timestamp. He doesn't have the timestamp. So he can't just use the exhibit and fast forward to that point. He was counting on using this thing. I want to check and see if he's actually admitted to the bar. Amazing. She is cooked. Gutierrez, whatever you think about this case on the merits, this guy gives me zero indication that he knows how to do this job. Yes, right. So he'd have to say replay, 34 minutes, 34 seconds to 34 minutes, 58 seconds, right? From the exhibit that's actually introduced into evidence. He doesn't have to play the whole 50-minute clip, but he has to play something from that clip. No, he has the video. He has the whole 50-minute video. He has the exhibit. But he doesn't remember where on the exhibit is that is the piece he wanted to play. He thought he was going to be allowed to do this.
Okay, Corporal, while we were kind of dealing with that, I want to come back to that question on the prop cart loading. And again, because Miss Gutierrez Reed did not say that in the interview we just heard. She said she went outside with Dave Halls and unloaded the revolver. She didn't mention anything about a prop cart. You agree with me on that?
I do not, because I do remember her saying something about doing it over a prop cart.
Which interview, the first or second we heard?
I believe it was the first, and then the second is where she mentioned that she was in 2 separate places.
Okay, and so we're going to try to find that on the first, and if you can find it when we come back and redirect them, I want to hear it.
She doesn't have
So
to
if you
find it.
that timestamp. Now, you
That's
also
your
said
job.
that you did not meet Seth Kenny until October 27th, until the search of the prop truck, correct?
I believe that was the first time that I had met him in person.
Okay, well, you said the word, your first interaction with Seth Kenny was October 27th for the search of the prop truck. Do you recall that?
No, I said the first time in person.
Okay. And in fact, you had a prior telephone call with him, correct?
Yes.
And that was on the day of the shooting.
I think I actually had probably a couple phone calls with him before.
On that day, on the 21st?
Just in between, in between the day of the incident and then to the search of the prop truck.
Okay, and we're going to talk about the day of the incident, the call that you all made to Troy Teskey. Do you recall that?
On the day of the incident?
Yes.
I don't recall a phone call on the day of the incident to him.
Not that afternoon around 4 p.m.?
To a Troy?
Troy Teskey?
No.
Okay.
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Okay. And you also said that Miss Gutierrez Reed said she saw Sarah collecting guns. Recall that?
Yes.
And again, I'd like to see if you could point that out, where that is in the interview, because didn't she say instead that Sarah took stuff from the prop cart and she may have took a gun she never saw? She said she saw her.
I think the phrase that she used was that she saw Sarah collect the guns. And then later on in that interview, she kind of changed her answer.
Okay, and the jury will be able to hear that too, but I'd like to know where that is if you know.
I can't point timestamps out to you, Mr. Bowles.
Okay. Now you are the case agent in this case, correct?
I was not at first, but a couple weeks in, yes, I was.
And so for 2 years, you've been the case agent, correct?
Yes.
Now, if you can tell the jury, that means that you are basically the lead agent on the case. Is that right?
Yes.
And you collect all the information, you do all the investigation, you read all the reports. Is that right?
A majority of it, yes. And then because this case was rather large, I had assistance from other detectives and the district attorney's office.
So, as part of that, you collect various sources and maybe people are helping you, but you're ultimately the ultimate person with all the information in the case. Is that right?
With what's pertinent, I would say so, yes.
Okay.
But considering how many people were involved and how dynamic and everything this case was, it is kind of not essentially feasible for me to know every single piece of information. That's why people helped.
Sure. And let's start with the first interview and the day of the shooting. Now, you recall from your direct and from the videos we saw that you actually walked Miss Gutierrez Reed to the bathroom,
Yes.
and you were walking her to the bathroom from when she had been detained in Mr. Benavides' car, correct?
Incorrect, because she was not detained at that point.
Okay, well, legality, a legal word, but she was sitting in Mr. Benavides' car, correct?
Yes.
Now, while she was sitting in Mr. Benavides' car, you knew as case agent what had happened that day was Mr. Baldwin had been allowed to walk around and talk to people.
I do not know anything that had happened with him or where he was prior.
Well, do you know, as we sit here today, the case agent, having reviewed the pictures of Mr. Baldwin on the cell phone, are you telling the jury you don't know he was out talking to people?
I'd say he was out, but at the time that I was there, no.
I'm talking about your knowledge today. Do you know today that Mr. Baldwin was not put in a police car like Miss Gutierrez Reed?
That's correct.
Okay. And you know today that Mr. Baldwin, there's a picture of him on his cell phone talking to somebody on the day of the shooting.
Yes.
Okay. And you know that there is a video of him talking with David Halls and some other people on a truck area.
Is any of this in evidence?
I'm sorry, you said a video with him talking with
To David Halls?
I don't know of that video.
Okay. In any event, she's in Mr. Benavides' car, and you're walking Miss Gutierrez Reed to the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
And ma'am, we saw that you went inside the bathroom with Miss Gutierrez Reed, correct?
That is correct.
And one of the reasons you did that was you said that you felt like she might harm herself.
No, I didn't say that I felt like she was going to. It's just typical for us, especially because she had requested me to go with her. At the end of the day, my concern is, on that day, my concern is her well-being. She was obviously very distraught at that time. I wanted to make sure that she wasn't going to have some sort of medical episode or something happen in the bathroom where I would have to step in at that point.
Did she actually ask you to come in the bathroom with her?
No.
Okay. But you went ahead and went in.
Yes, and I turned the opposite direction from her to give her privacy.
And would you agree with me that she'd never met you, that'd be fairly intrusive to go inside the actual bathroom with her?
That would be a question for Ms. Gutierrez.
Okay. Now, you felt like you were wanting to make sure she didn't hurt herself, including in the bathroom. And so you must have felt like she was very distraught.
She just said she didn't say that.
Yes, I do feel like she was distraught that day.
And you also heard her say, did you not, that this was the worst day of her life? She didn't want to live, words to that effect?
I don't recall hearing her saying anything that she didn't want to live.
Or she said, my life is over. Sorry, I misremembered that.
And I will object. I believe that's absolutely a misstatement of what she said on the video. And if Mr. Bowles needs to review the video, I can pull it up.
Do you recall what she said?
Verbatim, no, but something to that extent.
Okay. So after knowing that, you all take her back to the station, and we see yourself and Talamonte sitting around a table, correct?
Yes.
And Miss Gutierrez Reed is then in the corner on the opposite end of that table, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you remember she mentioned at the start that something about maybe she should talk to a lawyer?
Yes.
And you all told her that, or not you, but do you remember hearing Talamonte tell her that might be a public defender and it might take all night?
Yes, something to that extent.
Okay, so with that, that statement was made to her with her asking how long a lawyer would take to get, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And then do you recall hearing that you all told her it was just going to be a few basic questions?
I did not make that statement, no, but I believe Hannah's response was that she was willing to answer a few basic questions.
Okay, and with that, she signed her Miranda waiver,
Yes.
a waiver of her Miranda rights. Is that right?
Yes.
So you felt it was okay for her to do that, even in the distraught state that she was in, whereby you thought she might.
These are legal arguments you make to a judge pre-trial.
Possibly.
These are not fact arguments.
I don't believe I said anything about her wanting to hurt herself. Just that obviously we take care of the well-being of people.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry, what was the other part of the question?
No, that's it. You answered it. Now, during this first interview, you did not tell Ms. Gutierrez Reed that Halyna had passed, did you?
No, I didn't even know that Miss Hutchins had passed away until essentially right before I told Mr. Baldwin.
Okay. So you didn't know that time at that time either.
I did not know.
Okay. Now, during the course of that interview, I think you stayed actually at the end of the second interview that when people have undergone a traumatic event, sometimes they can say unusual thing. I can't remember the exact words you used.
Yeah, something about their perception or
You can't remember the exact words.
recollection after something like that could be, I guess.
Bowles, what are you doing?
Okay, and you've seen that in the course of your career as an officer, that after somebody undergoes a traumatic event, sometimes their memory is affected.
Yes, and that's why we conduct additional interviews.
Okay, so it's a fact. You would agree with that she had just witnessed a very traumatic. She had been through a very traumatic situation.
Right. She didn't witness it because she wasn't inside the church.
Right. So she was not inside the church. That's what you concluded based on your investigation?
And her statements.
Okay. And you were able to corroborate that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So knowing that, the statement she gave, again, those could have been impacted in some ways by her being a part of a traumatic situation.
Theoretically.
Now, would you
This guy's
also
as
agree
good a
with me that
lawyer
you
as Hannah
asked
is an
different
armorer?
questions in the second interview than the first interview?
Yes, I asked a lot of questions in the second interview.
Yeah, it was a lot more comprehensive, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also know that when you take an interview of somebody, that you can use that in court against them, correct?
Their interview?
Yes.
Yes.
So while you were doing that, while you were questioning her and you all were talking to her, it looked like kind of being friendly with her, you knew that you could later use that one day in court.
Yes.
Okay. And
I don't believe this guy's a
I
lawyer.
mean, did she appear during that first interview?
This looks like a defendant arguing pro
She
se.
was in a very distraught state.
I would say that when
I'm just gonna object to asked and answered. She's already testified to it.
That's fine. She has already said it. Okay. Now, in the first interview, Ms. Gutierrez Reed told you there were 3 sources of ammunition, correct?
in the first interview,
Yes.
not correct.
Okay. What did she tell you in the first interview?
That they came from Seth Kenny.
Okay. And then she later tells you, the second interview, it's Seth Kenny, Billy Ray, and herself, right?
I don't know if I don't remember if she identified Billy Ray, but she did list additional sources.
Okay. And she also told you that Seth Kenny had given her ammunition for the prior movie set that she was on, The Old Way.
I don't recall her specifically saying that Seth Kenny provided that.
And again, you you don't remember from the first interview, a statement that she got ammunition from Seth Kenny?
I just said that she did say that she got it from Seth Kenny.
Okay. Did you try to corroborate that to pull invoices to show that Seth Kenny had brought ammunition from the to the Old Way set?
Not to the Old Way.
Okay. Now, there was talk about the idea of sabotage, and you mentioned that this came to your attention as part of this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing in that first interview that Officer Talamonte brings up the idea to Miss Gutierrez Reed that the camera crew walking off, does she think one of them might have done something?
She, Detective Talamonte, did present the idea to Miss Gutierrez about the camera crew, and Miss Gutierrez's response was no, that she didn't think it was them, and that she wouldn't want to think that way of anyone.
And so that was on October 21st. So the first mention that you're aware of the possibility of sabotage was your fellow detective, Ms. Talamonte, correct?
That I would say is incorrect.
Well, where did you hear it before that?
Before
The 21st, before Detective Talamonte says that. Who said it before that?
that was a theory that we threw out to try to get answers, not a theory from someone that was on set.
Oh, so when you say we threw out a theory, what do you mean?
The sheriff's office.
So the sheriff's office created a theory?
No, again, we were trying to get answers to questions that we had as to how or why something like this would potentially happen.
So was this a ruse? You're trying to trick people? Is that what you're talking about? You created a theory? What is that what the intent was?
No,
Okay, well then did you believe this theory?
believe the theory about the camera crew?
The sabotage that you threw out, that the sheriffs put out. Did you believe there was some truth to that?
No.
Okay, so you put out a false theory.
And I'm going to object. She didn't put out a false theory. She didn't say it in the interview. It simply wasn't her.
Okay, well then Talamonte put out a false theory.
Well, get him on.
Again, it's an interview, so we can discuss things, bring up things to, again, try to get questions answered and figure out how to or where to go with our investigation.
Okay, and trying to get answers from people through a false idea. Did you ever actually investigate the camera crew? Did you interview any of them?
I did not interview them, no.
Did anybody in your team interview any of them?
I believe Detective Joel Cano did.
How many of them did he interview?
That would be a question for Detective Joel Cano.
Okay, and you as the case agent don't know that?
No.
And you don't know what the result of those interviews are?
I would have to read his reports.
And also on that idea, you brought up the idea of Starline Brass in the second interview, and that these were appeared to be reloads because Starline Brass doesn't make live ammunition. Do you recall that part of the interview?
Yes.
Now you heard the special prosecutor's expert, Mr. Haig. He talked about those rounds appearing more to be reloads, the live rounds. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree with him that those appear to be reloads?
Well, and obviously I have to object. It's so far outside the scope of what she could testify to. She's not an expert in ammunition. That's why we called Mr. Haig.
And okay, I'll ask you another question. Do you have any reason to doubt Mr. Haig that he's correct?
No, objection.
That's his.
Well,
I'll overrule. Go ahead.
based on your investigation as a case agent and everything that you reviewed in this case, do you have any information to dispute your own expert, Mr. Haig?
That's not her expert.
So if those are reloads, and you know what JS means, Joe Swanson, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you had known from talking to Thel Reed that Thel Reed had delivered live ammunition to Seth Kenny on the set of 1883, correct?
From his statement, yes.
Yes, and you knew that you had talked to Troy Teskey and that he had first been holding these and giving them that they'll read, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you investigate the idea further, given that these were reloads, to try to figure out the source of the reloads?
No, because really what's important to law enforcement were the circumstances of what occurred that day and the facts and the evidence of what occurred during the incident.
Okay, well then, Ms. Morrissey asked you earlier if you had any information as to Seth Kenny bringing live rounds on set, but what you just said is you were more focused on the events of the day. Is that correct?
That was our main focus, yes.
So is it fair to say, would you agree with me that you didn't fully investigate the circumstances of these reloads?
I would say that we investigated it.
But you did not fully investigate it because you were more focused on the events of the actual day. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you also talked about earlier that it was kind of a circumstantial theory about Miss Gutierrez Reed, but you have no direct evidence that you can tell the jury today that she brought live rounds to set.
That's correct.
Oh, the first good question.
I remember you had told me at one point that when you interviewed Sarah Zachary, she gave conflicting information. Is that true?
I don't recall my conversation with you. I can say that I did not conduct Sarah's initial interview, but I know it was fairly short and I did a more in-depth one with her later.
Did you find in the course of those interviews, the one you did, her statements to be conflicting?
I believe that they were.
In the course of your investigation, did you also conclude that Seth Kenny had wanted Miss Gutierrez Reed fired?
I would disagree with him wanting her fired. I believe the conversation that I had seen was that Sarah had the ability to fire her because essentially she wasn't pulling her weight.
Well, did you ever corroborate and try to investigate that with the statements of Troy Teskey and Sarah Zachary?
Corroborate.
I'm sorry, I'm just confused about the question, if you can.
Okay, sure, I'll reword it. Did you interview or talk to both Sarah Zachary and Troy Teskey? Did they give you information about whether Seth Kenny wanted her fired?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me, would you not, that Miss Gutierrez Reed was cooperative with you in terms of sitting down for interviews?
Yes.
And she was also cooperative in providing her phone?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't have to do a search warrant for that?
No, I didn't have to on anyone's essentially besides Alec Baldwin's.
Okay. Yeah. Alec Baldwin had to have a search warrant, had to go through New York, and that whole process. Is that what happened?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you concluded not only that Hannah was not in the church at the time, but that she had handed the weapon to Mr. Halls?
Yes.
And did you also conclude that Mr. Halls had handed that to Mr. Baldwin?
Yes. And I just want to specify this is before the incident.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have given you a time frame.
Thank
So
you.
yes, you're right. That's right after lunch and right before the shooting is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And so in that time frame, did you conclude based on all your investigation?
So by statements, that is what I concluded. However, there were opposing statements at the beginning of the investigation.
Okay, there were conflicting statements at the beginning?
Yes.
Did you determine that those were not correct, those conflicting statements?
They were.
I guess I'm going to object because I don't know specifically what statement he's referring to.
Oh, sure, I'll ask her. Okay, I'll ask the witness. Yes, Your Honor. Corporal, what statements were conflicting with that idea?
So on the the day of the incident, I did interview Mr. Baldwin, and in his interview, he initially had stated that Hannah handed him the gun. However, later he changed that statement and said that Dave Halls had been the one that handed him the gun.
And I just would ask the court for some kind of an instruction or guidance with regard to this sounds like hearsay. So if it's not being offered for that, then can we kind of iron that out?
Sure, and counsel asked to know those statements, but
Counsel what?
asked to know what those statements
Well,
were.
that doesn't mean that she opened the door for hearsay.
No, and I understand, Your Honor, and I'm just, based on her knowledge of these, the effect on her and what she did investigation-wise. So,
Well, all right, ask it that way.
yes. So, and I'm not trying to get into the core of the statements unless people want to hear it. But I do want to ask you what certain things had impact on you and your investigation. So that's why I asked that. How did you reconcile, and when you got those conflicting statements, what did you do to make your ultimate conclusion? Did you review additional information, talk to more people? What did you do?
Yeah, so that was, I mean, essentially the purpose of re-interviewing and gathering people's statements.
Okay. Did you also learn and conclude that Miss Gutierrez Reed, when she handed Halls the weapon, had shown him the rounds?
Her statement was that she showed him what was in the cylinder, not that she took the rounds out.
Okay, and you also heard her say that before she put in the last round, that she had shaken it in her statement. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you, as part of your investigation, you also were aware that numerous people had access to that prop truck?
Yes.
And that was because in the day it was not secured?
I wasn't on set, so I can't
Okay.
call that, but
But
that
did
was
you-
my understanding.
That's what your understanding was.
Yes.
And did you learn in the course of your investigation, your understanding, that it took props a while to get a prop cart to use for their weapons?
I believe it took a few days for them.
Okay. Were you aware whether Miss Gutierrez Reed had to pull a wagon before that?
No.
Okay. You never heard that she had a wagon?
No.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay.
Sustained.
You knew as part of your investigation that Ms. Gutierrez Reed was performing 2 jobs and had to support props, correct?
That's correct.
And she also made statements that she had requested additional training with Gabrielle Pickle. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you also, in the course of your investigation, conclude that there was a lot of rushing on the set?
From statements provided to me, yes.
Did you also learn that whether safety meetings had occurred every day on set?
From the interviews that I conducted, it seemed pretty apparent that they were not conducted every day.
Okay. Was it also apparent to you that the safety bulletins, like for the industry, were not attached to the call sheets?
That's correct.
Did you ever find any inventory procedure or anything that Rust Productions had put together for the ammunition that was coming in?
No.
Did you find any inventory procedure in the call sheets or otherwise in production regarding the firearms?
No.
There was a gun safe on the prop truck, correct?
That's correct.
And was that safe, who had access to that safe?
It would have been Miss Gutierrez and Sarah Zachary. And it was a little unclear about Nicole.
Okay, and Nicole, again, for the jury, she was the props assistant?
Yes.
Okay. at or before the search of the prop truck that we talked about earlier, did Seth Kinney obtain the code to that safe?
Yes,
Because he was the one that let you all in on the 27th into the prop truck, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. In the course of your
Well,
investigation,
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm gonna back up.
Yeah.
He did not, did you say the prop truck or the safe?
the safe, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It was
Okay.
the safe I meant.
Yeah, he did not let us into the prop truck, but he did let us into the safe.
And prior to that search on the 27th, between the time of the incident on the 21st and then the 27th, there was at least a few days in there where that prop truck was not secure, correct?
I wasn't on scene, so I cannot say definitively.
Well, do you know as case agent that sheriffs were stationed there the entire time?
They were not stationed there the whole time, but I know they were there at least for a couple days before I obtained the search warrant.
Okay, so at least from your knowledge as case agent, law enforcement was not present at that prop truck for at least a couple of days.
Yes, correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the search of the prop truck on the date of 27th and then the search of PDQ props. What date did that occur on, the search of PDQ props?
November 30th, 2021.
So November 30th, 2021, that was approximately a month and 10 days after the incident. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. And I might be off a day if I am this close. It's about a month and 10 days, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Now, during that time frame, from reviewing phone records, did you have a call with Seth Kinney on October 25th? It lasted about 20 minutes.
I probably.
Do you recall that call, which would have been 2 days before the search of the prop truck?
I don't.
Between the time of the search of PDQ props and the shooting incident, that month and 10 days, you remember how many calls you had with Seth Kinney?
No, there were a bit.
There was a lot, wasn't there? He would call you quite a bit.
Yes.
And isn't it true that he would try to give you information and try to steer you in certain ways?
I don't believe he was trying to steer me in any way. I think that he was trying to be helpful in locating the source of the live ammunition.
Didn't he push this onto Miss Gutierrez Reed?
Push.
Didn't he indicate that Miss Gutierrez Reed must be the source of the live ammunition?
He probably, I mean, he may have said something to that extent.
And in fact, haven't you seen messages in the course of your investigation where he's trying to implicate Miss Gutierrez Reed?
Are you? Yes, I believe she was licensed under them.
And you know that right after the shooting, Miss Zachary and Mr. Kinney had text and a phone call, correct?
Yes.
And you remember that there was words to the effect that there had been a shooting?
I believe the text message said emergency.
Emergency. Do you know what they discussed?
Hang on, we're back to hearsay, and so I want to make a hearsay objection. I can't figure out what the exception would be to this.
And again, Your Honor, I'll word it in terms of her course of her investigation and the effect. And it's not for the truth. I'm just trying to find out.
Well, let's see if it had, let's see if it meets effect on listener. I haven't
Okay.
heard that yet.
I guess my concern is that what's going to happen here is Mr. Bowles is just gonna get a bunch of hearsay out, the jury's gonna hear it, and then maybe it doesn't have an effect on the listener, and then hearsay's just out, and then we've just broken the rules of evidence. So is there a way we can do this so that Mr. Bowles doesn't get to spend the next half an hour?
Why don't you just ask her if any text message between the two of them, what, if anything, it had on the effect of the investigation?
Yes, I was going to ask you that. And we are going to have Sarah Zachary as a witness. So we're not going to. But the after the phone call and text occurred, did you learn and did you investigate whether rounds had been thrown away on the set, on the scene?
I received a statement of that.
Okay, that rounds had been thrown away.
This is
On the
He's providing it. This is testimony by the lawyer. Morrissey is quite correct. He can ask, did you have text communications between Kenny and Sarah Zachary? Yes. Did anything about those text investigations lead you in a certain direction in your investigation, impact how you conducted your investigation? Yes. Then you have an exception to the hearsay rule. But you can't say the substance of the communication until you've demonstrated an exception to the hearsay rule. Or you have to remove the jury and have this conversation outside the hearing of the jury. I just can't believe this guy's a lawyer. If I were to discover this guy's not actually admitted to the bar, that he's wearing a lawyer costume.
Corporal, did you investigate whether rounds were thrown away?
Again, that was a statement in an interview.
And I'm not asking about the statement. I'm asking if you investigated that at all.
I'm not really sure how to, if you want to reword it a different way.
Sure. Did you try to locate rounds that were thrown away?
Over a month later?
I'm just asking the question if you tried
No.
to do that. Okay.
That statement was given over a month later.
And likewise, the search of PDQ props was over a month after the shooting incident, correct?
Correct.
And so there would have been time for Mr. Kinney, had he wanted to get rid of evidence if he had wanted to. Is that a fair statement?
If he had wanted to.
Did you also investigate whether items had been taken from the prop cart to the prop truck after the shooting? Because Ms. Gutierrez Reed made that statement.
What statement?
Mr. Bowles, what, can you just tell her what statement you're referring to? I think this is not hearsay, so I think Ms. Gutierrez's statements
Why
can come
doesn't
in.
he just ask if she did that without the added part unless
Sure.
it's necessary? I don't know.
Yes, and I just was trying to ask her if you investigated whether items had been taken from the prop cart to the prop truck.
Can you give a time period?
Yes, right after the shooting, before law enforcement got there.
So during the investigation, it was relayed to me that there had been firearms that were secured back in the prop truck.
And my question was, did you investigate to determine whether that was correct?
I'm not really, I mean, I'd say it was a statement given to me, and we had done a search on the prop truck.
Okay,
So,
were you able to corroborate that?
well, I don't know exactly what guns were identified to which actor. So I can't really say.
Okay, so you didn't,
I would say that we followed up on it.
okay. You also saw on the video where a man at the scene had reached across the crime scene tape. You recall that video?
Yes.
You recall seeing his hand that it was kind of like this, and he put it down on the cart over the tape. Do you recall seeing that?
I recall seeing him grab something off the cart and then putting it back.
Do you recall seeing his hand being behind his back and coming around sort of shaped like this and then go over the tape onto the cart?
No.
You don't recall seeing?
And Your Honor, this is Mr. Bowles testifying. Mr. Bowles is testifying because he didn't get the right information from Benedict.
Move on.
I will. You don't know whether he put something on the cart or whether he took something off, do you?
And I will object to foundation because this witness wasn't there.
That's why I asked her if she didn't know. That's why I said you don't know.
All right, so she's already said that she didn't. She doesn't know, so let's move on.
Now, I want to ask you more about Seth Kenny. You never took his fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
And you never took his DNA, correct?
That's correct.
And you also never took his phone to be downloaded like the other phones that you took, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Kinney, I know you mentioned had shown you certain text messages and other information, but you never got the entirety of what was on his phone, correct?
It wasn't a full extraction, if that's what you're referring to.
Yes, right. It was not a full extraction.
That's correct.
And in contrast, you got extractions of phones for Ms. Gutierrez Reed, Sarah Zachary, Mr. Halls, and Mr. Baldwin, correct?
Yes, because they were on the set.
Okay, and you had mentioned that before, but actually Seth Kinney was the primary source of ammunition to the set.
I will
right?
object to the form of that question. It is completely contrary to the evidence that the jury has heard, and Mr. Bowles knows it.
Actually, Your Honor, I don't. And I'm asking her a question that's perfectly permissible to ask her. If she
Go ahead
disagrees.
and ask the question.
Okay, but my question to you is, were you aware that Seth Kinney was the primary ammunition supplier to the set?
I don't know if I would say primary, but he was a source of ammunition.
Okay, he was a source of ammunition to the set. And knowing that, isn't it true that it would be possible for his fingerprints to be on the boxes or ammunition he supplied?
It could be possible.
And in fact, you submitted for potential fingerprints those 4 blank rounds that we saw earlier to the FBI, right?
Yes.
But you did not send any of the live rounds for fingerprint testing.
I think that was discussed with the FBI. Why?
And I understand that, but why would it be different in your understanding to send the blanks versus the live rounds?
I'm sorry, the blanks.
The blanks you sent for fingerprint testing, why were they different? And why could you not have sent the live round? Where is there a difference?
Do you mean the cartridges?
The cartridges.
Okay, those
I'm
aren't
sorry.
blanks.
I'm not blanks. I'm sorry. The cartridges you sent, you're right. Already fired cartridges that you sent. Why is that different than the live rounds?
That test was not requested by us.
The test. Which
for
test?
those cartridges?
For which cartridges?
You're talking about the 4 casings.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yes. So that test came from the request for it came from Miss Morrissey.
Okay, so the special prosecutor decided that she was going to try to test the cartridges for the fingerprints. Is that right?
Yes.
So given that, I'm just trying to figure out why the live rounds couldn't have also been tested.
I had that discussion with you several times, I believe. Right?
We did. We talked about it. And
yes.
I just still wanted to ask you why those weren't submitted, because wouldn't it have been possible?
I think you heard testimony from the FBI that they wouldn't.
I don't think they said they wouldn't. I think they said a very low percentage.
Correct. So that, again, I had this discussion with the district attorney's office, with our crime scene technician, along with our FBI Albuquerque representative. And I believe we took it back to the lab representatives as well, as to DNA and latent print testing on the live ammunition that we had found on set. So the reason why we did not proceed, which I had discussed with you, as to why we did not do that testing, was because there were several statements throughout my interviews and investigation in general that these live rounds had already been touched, handled. This wasn't day 1 of filming. I believe this was day 12. So we had already had statements that these rounds, one, may have came from other movie sets, which were the ones in the bandoliers. The ones in the box had been handled by Sarah Zachary, along with, the ones that were in the weapon handled by Hannah and Dave. And there's just a lot of handling of those rounds that to us, and the discussions that we had, it didn't make sense for us to do testing on those when we already knew that there were numerous people handling them. it didn't make sense, which I discussed that with you. And I also referred, if you had any issues with that, going further to discuss it with the district attorney's office.
And you had no idea when those rounds appeared on set. You don't have any direct evidence of that.
Of when they did?
Yes.
No.
So you have no idea if they appeared on day 1 or day 11.
Correct.
So given that, the statement you just made about all this handling, you really don't know that, do you? Because you don't know when they came onto set.
Again, there's a lot of people handling that stuff on set.
Well, if they appeared on the day in question, if that box had just appeared, then you have no idea how many people handled those, do you?
If that box had just appeared.
Yes, right.
If.
Right. You don't know.
Right.
Okay. And so you also heard Ms. Gutierrez Reed state that they would frequently use dummies, and then they would mix them out with other boxes. And I asked Popple that. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes.
And so you don't know one way or another, because you just saw the boxes as they were on the 21st, whether those were the same rounds in the same box on the 18th, for example.
That's correct.
Okay. And you wouldn't know if they had used them before and then changed them out in a different box, correct?
Who are you referring to?
Ms. Zachary and Ms. Gutierrez Reed, if they use them in the course of a day, you don't know which box they would have put them in.
That's correct.
Okay. When you went to Mr. Kinney's business to search, that was pursuant to search warrant again, correct?
Yes.
And so a judge again signed a search warrant on probable cause to search that business, correct?
Yes.
And you were looking for certain evidence of live rounds, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did you take a series of photos at that search warrant?
Did I? No.
Okay, Ms. Popple did?
Yes.
But you were present to see the various things that were there and that were being photographed.
Yes.
There was a picture that I want to show you in a moment of a box of ammo that had a steel wool in that picture. Do you recall that?
I do not. I'm sorry.
I want to show that to you.
So I do have an objection. This photo is not in evidence, and I don't know that the photo can come into evidence through this witness. Would you like to approach, or?
I want to see what he's going to do.
All right.
Counsel, you had mentioned this was coming in. So this picture is the one that we talked about.
No. I told you the other picture from Mr. Kinney was coming in during his testimony. That is a photo that you should have gotten in through Ms. Popple, and you can call her back if you want to.
Well, if you want to, I'm going to ask her if she recognizes it. If I
My
may
guess.
approach her. Do you recall, ma'am, if you can look at this photo?
Yeah.
Let's see if you recognize that box.
I couldn't say for certain.
So you don't remember seeing this particular box and the steel wool?
Asked and
and the rounds
answered.
in here? You don't remember this from the search?
Your Honor, asked and answered. She's already said.
Sustained.
Okay, we'll call Officer Popple back. Let me ask you this. How many times have you prepped your testimony with Miss Morrissey?
A few.
How many times have you met with her? How many days?
I couldn't say an exact number.
Was it 2? Is it 3?
Again, I couldn't say an exact number.
So you don't know how many days you've met to prepare?
An exact number? No, and
No.
I don't want to just assume.
Okay. Have you talked to her on the phone about it?
Yes.
Did you go over the questions she was going to ask you and your answers?
Yes.
So in essence, you practiced for today, right?
Yes.
So your
That's what you're
testimony
supposed to
is
do.
You've gone over these exhibits. You've gone over what you're going to say today.
That's correct.
So when you gave those answers earlier, in fact, you knew what a particular exhibit number was. It was 48. That was something you all had discussed, wasn't it?
I don't believe the specific exhibit number, but again, she showed me when she would ask about it.
On a break?
just now when she
Right.
would ask about
I'm
it.
sorry, I don't know off the top of my head what Exhibit 48 is, and I don't know that the witness does. So in order for this to make sense,
She didn't ask for clarification.
All
I
right.
think we're just going over this.
well, if he's
Okay.
mentioning me, I don't know what he's talking
Okay,
about.
thank you.
Well, she does, because she was the one that
Let's
prepped you,
move
right?
on.
Yes, I will, Your Honor. Did Miss Morrissey prep you, or was it somebody else?
Yes, she did.
So she was there talking to you, right? Or on the phone or in person? She was the one talking to you. correct?
Yes, it's pretty normal to prep with the attorney you're working with for a trial.
Did you help prep other witnesses in this case with Miss Morrissey? Were you present?
No.
Okay. As a case agent, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just wondering if you were present during other interviews.
Asked and answered. She already said no.
Move on.
Okay. Now,
That's the face
Mr.
you make
Baldwin,
when you
I
realize
wanna
your
talk
lawyer's
about him.
garbage.
you and Mr. Baldwin had 2 phone calls that you recorded. You recall that?
Yes.
And did you have other phone calls that were not recorded?
There may have been.
Would that be unusual for in your standard operating procedures to have a call with a suspect that you do not record?
So it was a phone call. So no, we're not really required to use lapels to record phone calls.
Okay, is that true though, when you have a suspect in a shooting case, he's the one accused of shooting. If that person calls you, you're saying you don't have to record that?
By policy, no. I've had numerous phone calls where I potentially didn't have a lapel near me. They take time to turn on. So it's possible. There are probably other phone calls in this case that weren't recorded as well.
Do you remember the substance of the unrecorded phone calls?
Can you point them out? I don't.
I don't know, because we don't have them recorded. I'm just wondering if you can remember any of the substance.
No.
So in the recorded phone calls, do you recall a call of 13 minutes with Mr. Baldwin, approximately, in which he was driving to Vermont?
I'm sure that there was one.
And you recall that he was
Come over here.
okay.
The judge is so unhappy. The judge is so unhappy having to deal. Look how she's looking at attorney Jason Bowles. Look at her. She looks like she's his ex-wife, and he hasn't paid his alimony and child support this month. Oh. She just caught little Timmy with his wiener out in the backyard where the neighbors can see. Yeah, that's the guy on the right, Jason Bowles, the defense attorney. Oh my God. Hannah hired this guy as a lawyer, like Rust hired Hannah as an armorer. She's done. Hannah's going to hop right on Amazon, go to Kindle. Planning for Prison, A Young Woman's Guide. Illustrated. Any surprise this guy couldn't line up a defense armorer expert witness? Anybody surprised now? Anybody surprised he authorized a download of his client's phone with no restrictions, even on attorney-client privilege material? She'd be looking at 18 months if she's found guilty. Just 18 months. That's the max. She's going to download Get Hard, the movie. No, this is not the lawyer she fired. She fired the other one, who I thought was pretty good. I mean, in the little bit I saw of him in 2 days of occasional cross. Prison for armorers.
Corporal, did you ever, and I don't want to know the substance, but did you ever talk to Troy Teskey in this case?
I believe very briefly.
And again, I don't want to know the substance of the call, but what during that call was Seth Kenny present?
I believe so.
And again, was this right around the time of the shooting?
I don't recall the date.
Okay.
All that scribbling.
You, again, not getting into the substance.
I'm
did
doing the
talk
best
to
I can here,
Calgary
Your Honor.
in the course of this case, correct?
At your request.
And you did talk to him though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Joe Swanson?
I don't believe so.
On those boxes, the JS, I think you confirmed those stand for Joe Swanson.
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay.
We've got another 2.5 hours of this.
Okay, Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Oh my God, please be over. Morrissey's going to storm back in here on redirect. We're probably up 4 hours of redirect. Morrissey's. They've got her tied to her chair right now. Oh, look, he's got sticky notes. That's good. That's the ineffective assistance of counsel appeal.
Transcripts on the prop card? Question?
I don't know what you're handing me, sir.
It's what you emailed me, Karen.
Is this what I?
It's what you emailed me.
Okay,
It's part of it.
yes. Have you reviewed every word? Because you should if you haven't.
Oh!
Listen to it. So, ma'am, you recall when I started this, I asked you a question about the first interview, and where in that first interview, Ms. Gutierrez Reed had said she loaded it over the prop card. That she unloaded that gun over the prop card. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I believe I remember her saying something to that extent.
Okay, do you recall if I showed you pages of the transcript, would that refresh your memory as to the exact words that she had said?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may approach?
Oh my gosh. Morrissey's on fire.
Those two, sir, please. And it should be highlighted.
I would request that the witness read the entire thing. Not just Mr. Bowles' highlight portion.
They're not, I didn't highlight them.
Well, someone from the defense team highlighted them.
Okay, did you get to review them? Did you-
I am asking that the witness review all of them.
Stay focused. We're gonna look at this.
This is looking to be a huge misstep by Bowles. Morrissey is just like, she's watching him step into the bear trap. The rule of completeness is going to allow, of course, for the reading of the whole thing, not just little highlighted portions, arguably out of context. He's like the little mouse poking at the cheese in the rat trap. Dear Lord. Yeah, the lips are a bad idea. I don't know why. Please don't do that, ladies. What she needs is a diet. She doesn't need lip fillers.
For the record, can we get the page numbers of the transcript that are being handed to the witness?
You probably should have had those because you looked at them.
I didn't take note of the page numbers.
Courtesy gave you her transcript. You can give her the page.
I believe it's page 28 through 32.
You're not the one examining. Please let him answer.
I will withdraw the
No.
request.
All right.
So much for being collegial. This is more like the pretrial motions were in tone.
Do you have a chance to read those?
Yes.
If you can hand those back.
Can I just read her statement?
No, it's refreshing your memory.
Okay.
You wanted the quote, but it's refreshing your memory. So
Okay.
you can remember from memory.
What are you saying, Mr. Bowles? Are you speaking to me?
Yeah, I'm saying.
What would you like, sir?
We're trying to get to the truth. That's what I'd like.
All right, you all. If you all ask your question, I'll let you have coffee. Let's focus here with our caffeine and ask if she remembers what was said to her.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ma'am, do you remember now the exact words that were said?
Yes.
And what were those?
Her statement was, I took them all out. It was there on the cart too.
Okay, and again, and this is entered into evidence. Do you recall actually that she said?
All right.
No.
Sounded funny.
Yes.
You want
All right.
these-
You know what? We're going to take a break. We're going to spare you a little. All right. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All right.
Is something funny? Bull says there's something funny, and the judge says yes. The judge says yes. Look at Morrissey. She's shaking her head and laughing back there. Oh my God. Judge, take a break. This courtroom's going out of control. Bowles is utterly incompetent. Again, if I were to discover if there was an investigation and it turns out he's never been admitted to the bar, it wouldn't surprise me. He can't just testify from a transcript. He's not a witness.
This has been entered into evidence. So I did refresh your memory.
Well, the
but
transcript hasn't been entered into
the
evidence.
transcript, but the actual words of this should reflect what was said on the tape.
All right, looks like the
Unless
jury's
there's
out.
objection by the government.
Oh, they cut off the mic. I'm starting to think that Hannah Gutierrez is a better armorer than Jason Bowles is a criminal defense attorney. And that's saying something. I mean, she got someone killed, arguably. he is rocket shipping this client into prison. I can't believe they cut off the mic. Oh my gosh, that was fun. Another break. Bowles is done. He's got nothing. He's got nothing. I just can't wait until the defense starts to present their case in chief. This is going to be insane. Imagine if it turns out he's been faking being a lawyer and he gets prosecuted and convicted and spends 18 months in prison in the cell next to Gutierrez. This should be a movie. Your Honor, Mr. Bowles is testifying. Bowles turns around. You can't handle my testimony. You can't handle my testimony. Man. The judge is she's not allowing the speaking objections to get so snarky. She's gently correcting, hoping they're going to start behaving like adults. But Morrissey is right to be outraged. This is ridiculous conduct by the defense. He knows he's not allowed to testify. He knows he's not allowed to elicit clear hearsay. He's asking the witnesses if they remember individual timestamps from an hour-plus long interview. It's ridiculous. He's trying to introduce evidence that this witness can't provide a foundation for. We already had the witness that could have provided that foundation. He could have gotten his exhibit entered into evidence then. The transcript's not on the record. The video's entered into evidence. The transcript is not in evidence. They'd have to bring in a witness to provide a foundation for getting like who did the transcript? Did you listen to this video? What are your qualifications as a transcriptionist? Have you had an opportunity to review this transcript before coming to trial? Is this a fair and accurate representation of what was said in the video? You have to do all of that. Yeah. This remake of My Cousin Vinny sucks. Oh, Tony, law self-defense member Tony says, an appeal for ineffective counsel would take longer than the 18 months max sentence. That's true. We had much the same situation with the taser lady, right? She was sentenced ultimately to something like, I think, a net of 14 months. And there was a lot wrong in that trial. She could have appealed, but you wouldn't get the appeal heard before the 14 months was up. And then what if you win the appeal and you go back for a retrial and you get a real manslaughter sentence? So apparently Justice Jackson, the woman on the Supreme Court who doesn't know what a woman is, said that bump stocks can fire 800 rounds a second. Only the best. We are a society in collapse. In collapse. Oh my God. So imagine what happens if Biden gets elected again and replaces a couple of the conservative justices with a couple more Sotomayors. What do you think happens to the Second Amendment? All right, looks like the jury's coming back in just a minute. Everyone's standing up. The adult has probably told counsel to stop acting like little bitches. I can't read the thread on X right now, but I'll bookmark it. It looks like there's a lot of great memes. I'll bookmark it for maybe. There's so little time when I get home. I don't know why Bowles is smiling. Bowles is about to get pegged on redirect. If they ever get to redirect. Yeah, I'll try to get to that thread on X later. Fully semi-automatic Supreme Court justice. It would end. It would form. Bump stocks can form a black hole. It'd be the end of the time-space continuum. It would open dimensions to new worlds. Oh, they put the seal back up. No audio. I don't know what they were just talking about. Super lawyers will probably remove Bowles from their site. Is he on their site? Oh, gosh. I've never been a super lawyer, folks. I've never been a super lawyer. Oh, my God. Yeah, you got to pay to be a super lawyer. I've never been inclined to do that. I already know. I'm the nation's expert on use of force law. Prove me wrong. They were confusing minutes and seconds. That's crazy. Of course, they'd make them NFA items, right? Imagine the ammo expense. We were talking about buying primers 1,000 at a time. You'd need $130 box of primers every second. Good Lord. That's why I never got anything full auto. Alec Baldwin's defense attorneys are it's not this clown. I don't know if I have their names immediately available, but let me see. I haven't researched his lawyers yet. I haven't had time. I do have a note to self to do that. That's not what I wanted. But if anybody wants, let's see if I can find it. His lawyers are Luke Nikas, Nikas, Heather LeBlanc, and Alex Spiro. Alex Spiro, I believe, is the famous one. Partner in a New York City law firm. Investigations, government enforcement on white-collar crime. New Yorker Magazine, How Alex Spiro Keeps the Rich and Famous Above the Law. Harvard Law School, Plain Spoken Charm. I think he's going to be nothing like Jason Bowles. Who is Alex Spiro representable for? Mick Jagger, Charles Oakley, Julian Edelman, Philip Seymour. Oh, it says involved in litigation surrounding Philip Seymour Hoffman, but it doesn't say he represented him. So he'll probably be pretty good. Anybody competent would be better than this. This is Gutierrez got this guy out of Crackerjack box. The other guy, Luke Nikas, a leading commercial litigator. Also out of New York. High net worth individual. Partner at the New York law firm, Quinn Emanuel Urquhart and Sullivan. Another big gun. Imagine what they were doing. They must have been laughing their asses off watching these interviews with Bowles. And Heather LeBlanc is a local Albuquerque, New Mexico. So the New York guys will be representing Baldwin in New Mexico, Prohack Vici, with Heather LeBlanc, the local attorney, acting as kind of their umbrella, and they've been approved by the court, even though they're New York lawyers and not New Mexico lawyers. With her covering the New Mexico facet, they're allowed to practice for the purposes of this case before this judge. Crazy. Kim Potter was the taser later. Yeah. If the nipply thing don't fit, you must have quit. Somebody says Heather's a competent lawyer. I don't know her at all. I mean, I presume lawyers are competent until like this guy, they prove otherwise. Shane says, I believe Sotomayor's diabetes affects her moods and decisions. I feel she shouldn't have been nominated. She shouldn't have been nominated because she's an idiot. I mean, just read her opinions. There's no legal reasoning in those opinions. No, Heather LeBlanc was not co-counsel with Carrie. It was Nicole Moss was co-Carrie with Carrie Morrissey on the Dean Cummings case. Nicole Moss was quite good. Not I'm not sure at Morrissey's level, but very good. Somebody writes, the lawyer she fired got off easy. He did. Oh my God. He's home drinking a good bourbon, watching this on court TV. I don't think I've ever seen a public defender this bad. Yes, I'll concede to banning the guns that shoot 800 rounds per second. we can ban all those guns. I've never owned a bump stock, folks. I can't imagine. I have no use for bump stock, but either it's an arm. It's part of an arm, a firearm. All the parts of a firearm are an arm. It's protected by the Second Amendment. Shall not be infringed. Oh my Lord. Let's see. 1140 people watching, 800 likes. That's not bad. Thank you, everybody. How about this? Let me see if there's some questions that have come in. A few more subscribers. I need another 613, folks. I need 613 new subscribers to get to 60,000. And there's 1,100, almost 1,200 of you on this stream. So if you're not yet subscribed, a subscription would be most appreciated. Let's see. Check out the super chats. Pugs. Oh, we have a new one from Pugs. $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Pugs. Writes, always treat any firearm like it's loaded. Thank you for putting on these streams. Well, that's very kind of you, Pugs. I would play my little chiking sound effect, but it's not working, unfortunately. Or I would do better. Paul says, can I subscribe twice? Oh. Lee says, I question the choice of a commercial litigation attorney for criminal defense. I guess Heather LeBlanc is probably the local criminal defense attorney. Yeah, defense lawyer. LeBlanc Law, fighting for you every step of the way. Practice areas. Oh, yeah, it looks like it's all It's all criminal stuff. Yeah, it's all criminal stuff, really. So about blog. Experience in high profile cases, her website says here. I'll pull up her website. So this is LeBlanc. I've got nothing bad to say about her, just to be clear. This is the first time I've ever looked. LeBlanc Law, that certainly looks like New Mexico. I've ridden my motorcycle through this terrain many times. Experience in high profile cases. Front and center on her website, her involvement in the Alec Baldwin case. Don't blame her a bit. There she is. I mean, it looks like there's a lot of filtering going on there, but looks fine in that photo. She owns a hairbrush, apparently. That's good. Now offering virtual consultations. Why choose us? Free 30 minutes in the legal industry, more than 15 years. Drug crimes, sex crimes, violent crimes, expungements. All typical criminal defense stuff. So, yeah, I mean, until I know otherwise, I'll presume that she knows what she's doing, and she's educating the the commercial litigators on criminal defense law. So hopefully she's good enough to prevent bad things from happening. One problem you can run into, of course, is that the lawyer who starts direct with a witness is the lawyer who keeps direct with the witness. So when you go direct, the other side gets cross-examination, you come back for redirect, it's got to be the same lawyer. It's not like she can step in on redirect and fix mistakes the other guy's made. But we'll see. It looks like the other guys are, Harvard law grads, Manhattan partners in Manhattan law firms. So it should be fun for sure. Paul says seems to have decent reviews. Yeah, I could get one of those bellboy chimes. It's so frustrating that these sound effects don't work anymore. There's no good reason for it. When I hit the buttons, it sounds perfect in my earbuds, but I've done some like recordings, non-live stream recordings, and it just doesn't go over the computer. I don't know why. We lost Afghanistan because we didn't deploy bump stocks. Lee says Harvard law grads don't scare me in the courtroom. No, me either. It's a good way to become a partner in a New York law firm, though, and that it's helpful for that purpose. Yeah, no, in criminal defense and court's a different animal completely. Distance says bought a 1911 for $350 10 years ago, and it turned out to be good. That's just luck. $350 1911. You got lucky, my friend. Yeah. Yeah, those New York lawyers better keep their manners in check, though. This is going to be the same judge for that trial too, and she doesn't look like she takes shit from anybody. I feel so bad for her. Just a second, folks. Sorry. Trying to manage video production for the blog post later in real time. Oh, lordy. You don't often get quite this level of a circus. We've had different circuses, right? We've had kind of the malevolent binger. We've had lawyers that just lie to the jury about what the tool or drill is. We have the lawyers who speak in rhymes. But I'm not sure I've ever had a lawyer that's that bad. Miles Dog asked, is my 507 co-witness on your 365? No, I didn't put higher sights on the 365. I don't like the co-witness. And in my opinion, the dots are so reliable these days. I've never had this dot go down. I've had thousands of rounds to this little 365 XL with the hollow sun on it. It just keeps running and running and running. And especially with the 507K anyway, it's got like a little rear sight notch kind of built into it. So, I mean, I'm not taking any long shots that require great accuracy with the iron sights on this gun. It's the dot. If the dot goes down, then I have a different problem. I still have basic sights on the gun. Joe says, why the same judge? Would that not be in conflict? No, they always use the same judge. When it's two related cases, so many of the witnesses and the investigators and the facts and all this, because partly if you have the same judge, you end up with the same rulings on evidentiary questions and things of that sort. It maintains a certain consistency. Very common. Just like if someone's convicted, goes to prison, appeals their conviction, is awarded a new trial, it typically comes back to the same trial judge. He's familiar with the case. Lee says, Heather was the managing attorney of felony division in the Albuquerque Public Defender's Office. Well, she is probably excellent then. That is a very good sign for the defense. Of course, they need they need that. I wonder what they're paying her as a private attorney. What do you think the Manhattan law firms are paying her? You think they told her, listen, we'll pay you what we're making for this trial? And she said, that sounds awesome. Yeah, that's a good pick. Very few criminal defense attorneys get the kind of actual trial time that public defenders do. And managing attorney of the felony division, you get there by working your way up, obviously. That's a good sign. She will know her stuff. Sometimes these public defender attorneys, they've got hundreds of criminal trials under their belt. Let's see. I think the judge is making balls stand in a corner with a dunce hat on. Oh. I know he does. He looks like he looks like a defendant acting pro se. Like he's just making shit up. He doesn't know what he's supposed to be doing. I mean, did he just become a lawyer? Was it like one of these, mail order things? Unbelievable. Kyle says, I have a hollow sun on my AR, but don't want one on my EDC. Couple reasons. If I retrain my decrepit brain to look for it and lose it, I might balk when trying to go back to iron. Yeah, I mean, I would say the real issue with dots, the way they are currently designed, is the gun has to come up with the dot on the glass. Your presentation has to be consistent enough that when the gun comes up, the dot's in the glass. Now with irons, it's a little more forgiving, because when you bring up a pistol with irons, the iron front sight's always there somewhere, and you don't even know you're doing it, but you're making little micro adjustments as you finish your presentation. Now, if you shoot at a very high level with irons, guess what? When the gun comes up, the iron is right there. There's no micro adjustments. The iron's in the same place. It's where you need it to be for that target, which is the level of skill in presentation you need with a dot. Because if the gun's cocked, the dot could be off the glass, and then it's hard to find. So yes, the dot takes a commitment that irons don't, for sure. But I just have trouble seeing the front sight, especially under poor light conditions now, just because of the age of my eyes. With the dot, this little 365 XL makes distance shots just fine. I mean, 50-yard shots, like on a humanoid-sized plate, no problem. My first couple of dots, I put suppressor height sights on them. But I wouldn't do it again. I'm not going to do that again. I'm debating whether to put a dot on my 30-year-old 1911, one of my Wilson combat guns. I'm sending it in to be refurbished again. And this is the gun I have like 100,000 rounds through. And it needs some tuning up. It's ready. But one option is they'll put one of a variety of red dots on it for, an extra $600. And I can't decide whether to keep it the way I got it in 1996. Would it be blasphemy to get it drilled and tapped for a dot? I haven't made up my mind yet. I just can't decide. I don't need a dot on it. I have plenty of guns with dots, but I'll probably leave it the way it is. Maybe Wilson will send me a slide. Sell me a slide that's drilled and tapped, a separate slide. I'll have to ask him. Yeah, have Wilson put the plate on it and use it if you feel the need. Yeah, that's what I would pick. They have this plate that they mount on top of the slide that you can put the red dot on. I don't think you can't cut the slide on a 1911 for a dot because the firing pin channel is too high in the slide to allow for that. Yeah, so I shot it 15 years in competition, and I was shooting on average typically 10,000 rounds a year. A few years less than that. A couple of years I was out of the country, so I wasn't shooting. So I'm guesstimating 100, but it could easily be 20 more than that for sure. I got to be honest, I don't really shoot with both eyes open. I never did with irons, and I don't with dots. I'm left eye dominant, but I shoot with my right eye, and I've just developed a habit. I just squint my left eye to kind of take it out of the picture, and it works fine for me. It works fine for me with handguns and rifles. It destroys me when it comes to shooting clays. Doesn't work for shooting clays. Let's see. Yeah, I can't. I would have to switch the gun over to my left eye if I had both eyes open, and that just feels too weird for me. I'm too old to develop a whole new style of shooting a handgun. What I've got works just fine. Let's see. Yeah, but now those of you who are in the military, if in our generation, when they even like the first Gulf War, when they were still handing out 1911s, you picked up. I was never in the military, but I've heard from friends. You pick up those 1911s, and they would shake them, and you could hear all the parts rattling. It wasn't a very tight slide to frame fit. And my Wilson is kind of like that now. That's why I'm sending it in. I just sent in my Garand to get fully refurbished. They picked it up last week. Went out in the mail. I have very high expectations for what it's going to look like. I sent it out to Fulton Armory. They do a lot of that kind of work. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to get that back. Yeah, Tree Godfather says the 1911s we were issued were pretty clapped out. Yeah. Yeah, it's an M1 Garand. It's a Springfield. I got it through the CMP program like 35 years ago. I think I paid $300 for it. Crazy. And they mailed it to me USPS. Yeah, the CMP was great. I looked recently and everything was like $1,000 minimum. I looked a couple years ago and everything was $1,000 minimum, but it's going to cost me $1,000 to get it refurbished. So I guess I'm paying the price anyway. Have I done any 50-meter shooting? I don't know what you mean. I mean, if that's a formal course of fire, like a particular kind of competition, I haven't done that. I've shot handguns out to 100 yards. I mean, on other people's ranges, they got a big plate way in the distance, and we goof around and try to hit it. But yeah, I've done. I mean, there's 50. Well, I would say 50 yards. There's 50-yard shots in IDPA, not commonly, but they exist. USPSA, they exist when they want to make things interesting. Most routine competitors can't hit anything at 50 yards with a handgun. They don't have the shooting fundamentals to do that. But any decent handgun should have no trouble hitting a man-sized target at 50 yards at all. Let's see. Jerry says, I got one here in Sweden, an M1 Garand. Well, that's cool. That's very cool. Bob says, I thought they issued the M9 Beretta 92 in the first Gulf War. I think when things heated up, they were just pulling 1911s out of the Army, just issuing what they had. But again, I wasn't there. I'm just recounting things I was told. Mike Stetson said, we had 1911s and M14s on my sub. The 1911s were definitely well worn. They still run good. They just they make they rattle. That's all. Cigar Texan says $850 right now for CMP. Rack grade for like $700. That's not bad. If you don't own one, I would pick one up. I'd recommend it. Little bit of history. Little bit of history. I like having mine. I mean, I don't shoot it very often, but I like having it. I would have liked to have gotten a 1911 from CMP. Maybe I'll still look into that. Just for the history again. Let's see. Martin says, if you shoot a bow, you need to switch hands. Well, I've done a little bit of bow shooting, compound bow shooting. And I just worked my eyes like I did with a handgun. I can't say I was ever any good with a bow, but it's these modern bows, they're so nice to shoot. I mean, the compound bows with the little pins for sights, it makes it a lot easier. Ken Hackathorn says no fancy stuff is needed. Yeah, we got a lot of good. Oh, we're back. Okay, here we go.
George.
Look at Mommy Judge. Mommy Judge. Everyone's going to be, it's going to hurt for all those lawyers to be sitting down for the next couple days. Mommy Judge got the belt out.
So, obviously, State's Exhibit 67, which is the interview of Ms. Gutierrez at the police station on October 21, 2024, is relevant to both parties, and that's what we're not going to consume any more time. It's an evidence. You can certainly view it and come to the conclusion you come to. Okay. All right. Thank you. And I have a question. Not that one. I'm looking for my stickers.
So he's done. Bowles is done. Did Carrie just walk up to that? Did she put her laptop up there? She's going to do redirect. Bowles is all. The judge shut Bowles down on cross. I think that was Carrie putting her laptop up there. The judge is like, I'm not going to have you. I'm not going to have you ricochet all through an hour plus video this way, Mr. Bowles, asking the witness for timestamps. Like she's got it memorized in her brain, like she's one of Musk's robots. I mean, except for the lips, this is a organic human woman. Oh, it is. Bowles is done.
All right.
Redirect.
Welcome back. Corporal, I want to take you back to the 4 spent casings that we were discussing. Do you remember where those spent casings were found?
I do not.
Do you have any information about where and by whom they were fired?
No.
Oh my God.
Corporal, you were asked by Mr. Bowles if if the stress of the event on October 21st would affect Ms. Gutierrez's memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as a trained law enforcement officer, do you know, can the consumption of drugs also affect a person's memory?
Yes.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about your contact with some witnesses, and I want to follow up on that. You spoke to Ms. Gutierrez's stepfather, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you spoke to him at Mr. Bowles's request, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you spoke to Mr. Reed, he told you that the ammunition.
I'm gonna object this hearsay too, if that's what we're doing.
Well, but it came in through him. He was actually asking about the specifics of the information that she
You know what,
received.
approach, so we can.
Okay.
Reed is not on the state's witness list. Morris is
Do you
like 2
recall
can
your
play that
conversation
game.
with Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Do you recall the description you were provided from Mr. Reed about the type of bullets that he believed you would find at PDQ?
Yeah, he described.
Don't say that, just say yes.
Yes.
Okay. When you conducted the search of PDQ, did you find live ammunition?
Yes, we did.
Was the live ammunition consistent with the description provided by Mr. Reed?
Yes, it was.
Are photos of that ammunition entered into evidence in this trial?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions about the photograph of the box of ammunition that Ms. Gutierrez showed you during the interview. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why is the description or appearance of that box important for this investigation?
Because the photo that she had shown me matches the box that we found on Rust that she identified as the box she was using.
And what did you find inside that box that was noteworthy?
Live ammunition.
That's non-leading question. Very good. Well done.
Mr. Bowles asked you some questions about whether or not there were safety meetings on set. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In any of the conversations that Ms. Gutierrez had with you, did she ever indicate that she was concerned or that she complained about lack of safety meetings?
No.
During the interview that you conducted on November 9th, 2021 with Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Bowles, did you provide safety bulletins during that interview?
Yes, I did.
Did it appear to you from your interaction with Ms. Gutierrez that she had ever seen them before in her life?
No.
You were
Firearms, a
asking
safety bulletin
questions
one.
about whether or not the prop truck was secured by law enforcement. I think in between the 21st and the execution of the warrant on the 27th. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And were you present in court when Ms. Walters took the stand?
Yes, I was.
Did you hear Ms. Walters testify under oath that the prop truck was padlocked?
Yes.
Did you also hear her testify that after the incident, she intentionally changed the padlocks?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Walters testify that the only person who she permitted to get into the prop truck in that time frame was actually the defendant?
Yes.
Did Mr. Baldwin call you numerous times?
Yes.
Did Mr. Kenny call you numerous times?
Yes.
Did Mr. Bowles call you numerous times?
Yes.
Did Mr. Bowles ask other witnesses or potential witnesses to contact you?
Yes.
Because of, and let me ask you, in your conversations with Mr. Bowles, did he implicate Mr. Kenny?
That seemed to be the direction he was going.
And did he put you in touch with Mr. Reed?
Yes, he did.
And did Mr. Reed implicate Mr. Kenny?
Yes, he did.
And did he put you in touch with Mr. Teskey?
I don't believe so.
Okay,
I don't
recall that?
remember.
Okay. And based on the information that you received from Mr. Bowles and Mr. Reed, what did you do?
I followed up with the information that they provided me.
Did you petition the court for a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Did you execute the search warrant?
Yes.
Did you seize items from PDQ?
Yes, I did.
Did that investigation lend any usable evidence that Mr. Kenny provided the live ammunition to the set of rust?
No.
At some point, did you stop pursuing that lead?
Yes.
Why?
Because I had no evidence that supported the information that Mr. Bowles was giving me.
Do you have any information that Mr. Kenny was on the set of Rust prior to the death of Ms. Hutchins?
None.
You were asked whether or not you sent the ammunition boxes that were provided by Mr. Kenny for fingerprints and DNA. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Would you expect Mr. Kenny's fingerprints and DNA to be on ammunition that he provided?
Yes.
And we understand that I asked you to send the 4 spent casings for print analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall having a conversation with me where I asked you to do that?
Yes.
Did you tell me that it was highly unlikely that it was going to yield any results?
Yes.
And were you correct?
Yes, I was.
Do you know, and if you don't, just say so, when that box of the dummy rounds with the tape and the blue Sharpie writing that came from Seth Kinney, when did that arrive on set? Do you know?
I don't know the date.
In preparation for your testimony, did you meet with me?
Yes.
Did we meet over Zoom?
Yes.
Is that the only time that you met with me to prepare for testimony in this case?
I believe so.
You met with me on another occasion to prepare on another case. Is that correct?
Yes.
That would be the Baldwin case.
Why is it important for you to meet with the prosecuting attorney before you testify?
A lot of it is to refresh myself with, parts of the case and what I need to focus on, especially because this is such a big case. As you can see, I have a large binder and a large box. So it helps me to narrow down facts that I need to focus on.
And have you given truthful testimony today?
Yes.
When you met with me, did I tell you what to say?
We talked about what was going to be discussed.
Did I tell you what testimony to give?
Yes.
What did I tell you to give? Did I tell you to tell a lie?
No.
Wrong answer.
You're telling the truth?
Yes, I am.
Did I tell you to tell the truth?
Yes.
And we know that you had an interview with Ms. Gutierrez on the 21st of October and again on November 9th of 2021. On November 9th, did it appear to you that Ms. Gutierrez had been prepped by her attorney?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
You're excused. Next witness.
That's it. No recross.
Gabrielle Pickle.
Gabrielle Pickle.
Give us just a quick moment to track her down.
Judge jumped right in there. You're dismissed. No, next witness. Oh my gosh, she is done. This judge is done with Jason Bowles. Oh. I'm not getting into a slap fight with that.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Ma'am, go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Gabrielle Pickle.
And in October of 2021, how were you employed?
Could you rephrase the
In
question?
October of 2021, how were you employed?
Sorry. As to type of employment or my job title? I'm sorry.
Were you employed on the set of Rust?
Yes.
What was your position?
Line producer.
What is a line producer? Please let the jurors know what that is, what you do.
Basically the project manager, specifically focusing on the budget and managing the budget.
And did you have conversations with Ms. Gutierrez about getting what I'm going to refer to as additional armorer days?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury how was her employment set up in terms of armorer days and prop assistant days? Let these folks know how you had it arranged.
So we had originally, it all depended on the schedule, and we had originally scheduled 5 days with blanks on set. And so we had 5 armor days. And then as the schedule changed due to other departments and us filming. It expanded, meaning that we would need to split up some scenes and whatnot. And so it became 7 armor days, I believe. And then she requested different ones for different reasons. And I believe by the end of it, we had 10 armor days, if I remember correctly. And
So let me stop you. So when she asked you for additional armor days, you gave them to her.
yes,
Did you actually double the number of armor days that she was originally scheduled for?
yes,
So I think you just testified that she had 10 armor days total. Is that right?
that is to the best of my recollection. Yes.
As of October 21st, 2021, how many days of filming had even happened?
Sorry, this is gonna,
Yeah, no,
Take
take
a
your time.
minute.
And if you need to see a calendar, we can provide
that would
you.
actually be very helpful.
Sure.
It was 2 weeks and 2 days, I believe.
Is that 21? Of course. All right.
Craft services is like, yeah. And if she needs armor days, we need a bigger craft services budget.
So a total of 12. We were on our 12th shooting day.
So out of 12 days of filming, you gave her 10 armor days, correct?
I believe a couple of those were training days, which would have been right prior to shooting.
Okay. And did Ms. Gutierrez ask you for additional training days?
There was an incident where she requested training that would involve Brady, which was a minor who did not fire weapons in the movie. And I denied that for insurance purposes. But that was the only one that we denied.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ask you specifically, well, let me rephrase. Did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she needed additional training time with Alec Baldwin?
Not phrased like that. Alec was in the question around Brady. Alec was going to be present because they their characters in the script were so often together, but it was specifically for Brady to learn. To learn. The request was not because Alec needed more time.
It was because Brady wanted to do some gun training.
Yes.
And you said no because of insurance reasons?
Yes.
And what went into that decision? What were the insurance concerns that you had?
We would have had to inform insurance, and then we would have had to pay a little bit more money because the minor element.
Because he's a child.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Imagine how unhappy the insurance is now.
At any point in time, did you express concerns to Ms. Gutierrez that she was leaving Firearms unattended?
I did in an email and then in person.
Do you recall the date?
I do not.
Would seeing a copy of it refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach? I will, yes.
I'm sorry.
No, do you need
Eyeballs.
glasses?
No, October 14th.
Okay. I'm sorry.
October 14th is the date.
Did that refresh your memory?
It did. Thank you.
And Did you suggest to Ms. Gutierrez a way of remedying the problem of leaving firearms unattended?
Yes.
What did you suggest?
Some type of logging system, check in, check out.
And did she respond to you?
She did respond via email.
And did she agree to a check-in, check-out log system?
No.
Why not, if she told you?
She said that it was too complicated to do in between scenes. And they had a system that they were working with, and I'm trying to recollect, that was end of day, I believe.
Okay. Did you then have an in-person meeting with Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And who was present at that meeting?
Myself, Brian Norvell, who was the production designer, Hannah, and I believe Roe was there for part of it, the UPM, and then she stepped away to handle something else.
And why would Mr. Norvell be there?
Because as production designer, he's over everything that is the look of the film, and that includes armor.
And did Ms. Gutierrez express concerns about being torn between armorer duties and prop assistant duties?
Can you rephrase?
At any point in time, did Ms. Gutierrez indicate to you that she did not have enough time to focus on her armorer duties because she was busy doing props?
No. The reverse would be true. So she focused more on her armorer duties and less on her props duties.
And did that create an issue for you? Let me ask you, did you ask Ms. Gutierrez to spend less time on armorer duties and more time supporting props?
On props days, yes.
And when you say props days, what do you mean?
Meaning where she was not acting as armor. They were not the armor days that we just referenced.
And in the meeting that you had with Ms. Gutierrez, did you offer her additional support so that she could accomplish her tasks for both jobs?
Yes.
What additional support did you offer?
It was a collaboration of offers between production and the art department.
So my question is, what support was being offered to her?
Admin support, organizational, all the paperwork, to try to take as much off of her plate as possible so that she could really focus on the set duties.
After the meeting where you offered support, did Ms. Gutierrez again tell you that she was spread too thin?
No, we seem to have a plan to move forward.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever express concerns to you that Mr. Baldwin wasn't paying attention during his firearm training that she conducted with him?
Not that I recall.
In terms of I apologize, I lost my train of thought.
Long day.
I'm over 50 and it's getting late in the day.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Is there a difference in pay for armor and prop assistant?
Yes.
Which pays more?
Armor.
And did Ms. Gutierrez also express, perhaps not concerns, but desires to you that her armorer days be something that would be recognized by the union?
So she and I had a conversation early on in her hire about the production once we had wrapped. And I can't remember the exact procedure, but basically writing down her days to submit them to the union to count toward her qualification. I don't remember it being armor specific. I thought it was all days, but that is my memory.
Okay. And do you know what union she was attempting to become a part of?
It was the California local union. I cannot remember the number off the top of my head, the number of their specific local.
Are you a member of that union?
I am not.
Do you know whether or not you have to be a resident of California to be a member of that union?
I do not.
All right. I'm going to show you what I have marked as States Exhibit 148. Let me confer. May I approach?
Yes.
Do you recognize that document?
Yeah, it's a union start. Sorry. Yes.
Is this document signed by Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Is this document also signed by you?
Yes.
Is one of the purposes of this document to seek reimbursement for her armorer expenses?
Yes.
I move for the admission of States Exhibit 148.
Yeah, I think the document is still hearsay.
What document is it? And council approach?
A record kept in the normal course of business would be an exception to the hearsay rule. We'll have to see what happens. I'm not prepared to presume gender here, folks. So calm down with the pronouns. You know this is a politically correct show. I can't move it. I can't move it. I can't move the banner. I don't know how to do that. It doesn't let me pick on it. There's parts of this screen I can move around, but that's not one of them. I wonder if I can make it smaller. I can limit it to her name. Is that better?
I'm sorry, Judge.
The gravitational view. More bench.
Let me shift gears real quick and then we'll go back. On the days that there was not blank gunfire on the set of Rust, were there prop guns being used by actors that were in fact real guns?
I don't know.
Okay. I appreciate that. Rather than introduce the exhibit, have you reviewed this exhibit?
Yes,
And was it submitted to you by Ms. Gutierrez?
it was submitted to my team, who then submitted to me by Ms. Gutierrez.
Okay. And you signed it?
Yes, I did.
And what was the first item that Ms. Gutierrez was requesting reimbursement for? Do you recall?
Something called an inertia puller.
Thank you.
That's the hammer type bullet puller to disassemble around.
Let me just review my notes real quick. I'll pass the witness.
No, don't do it. Oh, Bowles, what are you going to do now?
Ms. Pickler, good afternoon. I wanted to ask you first on the hiring process for Ms. Gutierrez Reed.
Mhm.
Was this a collaborative process with the producers?
It was.
Okay. Did you have input into that process, into hiring her?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, were you the one that made the decision to hire her?
No, I made the offer.
Okay. Who made the actual decision?
I mean, I would say it was a collaborative decision from the
Okay.
top down. Everybody had to sign off.
And so part of that offer process was that she would be hired as a key props assistant and an armorer, correct?
Yes.
And ma'am, you've testified today that you had allocated 10 armor days to her?
I believe so.
Okay. And as part of that film, how many total days of filming do you recall were there going to be to complete the film?
We had not decided at this point. It was, I believe, 22 or 23, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And I'm not holding you to a specific date, but it was 22 or 23 in your memory.
Yes.
Okay. So out of that 22 or 23, approximately less than half, Ms. Gutierrez Reed was going to be in an armorer position.
Correct.
Okay. Now, by the time of the shooting incident on October 21st, I think you had said there had been approximately 12 days.
12 filming days.
12
Yes.
filming days. Okay. Do you know how many training days had happened by that point?
I don't recall. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Do you recall a training where Ms. Gutierrez Reed conducted for actors and some of the producers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall how many people were at that training?
Total?
Yes.
I do not.
Yeah.
I know there were we had producers. I was there for the first training and then I had to leave for something else. There were multiple actors that were trained that day. I would say a handful of crew that were there, as well as actors.
Okay. And so just in terms of numbers, can you tell the jury just an idea, if you have a ballpark, how many people?
I would say between 7 and 12.
Okay.
at any given time.
And was Miss Gutierrez Reed in your memory training them all together, or were they grouped, or how did that training work?
She started off with some general training and then worked with them kind of individually to figure out, because they had to figure out the right weapons for their characters and things. And so she worked them through that, and also their level of comfort with different types of blanks. And so that was more individual, but there were multiple people there at a time.
Do you know approximately how long that training was?
No, I was only there for probably an hour.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Baldwin there being trained?
He was not at that training. No, he was not in the state at that point.
Okay. And ma'am, do you know if he at one point was able to attend some type of training with Miss Gutierrez Reed?
He did.
Did you witness that training?
I did not.
Okay. So you don't have any personal knowledge of observing it, but you do know that it happened.
I know that it was on the schedule. That is the extent of my personal knowledge. We coordinated with multiple departments to make sure that could happen.
Okay. Do you know whether Miss Gutierrez Reed had requested to do cross draw training with Mr. Baldwin?
I don't recall that at all.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Baldwin ever had cross draw training on set?
I have no idea.
Okay. With regard to the duties that she was performing, I think she said she was focusing more on her armor duties. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall telling her that she was hired in both positions and that she needed to be focusing more on her props duties?
On props days, yes.
Okay. And those props days were delineated in the schedule, correct?
Yes.
No, on those
Or
props.
by the schedule.
I'm sorry?
I just wanted to reword that. They were delineated by the schedule. They did not necessarily appear on the schedule.
Okay. Would some of those days include use of weapons on those props days?
The difference was blank firing. So if there were blanks present, then that was an armor day.
Okay, but if there were not blanks present, but there's firearms present, would you agree with me that that's still an armor function?
I mean, it was a Western, so everything that the actors touched is considered a prop. And that was where we had the line between like props and armor.
Okay, well, so did you consider the firearms to be the props?
Some of them were.
Okay. Which ones were props versus not props?
I cannot speak to that.
Okay.
It's not my area of expertise.
Okay, but at least your understanding was at least some of the firearms were props.
Yes.
Now, was that clearly delineated to Miss Gutierrez Reed as to which firearms were props and which ones were under armor?
That information more came from her because she was the expert in weaponry, not
Okay.
myself.
Okay, was that written down somewhere, which firearms would be which?
I don't believe so, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And then with regard to non-blank days, were those all prop days?
Yes.
Okay. So if there weren't blanks being fired, even if there are firearms being used, those are props days.
Correct.
Okay. Now,
Seems kind of crazy.
didn't you attend and witness some of the trainings that Miss Gutierrez Reed had done? You said you spent an hour at the one.
Mhm.
And were you impressed at how she handled the training?
I was.
Okay.
I learned a lot.
Did you have any issues or anybody come to you and complain about it?
About the training?
Yes.
No.
Okay. The date of the incident, are you familiar with Video Village?
Yes.
Were you aware that the day this happened, the Video Village went down?
Can you further expand on that?
Yes, that Video Village was not operating the day that the shooting occurred.
Is this due to the camera delay? Is that what you're referencing?
Well, I'm just, actually, I was going to ask you first if you knew about that Video Village going down.
No.
Okay. But you said there was a camera delay.
Mhm.
Was that because were you aware the camera crew had walked off the day before?
Yes.
And were you aware they had come back that next day?
Yes.
Did you have any interaction with any of them?
Yes.
Did you end up calling the police?
On them?
Yes,
No.
for any reason. Okay, so was it a pleasant interaction?
Not particularly,
Okay.
but I was just there to make sure they took their stuff and then the production rentals stayed where they were.
Okay. How long were they on set that next day?
I do not remember. As short a time as we could manage for them to
Okay.
pack up their gear.
Okay, you were trying to get them off as quick as you could.
Well, we needed to start our day. So we were trying to, move that first and then get rolling.
Did that delay the start of that day?
It did.
Do you know approximately how long that was delayed?
Hours.
So at the time you all were able to start the day and start the various things you're going to do, you're already hours behind.
Yes.
Okay. So was there a general perception of trying to move quick that day or?
No,
get things done?
we had to replace the camera team, and we all know that takes time to get new people into the rhythm. We had been meeting with different people in charge to figure out what we were moving to other days, and how we were going to absorb basically what could have been a half day loss at that point. So there wasn't rushing. All the other departments had all of those hours to do whatever they saw fit. The only people that were really intensely focused was the new camera team, trying to learn the equipment and get up to speed.
Do you know whether on that day, Ms. Gutierrez Reed had already used her armor days?
I know that day was an armor day.
But do you know if she had already used her armor days that had been allocated?
No, that one was also approved.
Okay. Because you were on day 12, and I'm just wondering, because you said you gave her 10.
They weren't necessarily consecutive.
Okay. Okay. But you don't know how many she had used up to that day?
I do not. No.
At one point, didn't you tell Ms. Gutierrez Reed that she wasn't going to be allocated any more training days? But I think you actually worded it training days.
I did. I misspelled in the text message. Yes.
Yes. And it was a text with her. And this was you remember approximately what day that was?
I do not.
And why did you tell her there would be no more training days is what you were trying to say?
At that point, we didn't need them. And she and I had communicated since the very beginning that we wanted to keep track of all of her armor days. And so we texted back and forth fairly often. I mean, every few days.
And do you recall what the context was, why she was asking for more training days?
So the specific instance that I remember was her asking for a training day with Alec and our minor lead, Brady. And that was the one that I said no to, due to it being a minor.
And I just want to ask you if I showed you a text, would it refresh you as to the date that this occurred? That this exchange occurred?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach? If you can read this, ma'am, and
Sorry, there are 2 dates on this page. I can read. October 15th, 2021.
And do you recall getting that text or having this text exchange with Miss Gutierrez Reed?
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Once you move back
Oh,
here,
yes,
you're gonna
okay.
keep asking him questions.
Do I?
No, he needs to retrieve that from you. Are you gonna retrieve that from her?
Yes, once she, are you finished reading it now?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall having that text exchange?
Yes.
Ms. Gutierrez Reed, okay. And that was in regard to the training of Alec Baldwin.
Mhm.
And do you remember Ms. Gutierrez Reed saying she's on day 6, and this would be day 7 of 8 of her training days, her armory days. Do you recall that?
Mhm.
Does that change your opinion as to how many armor days she had, that she had 8 as opposed to 10?
No, I believe her armor days, and we can check the pay stubs, but I believe she had the 10 armor days. It may have been that 8 were filming days, and 2 were training days. I do not recall the exact split, but I do recall it being 10 days.
If you are able to, can you pull those pay stubs?
I don't have access to them
Okay.
anymore.
Okay.
That would be.
So we've also have you under subpoena. You're aware of that, right?
Mhm.
Okay, and so we may recall you in our case.
Counsel approach.
And ma'am, if your memory is correct, it's correct. But if your memory is 10 days.
That is my memory.
Okay. And I'm just trying to figure out what you remember. With regard to the accidental discharges that occurred on set,
Mhm.
did you become aware of those?
I was made aware of one. It was reported to the UPM, Roe Walters, and she informed me that it had happened, and I asked her to investigate, and she did, and reported back that she and Hannah had a conversation, and she felt very good with where the precautions that were in place.
Okay, so you said you were aware of one. Do you know which one this involved?
It was one reported by Lane Looper via text message to Roe. I don't know if that's in evidence.
Who is Lane Looper?
He was one of the camera crew.
Okay. So as I understand, Mr. Looper was raising a safety issue through a text, and that went to Roe Walters?
Yes.
And then that was investigated. Then what occurred as a result of that, if anything?
It was investigated. I'm not sure. I
Okay.
do not recall.
Now, are you now aware there were 2 accidental discharges?
I found that out afterwards, yes.
When did you learn that?
Maybe 3 or 4 days after the incident.
Do you know whether there was any investigation after you learned of that second one?
Could you clarify?
Yes. Do you know whether there was any investigation done after you learned of the second accidental discharge? Did anybody look into it, to your knowledge?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you do anything personally once you learned about the accident, the second one? Did you do anything to investigate that?
Everything was shut down at that point. I found out through other attorneys asking me questions. This was not a set discovery or
Okay.
on set discovery.
And I was wondering, because the discharges were the 16th, and I think you said 3 or 4 days later.
Sorry. The discharge that I was made aware of via Roe was the only one that I knew about during filming. The others I found out about 3 or 4 days after the 21st.
I see. Okay.
Once everything had shut down and everybody was trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay.
That's when that came to my attention.
Okay. Now, with an accidental discharge like this, you have things called a production report, correct?
Correct.
And that is basically a daily log of what happened that day that might be important.
Mm-hmm.
And ma'am, would you expect that something like an accidental discharge would be put on a production report?
I would like it to be.
With regard to these, do you know if they made it onto a production report?
I do not recall.
Okay.
I would need to see the production reports.
Okay. But in any event, with regard to the second one, doesn't sound like it made it on the report.
I was not aware of it, and I did read every production report.
Whose responsibility in the chain of command would it be to report those accidental discharges?
Anyone on set?
Would the first assistant director have responsibility? In terms of the production report?
So the AD team is responsible for the production report.
Okay.
Yes. If they were not made aware, I don't know how to answer that question.
Oh, okay. So they have to become aware of it.
Yes,
But
somebody would need to let them know in
But-
order.
Okay. And if they do become aware of it, do they have a duty then to?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Are you aware whether daily safety meetings were being conducted on set?
Safety meetings were being conducted. They were not every day. They were typically on the days where there was any type of bigger element, special effects, stunts, blanked days, etc.
Okay. And do you know, with regard to safety bulletins, whether those were being attached to the call sheets on a daily basis?
Some were and some were not, which I found out days after the incident.
You also, during this time, had a COVID. This was October 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So did you have a COVID protocol?
We did.
And in general, was that pretty much what we all knew at the time, to limit contact, to wear a mask? I mean, what did that entail?
You're testing my memory. We tested. I cannot remember how often. Frequently. Everybody wore masks. We had hand sanitizer everywhere. Everything was wiped down. I think that was about it.
Okay. Did you know whether Ms. Gutierrez Reed was vaccinated or not?
We did not ask for vaccination information from cast and crew.
Okay. And I guess in general, I take it that in general, you wouldn't want a lot of people in a small space if you could help it. Like if there's filming going on in a small building, that's kind of what the COVID protocol was at the time.
Yes. It was not often practical because filming takes place in small buildings, but
Sure. But to the extent possible, that was the goal.
yes, that was the goal.
Okay. Yeah, ma'am, just a moment.
Ms. Pickle, do you recall the entire text communication that you had with Ms. Gutierrez
regarding the training days?
I would need to review.
Would showing you
Yes.
the entire text thread refresh your memory?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to review pages 12,201 through 12,205.
Okay.
May I? I'm going to ask her some other questions about the thread.
Those are
No, I know. I'm refreshing her memory. I just asked if she had remembered. May I? Do you know how to scroll through a Mac?
Yes.
I'm going to hand that to you. I want you to take your time. You're going to review 4 or 5 pages.
Yeah, in the law of self-defense comments, Lee is quite right. And they often use plastic guns in some sets, mostly for extras that are in the background where it's not going to be close up. Sometimes on TV shows, you'll see leads use plastic guns. And to anyone who knows guns, they're obviously plastic guns, and it looks kind of ridiculous. But obviously, there's no risk of getting shot by a plastic gun, and I imagine it must help with insurance.
2005. Okay.
Realistic-looking prop
Did that
guns are not
refresh your
really
memory?
a thing.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take that back as we go through these questions. If you need to see it again to refresh your memory, just let me know.
Okay.
Was your memory refreshed as to the date of the text exchange regarding the training days of Alec Baldwin and Brady? Want me to approach again?
Yes, I did not look at every single date. I'm sorry.
That's okay. May I? And again, ma'am, you are welcome to scroll through.
Do I need to look at every date and have?
I don't.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
These were on the 17th of October, 2021.
So on October 17th of 2021, did you tell Ms. Gutierrez that there would be no more training days?
Yes.
And do you recall the language of her response? Did Ms. Gutierrez respond to you and say, right on?
Yes.
She's reading from a document not admitted in evidence.
Can I refresh your memory again?
Yes.
No, just don't read.
Okay. Do you want me to ask the question again without reading it? Okay. Did Ms. Gutierrez respond to you and say, right on?
Yes, she did.
That's not what I'm gonna.
I thought
No,
that's,
no, just did she respond to you?
did she respond to you?
She did.
Well, now we've already done it, so just
Okay.
move on.
I want to move to strike that.
It's fine, I'll strike the answer, okay? Question and answer.
Ma'am, do you recall what Ms. Gutierrez's response was to you when you said no more training days?
Right on.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Did reviewing these messages refresh your memory as to whether or not you told Ms. Gutierrez that she would have 10 total armorer days?
Yes, it is confirmed in that text chain that we both knew that there were 10 armor days,
Not 8.
not 8, 10.
Now, we understand that you, Rust Productions hired Ms. Gutierrez to be armorer and also prop assistant, correct?
Correct.
And did Ms. Gutierrez agree to take on both roles?
Yes.
Even though production stopped on October 21st, had this incident not occurred, production was going to continue, correct?
Yes.
For a couple more weeks, is that right?
Yes.
And was it within the discretion of Rust Productions to continue to increase armorer days if necessary throughout the course of the filming?
Yes.
So just because she was given 10 by October 21st, that doesn't mean that she was going to be limited to 10 for the duration of the filming.
Correct.
You indicated that you were the line producer on this set.
Yes.
Prior to October 21st of 2021, how many times had you been a line producer for a film?
I feel like I should have that memorized.
And you don't have to be exact.
I've been a line producer for more than a decade.
During that decade.
4 to 5 films a year.
Okay. So 40 to 50?
Yeah.
In those 40 to 50 films, can you estimate for us how many of those films had an armorer?
Five or six, to my recollection.
Okay. Are you yourself familiar with firearms and firearm training?
No.
So for the hour that you observed Ms. Gutierrez's firearm training, did you have any experience from which to compare it?
I have sat in on a couple of other trainings.
Okay. Did those trainings include the use of single action revolvers?
I don't know enough to answer that question.
Okay, fair enough. And you indicated on October 21st that there was a delay in filming because of replacing the camera crew, correct?
Correct.
And that filming was delayed for hours, right?
Yes.
And during those hours where filming was not occurring, was Ms. Gutierrez free to go inspect her dummy rounds and do any other work she needed to do?
Yes.
In terms of the accidental discharges, did Ms. Gutierrez bring them to your attention?
No.
Do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez brought the accidental discharges to the attention of anyone in production?
I do not have knowledge of that.
Could Ms. Gutierrez have reported the accidental discharges to production?
Without me hearing about it?
No, just could she report it to anyone in production?
Yes.
Anyone on set could, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Looper did,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
You were asked some questions about the COVID protocol on set. Did the COVID protocol require Ms. Gutierrez to leave the firearm in the church on October 21st and leave the church?
Your Honor, I don't object to speculation, lack of knowledge,
If-
foundation.
I
If
have
you know.
no knowledge. I can't answer that. I don't know.
Well, did you have knowledge of the COVID protocol for the set?
I had knowledge of the one-page document that we had of the basics. As far as what happened on set, that was really not my job.
Okay. The one-page document that you're talking about, did it indicate that the armor needed to be separated from the firearms?
It had no such specifics.
I don't have anything further, thank you.
This witness is excused, thank you. Counsel?
Oh, hopefully that's it for the day. Only half an hour left till 5 o'clock local time. This is usually how the judge wraps up the day. She has the lawyers come to the bench. Time to get some grub. Mhm. Am I muted? Am I muted? I don't think I'm muted. Oh, earlier. Sorry. Yeah, earlier I was muted. I was eating something. Well, running in after the shot.
Okay, so the next witness is going to take longer than the, next 35 minutes, so to speak. So I think it's better that you all head out and we'll.
It's a wrap.
approach this fresh in the morning. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Please don't research, look on Google about the Rust matter or this case, and we will avoid the delays that have somewhat occurred from time to time. We'll try to get a better clip here, okay? Thank you.
All rise.
All rise. That should be it. The fact that they killed Hannah out of the church after the shot was fired has nothing to do with whether or not she could have stayed in there when she brought the gun in before the shot was fired. After the shot was fired, they just need space to try to provide medical care to these people who are injured. It's a completely different circumstance. Yeah, this armor's, it's only an armor's day when there's blanks being used. Well, by that reasoning, this would not have been an armorer's day yet because there were no blanks being used yet. It's weird. I mean, someone died here not because of a blank, but because a dummy and a live round got mixed up. That could happen on a non-blank day, right? If there had been no blank scheduled for today, we still would have had this tragic event, and they would have called it a non-armorer day. So that part is kind of weird to me. Yeah. I've got audio, right? Someone in the law self-defense chat, let me know. Okay. Oh my gosh. Well, she's cooked. She's cooked. A good lawyer might have been able to help her. I'm sure I was just telling jokes. Okay, so I'm caught up on that. Let me take a quick look at YouTube. See if there's any super chats. There are a couple. Let's see what we got. Yes, don't forget to like and subscribe, folks. That was Jenny with a $20 super chat to remind people to like and subscribe. That's always appreciated. Very much so. See how we did on subscribers today. I wonder if we put on a good enough performance. We picked up probably about 100. That's great. Thank you, folks. I really appreciate it. And in terms of likes, almost 1,000 likes. That's really very kind. Very, very kind, everybody. Thank you, Jenny. That's awesome. And Patty says, nice to see Uncle Buck took time away from the racetrack. Yeah. All right, folks. I'm going to hang in just a little bit more just to make sure there's no fist fights. I don't want people to do super chats. I think people doing super chats is ridiculous. I want them to become law self-defense members. What I don't like about YouTube, folks, is that at any moment, YouTube could decide I'm covering something too offensive and just pull the plug. So I don't want YouTube to be the primary way I connect with my community. My stuff I rarely demonetize anymore, but when I did, it was demonetized. Every other show was demonetized. And I'm always getting age restrictions. And yeah, how about a poll? I can do that. I can do a poll, I think. I think I figured that out. End of day 5 poll. Guilty. Not guilty. Or a hung jury. Let's see. Poll going up. End of day 5 poll prediction as of today. Guilty. Not guilty. Hung jury. We'll leave that up. Yeah, I think the court's all done. I'm going to go ahead and call that a wrap. Call that a wrap.
I'm the armor. Or
Oops.
at least I was. A famous actor.
Yep, that's the end of the feed. And again, I'll remind everybody, today's show was brought to us by CCW Safe. That's our sponsor, a provider of legal service memberships. What many people mistakenly call self-defense insurance. They promise to pay your legal expenses, provide civil liability coverage, and much more. If you're one of their members and you're involved in a use of force event and facing legal liability, there's a number of companies out there that purport to offer a similar kind of service. Many of them suck. CCW Safe does not suck. They are the one I trust. I'm personally a member of CCW Safe, so is my wife, Emily. If you'd like to learn why I trust them, why they're the best fit for me, and why they just might be the best fit for you, I would encourage you to take a look at lawofselfdefense.com/trust. I have a brief video there explaining exactly why I trust and choose CCW Safe. Plus, there you'll get a 10% discount code for when you become a member of CCW Safe. Check it out at lawofselfdefense.com/CCW Safe. And, well, what a heck of a day. Drama, stupidity, inability to practice law, the patience of a saint by this judge, Mary Marlowe Summer, the mama who closed down court to take the lawyers to task off screen. Good Lord. All right. Crazy. So who are the witnesses today? Let's see. Well, we had the continuing direct, right, of detective. That was most of the day. Alexandra Hancock with the fish lips. Mostly, of course, the day was spent going over that second interview. And let's see. Man, that was really just about the whole day, wasn't it? Was Gabrielle Pickle the only other? Yeah, Gabrielle Pickle was only the second witness of the day. Thank God we wrapped up with her. Oh, I typed most of my notes into the wrong Word document. That's okay. I can fix that when I get home. All right, folks, let's see what we got here for the poll. What do we have here for the poll? It's not looking good. What do I got to do to see this? I can't see my own poll. Here we go. End of day poll. Prediction as of today. Guilty. Not guilty and hung jury. Guilty, 73%. I wonder how much of that is a reflection of the unbelievably catastrophic train wreck that was defense counsel Jason Bowles today. Oh my gosh. Because I don't think we really learned much new on the merits. Although I have to say Gabrielle Pickle was pretty damaging to the defense. She made the set seem much more reasonable than I'd seen in any of the other either the what was his name? Ross Adiego, Best Boy Grip. My voice is weak. My voice should not be weak, but it's been a long day. That's low watermark on YouTube. $20 super chat. Thank you so much, low watermark. So, oh my God, Bowles was awful today. He was just terrible. So I wonder if that might have contributed to the 73%. I think Gabrielle Pickle made the set seem much more normal than Ross Adiego, the Best Boy Grip, or Lane Looper, the cameraman. He hasn't testified, but I did see his police interview, and he described the set as complete chaos, which of course is one of the things that led him and the rest of the camera team to leave that morning, to resign the night before. 83% guilty, not guilty 11%, hung jury 16%. It's not looking good. It's not looking good, Hannah Gutierrez, Reed. It's looking grim. And I don't expect Bowles to have a better day coming through. We got another week and a half of this. A week and a half. Though maybe the defense case in chief will be short. I mean, oh my God. This guy just doesn't know how to do this. He does not know how to do this. All right, one quick look at questions again. And I'll check out the law self-defense members. Not that one. Not that one. Oh, good Lord. Somewhere they're here. They're here somewhere. I haven't forgotten you folks. Her chances at a plea are diminishing by the hour. No, there's no plea. They have to offer her a plea. That's not going to happen here. They've got her on the ropes. Does vicarious liability come into play in this case? Yes. So vicarious liability is the idea that the bosses are responsible for the misconduct of their employees within the scope of employment. But that's not really a criminal law concept. That's a civil law concept. So in the civil suits, yeah, for sure. Very important. She fired the only halfway competent lawyer. Yeah. Can the defense still request a plea deal? I guess so. They can ask for one. Good luck. Oh my gosh. The poll yesterday was much more evenly balanced. Philip says, you don't get the justice you may deserve, you get the justice you can afford. I'm not saying Hannah doesn't deserve retribution and punishment for her actions and lack of actions, right? The resources you can bring to the fight matter, folks. Hey, Brad says, thanks for the stream, Andrew. Been here all day loading 308 in the background. That's cool, man. I actually don't have a 308. I've been meaning to pick one of those up. Pick up a medium grade bolt gun. Put some glass on it. I don't have any reason for one. Let's see. Yeah, lawful shoot saying, I guess the defense and the prosecution are both attempting to establish if the armorer had or did not have enough time to accomplish adequate training in firearms handling times. Right. So I've described from the beginning, the narrative for the defense really needs to be less a technical narrative, some kind of perfect legal defense, but one in which she was a young, naive, helpless, powerless, inexperienced person who was put in a position to fail by people more powerful and wealthier than her. And so she failed because of what they did, really. You know, if you put an idiot in charge of a life or death matter and the idiot kills someone, is it really the idiot's fault? But you need a reasonably capable defense lawyer to be able to build that narrative in a compelling way. And this guy's not it. Bowles is not it. All right, folks, I think that's everything. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the show for today. Just remind all of you, hey, and by the way, we'll be back tomorrow, probably 8:20 a.m. again, so I can do a quick recap of today before we start tomorrow. It's too late for me to do it at the end of the day tonight, folks. But if you carry a gun, so you're hard to kill, carry a knife, carry pepper spray, study jujitsu, so you're hard to kill, so your family is hard to kill, then you owe it to yourself and your family to make sure you also know the law, so you're hard to convict as well. Until tomorrow morning, I remain Attorney Andrew Branca for the Law of Self-Defense. Stay safe.